We are trying to summon the ghost and steal its soul. The ghost may or may not be our daddy. The ghost is our daddy. Well, okay, we don't want to believe it's our daddy. Because we don't want to take our daddy's soul as some kind of, like, deranged revenge. But we also don't want to take our half-sister's soul because it's a little unfair to leave her soulless. Let's go! Margot set up a spot for Beck on the floor. Last night, Helen mentioned wanting her father's ashes. Was it just so she could keep a part of him? Was it so the ghost had more human remains to eat? Ooh, is Helen connected to the ghost? Interesting, interesting. In any case, she wasn't sure where her mother put the ashes. Did we not? Oh, I guess that was only my conjecture that the white box on top of the mom's closet was the ashes, huh? At least for now, it would be safe if her mother was watching it. I want to know something. Before we see this ghost, what is it?
It's more of a question for Clara. What do you plan to do once Margot gets a soul?
I'll have a body, and I'll leave.
Fair enough.
Where will this body come from?
If we turn the voices up, do we have the voices at their loudest? Yeah. We do. I mean, I guess I could turn the music and sound effects down a touch, and then I can turn it up in this. I'll get my one stream sneeze out of the way immediately. Alright. Jesus. Okay, is this better?
Huh? I get that.
Well, I mean...
Why?
Alright, sounds good.
Actually, where did that cat body come from?
Beck turned to Margot.
Have you ever asked her about that?
No, I just assumed cat? Wizard curse? Wizard curse. Clara scowled.
You don't know anything.
Such as what you actually look like?
You should watch yourself. You're not even human.
Oh. Beck laughed.
You really think that?
Let me take your photo then. You mean like that creepy one of Margot? Absolutely not. If you have nothing to hide, it'll be a normal photo. Beck glared at her. I don't have to prove anything to you. How about we take a photo of you? Clara's stare was intense. She'd never seen that expression before. Margot felt herself shaking.
Hey.
Sorry, Margot. Beck turned away, busying herself with her overnight bag. Clara turned away as well. Eventually, they went to sleep. Margot hadn't expected to sleep through the night. She checked the time on her phone. Hopefully she wasn't running late for work. Flipping it open, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was Sunday anyway. Looking around the room, she saw Clara and Beck peacefully sleeping. She heard a soft couple of knocks on her door. Her mother peered in. Her voice was a gentle whisper. About ready to get up? We have a guest. Let's get breakfast. Margot groggily rubbed her eyes. Okay. Her mother smiled and closed the door again. Margot crouched down next to Beck to gently shake her shoulder. She was wide awake, but didn't seem to notice Margot.
Hey.
Well, hey. Margot furrowed her eyebrows. Everything okay? Yeah, sorry. Had a weird dream. Want to get breakfast? Beck slowly sat up, stretching her arms up to the ceiling. Yeah, sure. Margot's mother was at the door again. Are you up? We need to head out before it gets too crowded. Yes. Margot glanced at Clara. Looked like she'd have to let Clara sleep in. Maybe she could bring back takeout for her? They arrived at the diner. Margot looked around. Who were they meeting here? She didn't recognize anyone. Her mother walked towards a booth with a lone woman sitting in it, her back towards them. Ooh, Helen? Her hair was dark like Margot's. Margot and Beck trailed behind, eventually sitting down opposite of the woman and Margot's mother. Wow, it's so nice to finally meet all of you. How was the drive? Not too bad. Margot's mother turned towards Margot. So, do you recognize her yet?
No.
After you told me she'd been messaging you on the computer, I decided to find her myself. We got to talking and, well, I invited her to visit us. Beck nudged Margot. Did you know? No. I only wish I reached out sooner. Helen smiled at Margot. Did you think we'd get to meet in person? I'm surprised, yeah. Helen turned her smile towards Beck. And who's your friend? I'm Beck. Nice to meet you. Her attention was back on Margot's mother. I guess we have a lot to catch up on. We certainly do. After breakfast, Helen joined them at Margot's home to catch up. Helen and Margot's mother eagerly talked about their happy memories of Margot's father. Margot stared at the wall, trying to tune them out. Beck sat quietly, idling away on her phone. After a moment, Margot's phone buzzed. Are you okay? Yeah, it's just weird for me. Want me to make an excuse for us to leave? Margot? Margot? Margot looked up, putting her phone away. Yeah? I don't mean to interrupt, but could we go for a walk? Just you and me? Margot turned to Beck. Is that okay? Of course. I was thinking I should take some ashes home with me. I could find a locket for them. Do you know where they are? No. You'd need to ask my mom. Okay, I'll do that when we get back. Margot looked up at Helen. Why do you want his ashes? To remember him. Do you remember the last time you saw him? Helen stopped. I do. Margot stopped beside her. Why would you want a reminder of that? He's still my dad. You have to forgive, family. Bullshit, no you don't. It was my fault anyway. How? Something like that could never be your fault. You don't have to forgive him. You don't have to give someone a pass because they're family. That's right, Margot. You wouldn't understand. You're too young to understand. My family loved him. They thought it was a shame that he left my mom. And then, after what happened, do you know how much grief they gave me? How I was responsible for him cutting off all contact? Unlike you, I had to grow up without a dad. The guys my mom brought around only made it worse. No one can understand exactly, but I get some of it. My mom told me what happened to you. She laughed about it. But from my experience, I believe it. He was weird to me, too. I'm working on moving on now that he's gone, but I don't think I'll ever forgive him. Helen stared at Margot. You really don't get it. Being a parent is hard. He did a lot of nice things for both of us. Just because he hurt me once doesn't mean I'm going to forget about all the times he was nice. My daughter did that to me. It doesn't feel good. Helen deeply sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Margot flinched. This is what I'm talking about. You don't understand because you don't have kids of your own. That's not it. There are unforgivable things. It's especially worse when your parent does them. You're supposed to be able to trust them no matter what. They're people, too. I'm not talking about lying or losing your temper or something. What he did was serious. Men are just like that. Let's head back. I'll ask your mom about the ashes. Are you sure you don't remember seeing them somewhere? Oof. Jesus. Margot lay in her room, staring at the ceiling. Beck was asleep nearby. Margot wasn't sure how long Helen planned to be in town. Her mother was putting on a show of being a good host. My mother did the same thing. It was always so, mixed. It was, nice to have company because, for once you weren't living in hell because you gotta have the nice image. But, it's like it just made normality feel worse. They both seemed to be pretending everything was fine. That there was no past that they disagreed on. Everything was fine. I mean, at this point, it sounds like they perfectly agreed on the past. It was just one little mistake he made. Men are just like that. Everything was forgivable. Margot gritted her teeth. Felt like she was the one losing her mind. The only one who would acknowledge what her father was actually like. If anything, she wanted to find the ashes so she could destroy them. Spread them to the wind so no traces would exist of the last person she let hurt her. She could almost laugh. Even she couldn't help thinking that way sometimes. She wondered if they were in her mother's closet in that white box. Maybe if the ashes were gone, things would be normal again. Margot hadn't expected to sleep through the night. She checked the time on her phone. Hopefully she wasn't running late for work. Oh, we loopin'. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, there was something hard under her pillow. She rubbed her head, sitting up. Did she leave her phone there? She lifted the pillow. There was a knife. Her father's old knife. Margot looked around her room again. Someone was missing. She shook Beck awake. Hey! Beck groaned. What's up? Do you remember yesterday? What part? Any part. She sat up. Huh. Not really, no. Margot held up her knife. Do you know why this was under my pillow? What? Oh, that's right. We were talking about the dream and Clara had you do something? There was another knock at the door. Helen stepped in. Margot? Can you come look at something with me? Your friend can come too. Margot turned to Beck. She looked confused. We'll be right there. The door closed. Speaking of Clara, did she leave or something? I don't know, I haven't seen her. Margot pulled on her jacket. Will we be okay if we go with her? Beck looked down. I don't know. Margot looked at the knife. What do I do with it? Beck shook her head. Margot sighed, hiding it in her jacket. Let's see what Helen wants. Helen waited alone in the living room. Beck stood by the doorway. Did you give it some more thought? Do you remember where the ashes are? No, I have no idea. Are you sure? Maybe you remembered seeing something in a closet somewhere. Helen tensed up. She hadn't said anything aloud. Helen stepped forward. Where's my mom? It's not her turn. Her gaze was behind Margot. She reached out, grabbing Beck's wrist. What the hell? Beck pulled her arm back, but was unable to shake Helen's grip. Since Margot doesn't want to help, we can go look. Helen started to pull Beck with her. Beck frantically pulled away. She stumbled down to her knees, but Helen kept dragging her. Stop! I'll help you. Okay, you can follow along then. Beck turned back to Margot. Her expression was frantic. Margot slipped her hand into her jacket where the knife was hidden. She kept her hand on it. When would be the time? What would it do? Helen swung open her parents' bedroom door. The room was dark. All Margot could see was the closet door as though it was illuminated from inside. Helen whipped around to face Margot, placing Beck between them. Her hands dug into Beck's upper arms. "Can you get those ashes for me? Can you let go of Beck?" Margot's voice wasn't as steady as she hoped. Beck frantically shook her head. Helen smiled. "Oh, I can't do that. Your other friend got away." "Oh no, Clara." "But he needs at least 2 of you." "Why the 2 of us?" Margot stepped forward, her legs shaking. "Don't you remember? We're going to be a big family. He needs us to help him have a second chance." Margot stepped forward again. "Don't get the ashes. I'll be fine." Helen threw a hand over Beck's mouth, smothering her. "Don't butt in where you don't belong." Margot glanced into the darkness. He could be there. "Helen, come on. Don't do this. What do you think will happen next? If he's here for us, what about your daughter? She could be next. We have to stop this." "I've thought plenty about it." Something moved. "Unlike you. He knows you never thought about him. When he was dying, you didn't care at all. You didn't try to call him once in the hospital.
What?
Out from the dark, something fleshy snaked into view. Her attention was torn between the movement, Helen, and Beck.
That's not true.
"Why are you lying now? You think he wouldn't know?" Oh, look at all the tendrils coming in. The fleshy thing seemed like a hand guided along by an arm of unending joints, its fingers outstretched and flexed. It continued to extend further across the floor, leaving a residue on the carpet, towards Beck's feet.
I tried.
Beck followed Margot's gaze. Her eyes were wide. The fist stretched out its fingers. Even through Helen's hand, Margot could hear Beck's muffled yell.
The knife! Margot!
Margot reached inside her jacket, pulling out the knife. Felt unsteady in her hand, like she could drop it if she didn't focus on holding it. She hadn't realized how much she was trembling. What did she need to do?
It's here!
Helen's fingers clawed deeper into Beck's arm and face. She gasped from the pain. "What are you going to do? Don't hurt him!" She looked frantic. Margot dropped to her knees on the ground. The fingers kept growing. They kept spreading. Margot panicked. She felt frozen to the spot. She wasn't going to be fast enough. Even if she wasn't brave enough. Before Margot could move, Helen slammed to the ground, her head cracking against the doorway. Beck screamed, kicking herself free of Helen. Margot reached out her free hand, trying to help Beck up. They both stumbled back down as they were dragged into the darkened part of the room. Her eyes slowly adjusted. As she could see more, she realized she wasn't looking at her parents' bedroom anymore. It was that small, old apartment living room. She didn't see Helen, but she could hear her. You're squishing me! I can't breathe! Margot felt herself struggling to breathe as well. She could only... Margot placed her hand against her chest. Now wasn't the time. She had to focus. Beck, are you okay? Are your arms okay? Beck rubbed at them. Yeah. Beck stood up. I hate her now, but we should try to find Helen. Yeah. To end this. After seeing Helen's true colors, Margot wanted to get to the end of this quickly. Margot followed the sound. I mean, her last round of messages we got kind of revealed her as a little bit on the crazy side. Just a touch. A little deranged. It led to the bedroom. The door was locked. She shook her head. It was hard to focus. The ground felt uneven. Margot broke the lock with the knife. The room smelled like copper. In front of her, she couldn't see what was blocking the doorway. It felt like a series of crates and shelves impeding her way. Eventually, her hand landed on something sticky and fleshy. She had to pull her hand off with all her might. There were bulbous, fleshy bits covering the furniture coming into light. The dresser, bed, bookshelf. Helen's face was on the floor. It was hard to tell where she was separate from furniture or flesh. It visibly pulsed. In the far corner, Margot could see the ghost. The same ghost. The flesh extending out from its hands, feet, stomach. A rotting smell filled the room. She turned to face Beck. Beck? Margot looked around. Where did she go? Her breath became more and more ragged. Was she already pulled away to some dark corner? Could it be so quick that she didn't notice or hear anything? Dark. Something covered her eyes. Margot thrashed around against whatever was covering her face. Arms tightened around her, holding her still. Margot, it is a shame. Margot tried to control her breathing. Whose voice was this? I'd hoped we would have more fun together. But it seems you're not up to the task. What are you? Shh. Fingers slid against her palm, slipping the knife away from Margot's loose grip. She'd never felt such unimaginable pain. Her stomach burned in a way she didn't think was possible. Did you know this is what Helen would have felt? Her whole body told her to do whatever it takes to make the pain stop. Oh God, Clara's not Helen's daughter, is she? But she knew nothing would. She could feel the hilt of the knife against her skin. If you had held on to your conviction not to hurt Helen, she was so close. Oh, back to Sunday morning. All right, Sunday anyway. Oh, Clara and Beck are back.
Okay.
I guess let's try waking up Clara. She crouched down next to her to gently shake her shoulder. Clara turned. Her eyes were already open. She sat up. Are you ready? Yes? Good. Margot lifted her pillow. There was the knife. Oh, and now Beck's gone. Ooh, all right. I guess we only get one at a time. Clara furrowed her eyebrows. We'll be right there. How was she able to talk to me? Yesterday, and... Clara glanced around the room. She leaned over to Margot. Beck's gone. Margot held up her knife. Do you know why this was under my pillow? Yes. This is a dream. We need to use that. Listen. If you can get Helen alone, look closely at her. You'll be able to see where her soul is. Use the knife to cut it out. Then, you have to eat it. Eat it? It's made of energy, so you have to consume it. This was getting more and more sickening. Margot turned away and pulled on her jacket. She hid the knife in her jacket. Let's see what Helen wants. It felt like they were planning a murder. Helen waited alone in the living room. Clara stood by the doorway. All right, do we remember where the ashes are? It's not the mom's turn. All right, she's dragging Clara this time the way she dragged Beck. All right, back in the bedroom. Do. I mean, we've been through all of this. I guess I could do something crazy and hit the skip, huh?
What?
Alright, her attention was torn between the movement, Helen, and
That's not
Clara.
true.
Think you wouldn't know.
I tried. Margot.
The finger bones seemed to crack and jut from the hand,
Now,
extending out further. Margot reached inside her jacket, pulling out the knife.
The arm!
Oh, the arm! Helen tightened her grip on Clara. What are you going to do? Don't hurt him! Margot's still not feeling so, murderous. Alright, with her free hand, Margot grabbed Clara's hand. Margot fell down with them. Unable to hold on to anything but Clara and the knife, they were dragged into the darkest part of the room. She and Clara were still, lying on the ground, a white-knuckle grip on each other's hands. Her eyes slowly adjusted. She could see more. She realized she wasn't looking at her parents' bedroom anymore.
Clara?
Are you okay? I'm fine. We need to follow that voice. Alright, I guess we're gonna do it with the yes, she's in danger, because we had to... Okay, yeah, because we got that red text warning before that, we needed to stick to our conviction to not hurt Helen. Margot followed the sound. It led to the bedroom. The door was locked. She shook her head. It was hard to focus. The ground felt uneven. Margot broke the lock with the knife. So, I mean, I guess at the same time, Beck doesn't want us to hurt Helen, but Clara is all for hurt Helen. Maybe we just gotta do better at matching the actions to the girlfriends. Alright, she looked to Clara. Her face was serious. She held out her hand. Give me the knife. Margot was still shaking. No, I can do this. Will you be able to cut Helen open? Now that we're here, it's too difficult, isn't it? She placed the knife handle in Clara's open palm. Good. For a moment, they stared at each other. Margot stopped shaking. If she could move, she would run. Almost feels like a waste. We do have a lot in common. I was surprised by that. Clara turned her back to Margot. Well, this way. I can finally see him. All Margot could do was watch. Could it have been different if Beck was here? You held on to your conviction not to hurt Helen. Had you been able to reach Clara's heart? All right. Let's try again.
Okay.
All right, let's wake up, Beck. So very persistent. Do you regret choosing to take your sister's soul? No. I guess, it's not the best action. No, but we'll say yes. Beck scrunched up her face. What? Want to get breakfast? Beck slowly sat up, stretching her arms to the ceiling. Yeah, sure. Margot lifted her pillow. There was the knife. Clara's already gone. Margot held up the knife. You know why this was under my pillow? Oh, that's right. We were talking about the dream, and Clara had you do something with it?
Beck?
All right. So now we'll try Beck with yes, she's in danger. All right. You need to close your eyes to see it. There's a red spot that must be cut out. Margot tried to control her breathing. Whose voice was that? Then what? You have to consume it. It is energy. You mean eat it? She felt nauseous enough already from the smell. What do you mean? Her eyes were uncovered. They were gone. Who? Margot closed her eyes. She could see it, the red spot. A large pustule lay on the edge of the bed. Margot stepped carefully over the flesh on her way to it. She held out her knife. She quickly peeked behind her. Beck was still nowhere to be seen. What could have happened? Panic rose in her. She stopped thinking. She started cutting. It was sticky. A terrible gas emitted from it. Her throat burned. Don't! It's my only connection! Margot kept cutting and cutting, only meeting more and more resistance. She could hear Helen screaming and screaming. In the corner of her eye, she saw movement. The main body of the ghost shambled towards her, the flesh folding and piling up behind it. It grabbed her free hand. Margot tugged away, focusing on cutting the pustule open. She could see the red inside it, glowing through the veins. It grabbed her legs. Blood started seeping from the sack. She fell to her knees, her face sticking to the flesh. She felt the blood trickle past her face and neck. It started hemorrhaging out from where she stabbed. She felt the hands on her throat. She saw the light in the sack, unfiltered. The fluid on it burned. She stuck her arm through the hole, trying to grab for something warm. In one movement, she ripped out a piece and bit down on it. It was nauseating, like uncooked meat, all fat, bone, and sinew. The strings of tendons stuck in her teeth and throat, threatening to choke her if she swallowed. She gagged, coughing up vomit. She had to finish this. She had to. She was so close. Her body recalled the sensation. When she was young and had tantrums, her father would pin her to the ground with his full body weight. She wouldn't be able to breathe between the crying and the weight. She was afraid of dying and would try to gasp out that she couldn't breathe. But it felt like neither of her parents would really care. She would go to kindergarten the next day with bruises on her little body. The teachers never said anything. No one ever said anything. Was it normal to always be afraid? She could only assume as much. Monday morning. We made it out of Sunday. Margot gasped. She sat up in her bed. Every part of her ached. She looked down, feeling her fingers stick together. Blood. There was so much blood. Her body was covered. Hands shaking, she picked up her phone. In the reflection on the black screen, she could see her face was also covered. If anything, with the pain she felt, she was surprised there was still skin on her hands and arms. Slowly, she reached behind her. Her hand crept under her pillow, her fingers passing over leather and metal. The knife was still there in its sheath. She pulled the blade out. It was equally as covered. Could it have cut her? She gently placed the blade against her hand. Nothing. She progressively pressed harder. Still nothing. She put it back in its sheath.
Oh my god.
Margot heard a stifled scream. She turned to Beck, also sitting in the pile of blankets on the ground. Her hands covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Margot? Are you okay?
Yeah.
I think so. Margot looked back down at her hands and bedding. They feel pretty sore, though. Why is there so much blood? Are you hurt? I don't think I am. Beck leaned over, her hands on the edge of the bed. Tentatively, she reached out her hand and held Margot's. She carefully moved Margot's hand around, examining every angle. Margot noticed the dried blood flaking off onto Beck. Was it safe for Beck to touch? Does this hurt at all?
No.
No. They sat quietly for a moment, Margot's hand still in Beck's. After what happened, the warmth from her was reassuring. After what happened? Do you remember what happened? The dream! Beck looked at Margot. Does this mean you did it? Is this blood from the ghost, or... I don't know. Margot winced. Did that mean that her sister was actually here? Or that she actually ate whatever that thing was? Her stomach churned at the thought. She wanted to vomit. Are you okay? You disappeared at some point. Did I? Yeah. Clara was gone, then you were gone, and someone told me what to do. I thought maybe it was you, but the voice didn't sound quite right. Beck let go of Margot's hand. I don't remember much, to be honest. I remember Helen grabbing me, us hitting the ground. That's about it. Huh? Margot looked around the room. Where's Clara? Beck looked around as well. That's weird. You'd think she'd be here to brag about her idea working. Beck checked her phone. You don't have work for a while, right? Yeah? How about you shower and I'll bag up everything to wash? Okay. Thank you. Beck stirred her iced coffee. Do you think it's really over? You took a soul, right? Yeah. I guess I'll still be cautious for a while. Makes sense. Sorry for bleeding on you this morning. It's okay. Probably wasn't your blood anyway. How does that make it better? Sorry. During lunch, Margot thought about the remaining loose ends after last night. She didn't necessarily want to know what happened to the ghost, or if it was still out there. Then there was Clara. Margot wasn't too worried yet. The timing of her disappearance was scary, but she didn't want to jump to assumptions too soon. Lastly, Helen. How was Helen? She wondered if she did take Helen's soul after all. And it kind of sounds like she wasn't using it, so. Margot hurriedly sat down her bag and opened her laptop. On her walk home, she allowed herself to feel the anxiety. What if Helen was hurt? What if she was angry? Margot checked her messages. There were no new ones from Helen. Her profile picture was a gray anonymous image. Margot couldn't click on her profile anymore. I'd hoped my dad was something that he isn't. I won't bother you or your mom anymore. So that was it. Margot felt a small pang in her chest. She had hoped that things could have worked out somehow. That she could have had new family members. But the possibility no longer existed. Just one more cruelty from a shitty dad. Margot went for a walk. It felt weird with how eventful the last 2 weeks were. It seemed like there should be some major change in her life, but things felt mostly the same. When Margot returned, there was a familiar face at the brick fence. Clara. She seemed to be waiting for Margot. You're back! Are you okay?
Yes.
Better, in fact. Where did you go? I needed to take care of some affairs, now that I have a body. So, it really did work? We still have more work to do, but yes. No more nothingness. I'm not bound to my book. Other people can see me.
Whoa.
Wow, that's great. How does it feel? Strange. It's been a long time. I bet. You said there was more work to do. What is it? You don't have a complete soul yet, just a piece. How can you tell? I still feel off. We can discuss that later. Okay. Margot wondered what more needed to be done. Why wasn't this enough? June 30th. Margot sat with Gina before lunch. How was your weekend? It was okay. How about you? I did a bit more reading. I wanted to learn more about meditation. Yeah? Anything interesting? Did you know it has therapeutic benefits? It's often used to help with stress. That makes sense. Margot picked at her food. She thought about what Gina said. Maybe meditation could help her. She could try to find a book at the library about it. Long before this summer, Margot had struggled with feeling stressed. Depressed, even. Once, in a moment of desperation, she tried calmly sitting down with her mother to talk about it. She tried explaining that she often felt sad and overwhelmed. She asked if her mother and father could be a little more gentle with her. It did not go over well. Her mother stood up, red-faced, furious that Margot would want to spend all of her parents' hard-earned money on medication. Margot hadn't brought up medication. She tried again, thinking she had to explain what she felt and needed differently. Her mother only became more angry. Margot sighed to herself. Meditation couldn't hurt. And when she started college, she would have health insurance there. She'd never had health insurance before, but maybe that could be used to talk to someone? Maybe she could finally get a blood test. How did any of that work, though? Margot shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. She wanted to be positive, but it was hard. Yesterday, she felt numb. Today, it felt like she was thawing. The gravity of the dream and what happened became more apparent. She was expendable to her father. Her father wanted so much to hurt her that his death didn't stop it. She only met her sister a couple of weeks ago. Now she already resented Margot and cut off communication. Beck and Clara had hardly talked to her about what happened. Probably because they blamed Margot for pulling them into her problems, for causing them pain and stress. I don't think Clara necessarily minds. It worked out for Clara. Margot was the common thread. Over and over, she made people hate her. Oh, baby. No, you're fine. You're okay, baby. Margot anxiously held a book in her hands. Before heading home, she had stopped at the library. She felt like she was on autopilot, going through the motions. But she kept focusing on what Gina said. Maybe meditation would help. It can help with stress. She picked out a book and a CD with meditation exercises. It was still early in the evening. It made more sense to her to go outside for a bit. Margot dragged her feet through the gravel sidewalk. It was hard to be alone right now. Maybe going outside was a bad idea. She felt so exposed to the world around her. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Beck was calling.
Heya!
Hey,
How are you today? I'm okay. I wasn't spiraling or anything. What's up?
well,
I was worried about you. I was thinking about that dream and just got really scared all over again. Thought the ghost was really going to kill us. And then when I saw you, I thought you were dead. So I wanted to call in case it was bothering you too. She lowered her voice. It's been hard to focus. I keep finding new things to worry about. Was my mom actually in that one dream? Did Helen actually visit? Could that have been her blood that was on me? I have no way of knowing if my niece will be okay, or if the ghost would come after anyone else. Margot stopped in a lonely corner of the neighborhood. It feels like there's something wrong with me. Something about me that makes my own family hate me so much. That makes my dad want to hurt me.
Margot.
There's nothing wrong with you. It's like bad people try to figure out what your weaknesses are, right? You want to keep your family and friends safe, so he's using that against you. Margot mulled over Beck's words. A stubborn part of her brain wanted to argue with her, that she simply didn't understand, that Margot was responsible, her parents were justified. She too, thoughtless and only hurt other people. But she had no real reason to argue with Beck.
okay.
I wish I wasn't putting you in danger too. I told you I want to help you. I guess I don't fully understand why.
Well,
I relate. My dad doesn't care if I die either.
sorry.
It's okay. It just feels like seeing what's happening with you, it's the same story playing over and over again. Parents using and throwing away their kids. I want it to end. It was too dark in her room. Something could be there in the dark corners. The sticky sweat on her back reminded her of the blood. She wanted to tell Helen. She wanted to tell her father. Right after he was admitted to the hospital, she called between classes. Every time she called, the nurse would answer and laugh. Oh, he's eating now. Oh, he's sleeping now. Every time her blood would boil. That laugh. What did they find so funny about a daughter frantically trying to call her father in the hospital? Why wouldn't anyone let her talk to him? He died that same night. Margot set a timer on her phone. The first prompt was to try quieting her mind for 5 minutes. To let thoughts come and go without passing judgment on them. She lay down and closed her eyes, letting the time pass. July 1st. Margot woke up to her alarm buzzing. She still had her earbuds in from last night. She realized she probably fell asleep while trying to meditate. In the living room, her mother frantically paced around. Oh no. Oh God. Oh no. What is it? Oh God, how am I going to get to work?
What?
What's going on? Her mother took a deep breath. The coolant in the car keeps leaking. Oh. Can't you refill it? Danny showed me how. But God, it's going to get expensive. What if I don't have any on hand? Margot grabbed her backpack and left. She knew there was nothing she could say. You're quite the natural with the residents here.
Thanks.
I've had residents mention that they enjoyed talking to you. You know what? Would you be interested in working on a newsletter?
Sure.
What about? Well, I was thinking you could collect stories from the residents. You could write about their lives, achievements, whatever you want, really. Sounds great. Wonderful. I'll think about some people you could interview. Margot turned back to her computer. It'll be nice to learn more about the residents. Her phone buzzed, snapping her out of her thoughts. Want to go to the 4th of July festival? Invite your friends, too. Sure, that'll be fun. Yes! That would be nice. For the moment, Margot could focus on that. Margot thought about who else she could invite for 4th of July. She remembered that Jade and Nikki have met Beck. Maybe they would be interested. Is that something that Clara would consider doing? Let's text Jade. We haven't held out with Jade much. I like Jade. Hey, do you have 4th of July plans? I was gonna go to the town festival. What's up? Me too. Want to meet up there? Sure. She messaged Nikki. Hey, doing anything 4th of July? Yeah, sorry, busy. Oh, cool. What are you gonna do? Nothing big, just a party. Nikki's response was uncharacteristically curt. But Nikki has other friends. Someone probably invited her to a barbecue or something before Margot thought to text her. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Something happened with Nikki the last time we hung out. She got mad about something. I don't remember. Lara stood by the brick house outside of Margot's house.
Hey.
I thought of something I need your help
Sure.
with. What's that thing you have? Is it a phone? Margot pulled out her phone. This?
Yes.
Now that I can come and go, do you think I can have one? Yeah, it's pretty useful. How do I get one?
Well,
Do you have any money?
No.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a necessity for getting a phone, girl. Margot tried to hide a grimace. There had to be cheap ones, right? Yeah, let's go down to Walmart and get you a burner, girl. You probably need a burner phone for whatever ghosty cult shit you're getting up to be fair. Seeing Clara's smile made Margot feel bad for being stingy. Well, there's stingy, and then there's I can't afford this shit. Those are two different qualifications, Margot. Don't worry about it. Clara sat on the bed, exploring her phone. It was rare to see Clara so relaxed.
Oh.
It has games. It's like your laptop. There's internet and everything. Yeah, it's just limited. I hadn't thought about how much daily life would change. I think I mentioned it to you that I'd only read about the internet once. I had snuck a magazine home. It had an article about the World Wide Web and the first thing ever written in HTML. It's so weird. I changed shortly after that, and here I am in the future seeing the results of that article. Can anyone make something in HTML? Yeah, it's really easy. Can you show me? Margot opened her laptop. By the way, want to go to a festival for 4th of July?
What?
Tell me more about it. There'll be fireworks, food, games, rides. Beck invited me to come with her. I texted other people to come too. Clara nodded slowly. I understand if that's too much too soon. No, I'd like to go. I haven't been to something like that. I think you'll like it. Thursday morning. What is this? Margot jolted awake. Get up! Now! Look at this! Margot shuffled into sandals and mother outside. The car hood was open. Margot looked at it. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to be seeing. It's not leaking anymore. There's a new tube. Did you touch it?
Huh?
Do not touch the car. I can't believe this. If I can't get to work, then we lose the house. It's not leaking anymore. Isn't that a good thing? Do not touch the car. Okay. During Margot's lunch break, she checked on her messages. Letting you know we're meeting up tomorrow. Just in case you're able to join last minute. That was nice of Karina. Margot wished she could join. She wasn't sure what to say. I wish I could. Hope I can see you guys later this summer. Margot sighed. It was hard to keep up with people. At least she did have 4th of July plans now. She opened up her texts and typed a message to Beck. I invited more people for 4th of July. Sweet, who? Clara and Jade. Texted Nikki, but she's busy. Sounds good. Sure, let's hang out with Beck. Clara's a cutie, though. Now I'm like regretful. You know, we did survive a ghost fight with Beck. But Clara's a cutie. Let's talk to Clara. She wondered if Clara would still be around tonight. If she weren't, maybe she could try calling her. Margot looked at her college checklist. She was making good progress on earning the money to pay for her tuition. Unfortunately, after scholarships and loans, it wasn't much. But she also needed to figure out her living situation. The university had a site for browsing roommates. It involved filling in a picture, hobbies, and habits. It felt like a tacky dating website. She wasn't sure what she wanted in a roommate. Would it be better to wait and get a random person? Or maybe it would be worth it to pay extra for a private room. It's so worth it to pay extra for a private room. Jesus Christ. I paid extra for a private room, and that was a little prohibitive, so bitch, I became an RA. Give me my private room for free. I will deal with residents trying to stab me. True story. Ugh. Margot's hands idly wove together the bracelet for Beck. That was a cool RA, though. Her phone buzzed. I feel like I should apologize. I wanted to try something new and fixed the car. I didn't think your mother would be so angry. I suppose it's not that surprising. It's okay. I'd avoid touching her stuff, though. You know how to fix cars? Looked it up. Margot tentatively looked at her phone, deciding what to type next. What are you up to? Using the phone. If that ain't me and my nightly plans. Hey, what you up to tonight? Using my phone. No, I don't need anything. A moment passed. What was Margot supposed to say? She didn't want to insist on taking up all of Clara's time, now that Clara could actually leave. What are you doing? Using the phone. Very funny. Meet me in the park. At the park, it looked like someone had been working on a little project. The sand pile now had a little fort dug into it. Clara stood nearby, inspecting it. That doesn't look very safe.
Well,
Let's go inside. They sat on the dirt floor of the cramped fort. The two of them barely fit. Clara's leg was pressed against the side of Margot's. Did I interrupt anything when I texted?
no.
Not at all. I was just working on a bracelet for Beck. Clara was quiet. I know you're friends with her, but I think after the festival, you should walk away from that friendship. What are you talking about? I think you shouldn't get too involved with her. Could you be more clear what that's going on? I'm not gonna cut her off for no reason. I feel like you've never liked her. I have a good reason. Margot sighed. I'll think about it. Clara moved around a bit in an attempt to get more comfortable in the small space. I thought more about my future today. You have a job, right? How did you get one?
Well,
It was kinda difficult. I applied to a bunch of places, grocery stores and clothing shops. I never heard anything back. Then I saw an ad for temporary jobs for low-income adults. It's kind of funny. I'd applied to the veterans home for a cafeteria job and never heard anything. Then I applied for a job through this low-income program and I get to work in the social services department. Sounds depressing. Yeah, it kind of is. How did your mother get a job? Last time I talked to her, she was getting short-term jobs through a temp agency. It's been stuff like working on a factory floor or giving out samples at grocery stores. Oh. Is it always difficult? Well, it's just that this is a pretty small town. My family doesn't have any connections. I just need to leave here. I've never been outside Arizona. Did you grow up here? Nearby. I lived in a small commune. It was quite remote. I rarely met people from outside of it. Was it a religious commune?
Yes.
Are you still religious? No. Did something happen? Well, I realized something was strange at home, so I attempted to leave. I was young. It was my first time sneaking out of the house, and I could barely walk. I ended up finding a border patrol station. I tried to tell the men there what was happening. They thought I was delusional. They saw that I was thin and bruised and tried to guess what drugs I used. Then they tried to guess my age. When it stopped being funny to them, they threatened to arrest me if I didn't leave. What could I do? I walked back home. When I first saw the station, I thought it was God giving me a way out, but... Do you believe in anything?
no.
In middle school, Nikki kept trying to get me to go to church with her and take it seriously. She told me to pray for the same thing every day for a week and that it would come true. I told her that my prayer was to see a UFO. But really, I prayed every night for my parents to stop hitting me. Then, at the end of the week, Margot gestured to her eye. This happened. Oof. Well, guess we'll take a break before we dip into the third. Oof-a-la! Oof-a-la! Oh, here, we turn this volume down so I don't ass blast us. Alright. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to turn it all the way. That should be a fine volume level. Yeah. Alright, back in 3. Friday morning. I'm feeling like it's all gonna come to a head on the 4th. Assuming that this didn't already qualify as coming to a head when we cut our half-sister's soul out in a hallucination dream with our magic knife. Margot? Margot froze at the door. She was about to leave for work. Danny wants to invite us over for a barbecue at his place tonight. Do you want to come? Sorry. There was a weirdly good combination of music, at least. You can bring a friend. Okay. Let's... I guess we'll take Beck, because our mom already knows her. I guess Beck? Who is that? She visited here. She tried to shake your hand? She's the one with the convertible. Oh. Are you sure she isn't too good for a barbecue? She'll get culture shock.
Huh?
Okay. Sure. There's our weird mom. Margot sat with Erica at lunch. Finally finished putting up the decorations today. Feels like we've been working on them all week. What does the Veterans Home usually do for 4th of July? The town typically helps us put together a barbecue potluck and have an event for the families on the lawn. It's pretty nice having all the kids and grandkids come by for a big event. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Yeah, I'm going to the festival at the fairgrounds. That sounds fun. How about you? After the barbecue, I'm going to visit my daughter. She recently had a baby, so I plan to help her out around the house. Before heading to her desk, Margot texted Beck. Want to hang out after work? My mom's boyfriend is having a barbecue. Oh, weird. I can come. Margot immediately felt relieved. She didn't want to be alone with her mother and Danny. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 3rd of July barbecue? Little strange. Margot's mother drove the three of them to Danny's. They sat in silence. Beck cleared her throat. Mrs. Silva, Margot mentioned that you started a new job recently? How is it? I'm on my feet all day. Margot has a cushy office job. Are you working? Sort of. Oh. It was silent again. Beck glanced at Margot, then pulled out her phone. Did I say something wrong? My mom isn't great at small talk. Mom's not great at a lot of things, girl. They pulled up to Danny's house. It was a modest, newer home. Margot's mother led them to his backyard. Inez, great to see you. They kissed, and Danny handed her a small wad of cash. For your services. Excuse me? They laughed. Margot felt like gagging at the joke. What's that for? I've been selling some things to Danny. He owns a pawn shop. I recognize you. Nice to see you again. And who's your friend?
Hey.
I'm Beck. Nice to meet you. She held out her hand for Danny to shake it. Danny turned back to Margot's mother. So, can I get you something to drink? Tell me about your new job. Oh, it's great. After a bit, everyone sat with their burgers. So, Margot. Inez has been really bragging about you going to a great college. What are you going to major in?
Well,
Probably art. I want to make comics. Why don't you major in something that makes money? He laughed a bit. What did you major in? Who, me? I only went to the School of Hard Knocks. I got my business here and I learned everything I needed to on the job. What do you want to major in, Beck? I think political science. I plan to go to law school. With all those piercings? Piercings can be taken out. How did you decide on law school? My mom is a lawyer. I always thought it sounded interesting when she talks about it. A future lawyer and a private school girl. Danny winked at Margot's mother. Must be hard to hang out with country folks like us. Jesus Christ. Margot walked with Beck to her car.
Hey.
Do you ever feel out of place around me? What do you mean?
well,
I started thinking when your mom and Danny were talking about college with us. We come from different backgrounds. Is it weird for you? It's fine. I got used to that kind of thing in private school. Some of the other people there talked about their parents being CEOs and knowing politicians. But if I'm there too, then that has to mean we're equal in a way, right? Beck smiled.
Yeah.
So, tomorrow, will you be okay hanging out with Clara all day? I'll try. Why do you dislike each other anyway? I've barely seen you two talk. Beck considered her answer for a moment.
Well,
There's a lot of stuff I think she's lying about. I think we have different goals.
Huh?
Goals? Lying? Like what? I think there's something else she wants from you. She says similar stuff about you. Huh, well, we're both very secretive. Do you mean private? Both. Are you secretive with me?
Yeah.
You don't have to be. I want to know more about you. We'll see, I guess. In your life, you've made relationships with people that you do not trust. Why? Perhaps you've learned it from your parents. After a lifetime of hearing your father's tall tales and your mother's refusal to explain her actions, you've left the nest, but it still feels normal, does it not? You've been trained to ignore your instinct to question and to be wary of those who will not answer. Instead, you stay. You developed a habit of hoping they will one day give you answers. How could you not? As a child, you clung to the hope that your parents would not hurt you, that it was all to protect you. They never did. They never will. And now when you find yourself in this familiar situation, it feels like a new chance to finally receive closure. Maybe this time, it was to protect you. A repetition of history, but this time in your favor. If not this time, then there's next time. Next time and next time again.
Become the dance between us, you and I, forever.
4th of July! Since last week, Margot struggled looking in the mirror. She inspected her face and clothes. Every unexpected shadow on her body looked like blood. Every unlit corner had a fleshy hand stretching its fingers out towards her. Today, she needed to practice breathing deeply. She focused on the sensation of her fingers weaving her hair into a braid. She thought about the meditation exercises. Today would be a good day. Before heading out the door, she slipped the bracelet into her pocket. Feel like I don't look nearly as cool in this car. Are you really worried about that? Well, maybe a little. Margot laughed. Beck borrowed her mother's car to pick everyone up. First had been Margot and Clara. I haven't been in a car for a long time. The neighborhood looks so different. Margot was concerned Beck and Clara would butt heads. Fortunately, things were going smoothly so far. What do you want to do when we get there? Get churros. Hell yeah, never mind. Beck is my girl. Rides. They're so rickety, though. I thought you were all about risk avoidance.
Well,
It's calculated risk. The food can't be up to health code regulation. Yeah, of course not. That's why it's all fried. Next up was Jade.
Hey,
Jade, this is my friend Clara. Hey, nice to meet you. You too. Did you go to high school here? I don't recognize you. I was homeschooled. She's a friend of a friend from private school. Oh, cool. How's your summer been, Clara? It's been fine. Are you heading off to college too? I'm undecided. That's okay. I have a few friends who are waiting a year too. Ugh, I'm nervous. Jade had left for a moment to talk to her other friends at the festival. There's so many people. I don't know how to talk to any of them.
it's okay. With Jade, just ask her about anime or video games.
what does that mean?
Clara glanced away.
I want to try some of the games.
Beck leaned in. Want some of my tickets? I can show you some winning strategies. Okay. The three of them walked to a nearby booth. The teenager running it demonstrated how to toss the ball into a bucket without it bouncing out.
This one's easy.
Beck threw the ball in, with it almost bouncing back into her face.
Shit!
Clara rolled her eyes. Can you show me again? The booth employee complied, with Clara studying her technique closely. She then tried, but threw it past the bucket. Margot took the ball next. Carefully, she aimed it at the rim of the bucket, and scored! How did you do that? You're so restrained. 2 more to get a prize. What prize are you gonna get?
Look at this bear.
There was a torso-sized bear. More notably, a torso-sized bear that had legs even longer than its body.
Dang, look at that thing. Legs for days.
It's perfect.
I can win this bear.
After a few more tries, Margot clinched the victory. The bear was hers. Aw, I mean... Clara was the first one to be like, cute.
Here. For
We're
you.
giving it to Clara. And we've got the bracelet for Beck.
Really? For me?
Yeah, if you want it.
Ugh, take the bear. I'm so jealous.
Clara held the bear in her arms, its legs draped on the ground. You want me to take it back to the car for you?
No, I'm holding it.
All right, we did Clara's thing. Now it's churro time. Margot laughed. All right, let's find some. I haven't tried eating anything
If
yet.
I had to pick my first food in years, I would consider a churro.
Hell yeah.
What about your last meal? Churro last meal?
Churro last meal.
First and last meal.
For my last meal, I'd pick something expensive.
Do they give you a budget for that? How does it work?
I can look it up.
Beck ordered at the stand. Margot and Clara eagerly stared at Clara's phone, waiting for the search results to load. After a moment, Beck returned. She had a large paper bag in one hand. In the other, she held an already half-eaten churro.
Look at these, they're huge. Like the length of my forearm.
She leaned over to look at Clara's phone. So, what did you find out? It depends on the state. Huh. Okay, no more grim stuff. Now it's my turn.
What do you want to do?
Margot looked up and around, trying to decide what looked interesting. In the process, she saw Nikki. Oh, let's say hi to Nikki! Margot nudged her way through
Hey.
the crowd. You made it to the festival. Nikki jumped a little. Oh, hey Margot. Did you come with other people? That's a little nosy. I was just wondering if there was anyone else from school here. I'm back! He had 2 drinks in his hands. He handed the second soda to Nikki. Nikki and Margot both stared at him. Oh, hey Margot. You came with Lee? Yeah, me and Nikki are dating now. He put his arm around Nikki's shoulder, pulling her closer. We make a good couple, right? Should have asked her out sooner. He kissed Nikki on the cheek. Nikki giggled nervously. You're embarrassing me. What? I can't kiss my hot new girlfriend? Weird behavior in front of your ex, buddy. Quit it. It felt like Lee was making eye contact with Margot the entire time. I'm gonna check on people. See you around. Hey. Margot hurried away. She realized she was lost in the crowd. She looked around, getting more and more panicked. It was probably a bad idea to suddenly run off without Beck and Clara, but she was overwhelmed. She didn't really think about it. There was a hand on her shoulder. Margot! Where did everyone else go? Oh, they're playing some games. Jade frowned. What's wrong? You look really upset. I ran into Nikki and Lee. They're dating. Jade shook her head. Gross. I'm sorry. I saw him at the theater. I knew he was being a creep to you. Jade sighed. He's a selfish idiot. Nikki does a lot of dumb stuff. Don't worry about them. Did you text Beck and Clara? Margot shook her head. Okay, how about you text them? Then we can get ice cream and look for them. Okay. Sound good? Margot nodded. After a while, Margot and Jade spotted them in the crowd. Clara and Beck looked up and walked over to Margot. Clara huffed. You're fast. That's kind of adorable. What happened? I got anxious. Beck caught up. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, Jade helped me find you guys. Are you okay now? Yeah. Alright. I need to sit for a bit. We can go set up the blankets with you. Are you sure? Of course. The four of them headed out to the lawn where families had their blankets laid out. They sat down in a cluster. What really happened? Margot turned to Clara. We can talk about something else if you want. No, it's fine. That guy was my ex. I guess he's dating my friend Nikki now. Even though she'd give me crap about dating him, it's just gross that I told Nikki about all the problems I had with him, and now they're together. And he's going on dates with her in public. He never smiled at me like that. Jade patted Margot's back. Let's just hope he tripped and cracked his head already. You hope that? Yeah. Jade thought about it for a moment. Yeah, me too. I don't want Nikki to have to see that, though. Why did you date him? Everyone turned to stare at Margot. I don't know. High school? There was no way she was going to dig into that right now. There was an announcement from the band playing that the fireworks would be starting soon. Clara placed the bear by her side. The fireworks started. Clara silently watched in awe. Margot couldn't help herself and scanned the crowd. The field seemed to be littered with couples and families. She wondered if any of them were Nikki and Lee, still happy and having fun together. What does it matter, though? Margot focused on the present. She had a good day out with her friends. At the end of the evening, Jade went home. Margot and Clara went back to Beck's. Beck's mother seemed already to be asleep. Beck showed Clara and Margot the guest room. Everyone quietly got ready for bed. They took different paths, but knew the destination. The smell of decay. An old, familiar acquaintance waited for them. They discussed what would need to happen before September. Oh, are we not climaxing here on the 4th? Ooh. No. No! Oh, no! Oh, no! Chaos strikes! Okay. Oh, man. Here, we'll save here. Okay. Okay. Alright, we can at least save. Oh, no. Oh, no! Oh, cursed! Oh, man. Okay. There's kind of no point in which we have made a choice. Oh. Uh-oh. Oopsie poopsies. I mean, we can ignore and see what happens. We'll just hope for the best. Thumbs up? Oh, man. All right, we'll just hope that was just one singular oopsie, and ignoring the problem will make it go away, because that's the way I live my life. All right. Margot was in a classroom. She was a child, maybe 11. Where did you get that shirt? From the thrift store? I think my grandma donated that. It was from the thrift store. Margot liked it. It smells. Why don't you shower? Her parents usually yelled at her if she did. You look like a school shooter. Was something wrong with Margot? Later, Margot was on the school bus. She was the last one for the day. The bus driver waved her over. Hey, I don't want to be mean. Everyone grows up and needs to start using deodorant. You could ask your parents for some, or I can buy it for you if you'd like. It's okay. Thank you. Every day felt the same. Margot couldn't wait to be an adult. Then she could buy clothes. She could buy deodorant. She could shower. Deep down, she felt so angry. She thought of her dad's advice. To get people to leave you alone, you need to hurt them. The buzz from Margot's phone made her jolt awake. She must have dozed off. She checked her texts. Hey, it was cool meeting your friend Clara. I hope we can all hang out again soon. Sorry Lee was there. Want me to talk to Nikki about that? Margot sighed. Her honest preference would be for everyone to pretend Lee didn't exist. But with Nikki dating him, that was more complicated. Well, obviously Nikki is fully willing to be a bitch about it. So, no, it's okay. Margot sat down her phone. Talking with Jade did help. It made her feel better, knowing she came back to her hometown and still had old friends who cared. The rain had started again, pounding against her window. There were more texts. That was the weird emo chick! She yelled at me at the theater. Is she your friend or something? I've never seen her before, but she told me not to talk to you. Was he talking about Beck? Beck had met Lee before, so it was Beck that was fighting with him at the movie theater. That was kind of easily inferred, but ooh. Told him not to talk to her. Is Beck in an even wider time loop? Is Beck just trying to isolate us? Was that who he was lying about arguing with? That made him leave early? The Veterans Home still had a bit of its festiveness from before the weekend, with decorations still hung around. Everyone remained in high spirits. Did you try any of these meditation exercises? They should help you when things are stressful in college.
Yeah.
I did. It was maybe too relaxing. I fell asleep. Gina laughed. That's a good first step. It means you did let yourself relax. Now all you need to do is stay present for it. Margot smiled. She was right. Reflecting back, it was a peaceful night without beating herself up over intrusive thoughts. Maybe it could have helped on some other nights. Speaking of college, may I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
I'm not dating anyone. Why do you ask? Oh, I figured you're such a nice girl. You're probably leaving some poor boy behind. Gina laughed. Well, maybe you'll meet someone in college. It's surprising where you'll find someone. I ended up meeting my husband during my time as a WASP. You'd think the war would keep us too busy for dating. But seeing each other was something we looked forward to during such a scary time. After work, on the walk home, Margot thought about her weekend. She thought it could have gone a bit differently. There were some good moments, but Margot still felt a sense of loneliness. When Margot came home, her mother paused her television show. Margot, sweetie, I didn't see you last night. I missed you all weekend. How were Beck and Clara? Tell them I said hi next time you see them.
Huh?
What's wrong? Want me to get some water? Margot watched her walk to the kitchen and grab a glass from the cabinet. It was full of dishes again. She poured cold water from the fridge and handed the glass to Margot. Thanks. Margot went to her bedroom, confused. She sat down on her bed and looked around. There was no sign of Clara. She checked her phone. There was a message from her. At the library. Margot finished her water and went to head out. Are you leaving again so soon? I'm going to the library. Okay. Love you. Be safe. Margot left. Love you. Be safe? Margot couldn't remember the last time her parents said something like that, if at all. She could remember the last time they said, "No one will ever." She could remember so many other things they'd said. Clara sat outside with a small stack of books. "Why'd you ask me to come here?" "I wanted to tell you that I need to stay somewhere else for a while." "Where?" "I tracked down my old acquaintance. I need her help with something that I'm hoping she can help find my mentor." Oh, mentor. Margot wondered if he had something to do with the notes in Clara's book. "Is it anything I can help with?"
No.
Oh, okay. Remembering is your freedom. Show me a memory. Oh. I guess of a girl. Daddy? What is it? A girl at school keeps bullying me. She chases me around and pulls my hair. She asks my friends to stop playing with me, too. Is it that girl you were hiding from at the grocery store? Yeah. Have you hit her back? Yeah. I tried telling a teacher first, but they didn't do anything. You need to hit her harder. It needs to be hard enough that she's afraid of you. Okay. The next day, Margot saw the girl by the water fountain. The bell for recess rang and everyone started moving to line up to return inside. "Hey!" Margot grabbed the girl's arm. The girl squealed. With her other hand, Margot pinched the girl. She pinched as hard as she could. She watched the skin pull back and peel off under her fingernails. The girl started to cry as blood dripped down her arm. She yanked her arm away from Margot and ran. The teacher found Margot and pulled her aside. The irony wasn't lost on her. How a teacher was doing something. A few years later, Margot was still a child, but slightly older. Her eye was swollen shut. Her father told her it was her fault. When he swung to punch her, he didn't expect her to move. If she hadn't moved, he wouldn't have hit her face, now would he? Margot thought maybe this would be the thing that people at school would notice. He moved to grab her hair. She already couldn't remember what they were fighting over. It was always something so small. But she wanted him to be afraid of her. She picked up a pencil. "I'll fucking stab you. Get away from me." He laughed in her face. What is the point? Hitting, pinching, stabbing, cutting. Does fear change things? Margot wanted them to be afraid, even when she was so young. Maybe it was her natural inclination. Yeah. Man. So Margot doesn't really remember her childhood much on account of the CPTSD. And Beck was friends with us when we were young. So now I gotta wonder, was that little girl Beck? At lunch, Margot sat alone. She felt off. It was hard to figure out why. She considered texting someone. Do we want to trust Clara in kind of trying to separate ourselves from Beck, or do we want to trust Beck? But now I'm like, what's actually Beck's motivation for kind of approaching us? And like, why is she trying to isolate us? Because I'm picking up a little red flag of this possibly being Beck from the "she tells my friends not to play with me." And she additionally is the one who got in a fight with Lee and got him to leave early. But at the same time, Lee was being a creepazoid. So it's really not the worst that he left early, but it does, he could have fucking said something. We don't really know what the argument was about, aside from, don't you hang out with her. I don't know. You know what? I'm texting Clara. Now my suspicions alternate so ferociously here. How's the new place? Not what I expected. In what way? It's quiet. Is your friend not around a lot? Let's talk tomorrow. We could get dinner with Jade. I think she liked hanging out with you. We can. Alright. Sounds like a plan, I guess. It was the end of the workday. Margot packed up her bag. Before pocketing her phone, she checked it for messages. Hey, sweetie. I'll come pick you up. I'm out getting groceries anyway. What's the dealio with our mom? I guess, sure, thanks. We're not doing anything after work today, so maybe we'll get a clue on what the hell's up with Mom? Thank you. From inside the car, Margot stared out the window. She was still unsure if accepting her mother's offer was the right choice. Danny loved having you girls over the other day. Great. How was work? Fine. Are you still enjoying it?
Yes.
It's so lucky you heard about that government program.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of, we still need to pay off your tuition, right? I started counting out the loose change your father and I collected over the years. I should be able to take that to the bank tomorrow. Margot snapped out of her stupor. Oh, thank you. I should have enough at the end of the summer, though. Nonsense. You'll need that money for other things. It was just sitting in the shed anyway. I'm happy to see my daughter off to college. Margot didn't know what to say. That was very generous of her. She continued looking out the window. She knew if she said the wrong thing, the mood would sour. Yeah, weird. And the cash from Danny, this sudden change of heart, what's happening? She had to sleep, but her whole body itched. Her hands and arms stuck to the sheets. Was it sweat? Was it blood? With what little energy she had, she held her palm to her face. The room was too dark to tell. All she could do was sleep. Sleep. Her body falling into the bed. Heavy, sinking, unable to move. The crushing weight of her own ribcage against her lungs. It felt like she was being restrained. Pinned down and crushed until her behavior improved. She couldn't breathe. Why don't they care she can't breathe? Ugh. Wednesday after work. Margot didn't get much sleep in. She could have used the meditation CD, read a book, did anything but let herself spiral yet again. All over, her body was still sore from how tense she was last night. First, she struggled to fall asleep with how much her heart was racing. Then, there was the intrusive memory of when she last saw the ghost. The memory of that inescapable room that the ghost filled with its flesh and blood. In her mind's eye, looking around. She was by herself to face the ghost. What could she do if Clara left her alone? She looked at her phone. This morning, Clara agreed to meet at the library. Margot kept flipping open her phone to look at the text while she waited for Jade to arrive. She told Clara she would wait for her and Jade at the library. She arrived early, expecting Jade would be exactly on time. Margot wondered where Clara was staying now. My book is still in your room. Margot turned to look at her. Somehow, it was still impossible to hear Clara approaching.
Yeah?
Yeah? I can bring it for you tomorrow.
Yes.
She sat down next to Margot on the bench. They had settled into a booth at the diner. Jade picked at her french fries. Yeah, have you guys been to the Pioneer Museum?
Nope.
Not yet. You know, all the years that I lived there... Okay, all the years, I say. All 2 years I lived in Arizona. 1 year of which was spent actually out of state at college, so all the... I guess if you added up all the, like, spotty bits of time, all 2 years I lived in Arizona, I never did go to the Pioneer Museum. Meh. I did approximately nothing in Arizona. That's how weird my parents were. I did nothing. I went to school. I came home. I raised my siblings. Sometimes we'd go and we'd do, like, dog activities. Well, I say we, and I mean my parents would do dog activities, and all of us had to go for whatever reason and just stay locked in the car. Fun. Fun. Ooh, I'm sure that was really good for mine and my brother's autism to spend hours every week in a locked vehicle. Good times. It's fine, you know. We couldn't have possibly stayed in the house and been able to physically move our bodies or anything. We all had to be there to march out of the car every once in a while so my parents could be like, wow, this is a fun family activity that our whole family does. It was not. Anyway, I hope the closest I ever get to being a pioneer is going to those water vending machines. I miss being able to drink tap water. I got really spoiled on it at school. I wonder what that must be like. It had hints of mud and pool water. Gross. Ooh, that is luxurious. Remember when Yumi and Nikki put a pretzel in one of the water machines? Yeah, I really didn't expect it to work. I feel bad about how much we wasted, though. Psh, there's people with lawns here. Margot laughed. Jade smiled at Clara. What about you? Have you been to the museum?
No.
We should go sometime. What part would you want to see?
No.
There's handmade things like dresses and dolls. I used to make things like that. Oh, really? I've been meaning to learn how to sew. It's nice. Like a puzzle you get to wear at the end. Jade parked her car outside the library. I can drop you off at home. The library's fine. What about you, Margot? It's only a short walk. Thanks, though. Okay. Clara and Margot got out of the car. Jade rolled down her window. Today was fun. I'll see y'all later. Get home safe. With that, Jade drove off. Margot stood with Clara outside the library. I'll see you later, then? Text me when you get your book. Margot turned to leave. Alright, we got another memory. We can't do of the islands. I guess we did a girl, let's do of a woman. She was much younger back then. She lived in a small home on a farm. In her room, she checked her usual hiding places. Somehow, her mother had found all of them. She'd been working to have extra money for them. No matter how many she bought or what hiding places she put them in, her mother always found her pads. What was she supposed to do? She couldn't help what her body was doing. She went about finding a new hiding place. One day, she thought, when she had a daughter, things would be different for her. Oh, jeez. Margot! How was your walk home? Fine. Want to help me clean out the shed? I'd like to sell some old things I'm not using.
Okay.
Margot's gaze was unfocused, resting on the metal siding of the shed. Her mother pulled back the rusty door and went in. Slowly, Margot followed after her. They started going through boxes. Her mother had started creating sections for items to keep and items to sell. Deep in an unfamiliar stack, Margot came across a small, heavy box. She opened it and looked at the little metal things in it. Her mother glanced over. Oh, bullets! I thought he would have gotten rid of those.
What?
The bullets? We don't have any guns. Oh, he couldn't own guns. Why? Oh, because he would have had prior domestics. Or felonies. Or felony domestics. Margot's mother grabbed the box from Margot and set it aside. I didn't ask about that sort of thing. Next, her mother picked up another familiar box. She held up a sketchbook and started flipping through it. He was such a talented artist. You really take after him. Margot frowned. I hope you can use his paints in school. She continued flipping through the sketches, eventually reaching the centaur. She paused to regard it for a moment, then laughed to herself. He had such an imagination. Margot shivered. He'd read these books about Caligula, all sorts of things, and make these drawings. You've seen his magic book, right? I remember for a while he talked about trying to make an amulet in it. I think he had uranium for it somewhere. Uranium? Her mother shook her head, still smiling. He had such an imagination. Margot turned away, keeping herself busy with another box. After a couple of hours, her mother seemed satisfied with the stack of boxes she created. I'll take these to Danny's tomorrow. Do you want to come?
No.
No, thanks. Exhausted from rummaging through the shed, Margot sprawled on the couch for a moment. She picked up her phone from the coffee table. A new text from Clara. Meet me in the park. The text was only from 10 minutes prior, but she assumed Clara was already there. She tucked her phone into her pocket and got ready to head back out. As she approached the park, she saw Clara already sitting on the bench.
Hey!
Nice to see you again. Clara nodded. Did you bring my book? Margot froze. They'd talked about it, but she'd forgotten about it while helping her mother. I forgot to look today. I'm really sorry. I'll look tomorrow.
Okay.
See? But now we're hitting a problem again. His magic book? Her mentor? Uh-oh. Since they were talking about the book, Margot was a bit curious. Can I ask something? Yes. Where did your book come from? Did it belong to your parents?
No.
It's a copy I made. From what? My mentor had one of Faust's grimoires. He told me to study it. Margot paused. She didn't expect that explanation. Was it some sort of literary reference? What kind of person is your mentor? He helped me when no one else would. There's a few more things I need to do to prove myself to him. Oh no! Then I can join him again. Margot looked at Clara as she stared off at the sky. What would happen if she didn't prove herself? He sounds really important to you. Do you miss him?
Yes.
Constantly. Would I ever be able to meet him? Clara's response was sudden.
No.
They sat in heavy silence. Man, you can't trust anybody! Well, we do have others, so I guess let's do Of a Man now. We don't know a whole lot of men in this game, so I assume this is going to be of her father. He was once in an off-Broadway play, a leading role even. Every so often, he would try to tell his young daughter about it, but she didn't understand. She only knew the play from a cartoon adaptation with animals. She would ask, how could he have played the dog? Maybe she wasn't as bright as he hoped she would be. The show was successful, but he needed a higher-paying job. So he left. Another actor took his place. Years later, he saw that actor on a talk show. He was now the lead in a popular sitcom. He explained to the host that an off-Broadway play had been his big break. He'd been scouted there. It's not fair, is it? If I'd stayed longer, that role would have been mine. I would have been on talk shows and never worried about money. I didn't deserve to be so unlucky. Friday after work. Margot's mother insisted on picking her up from work. Per routine, Margot focused outside. It still felt too risky to start a conversation first. Margot, I had an idea. You spend a lot of time with that friend of yours. Who? How about you invite her over for dinner tomorrow? I can make enchiladas. They won't be as good as your father's, but I can certainly try. Why? I want to get to know your friends. Which friend was it? I mean, Beck is the one that she knows, so we'll invite Beck. Beck, was it? Let's get groceries, okay?
Okay.
They drove for a bit on the way to the store. Margot looked over the expanse of undeveloped desert. The neighborhood became more sparse. I have something important to tell you. Margot bristled.
What?
With what happened to your father, I made sure everything is in your name if anything happens to me. Margot turned back to her mother.
Okay.
That includes life insurance.
Okay.
Her mother had a strange smile on her face. You aren't going to kill me for the insurance money, are you?
What?
Why would you ask that? Her mother laughed. I know how violent you get. I had a coworker who did that, you know. She killed her daughter for insurance money. One day she skipped work and drove her out to the desert. Oh, this must be what happened to Clara. She said there was a surprise for her and told her to get out of the car. Then she ran her over. Please, I don't want to hear about that. I always thought she had these big, unnerving cow eyes. Margot turned away again, hoping the conversation would end. The image was invasive, picturing what happened to the coworker's daughter, imagining the car hitting her. Why did her mother think that about her? Why did these conversations come up? Margot lay on her bed, on the phone with Beck. She had her laptop in front of her. On it, she idly scrolled through the tracks on Beck's CD. You're still sure about coming over for dinner tomorrow?
For sure.
I know what the routine is, so no worries. Right. Well, we still can't do the island, so I guess let's roll back to a girl. There were words that Margot learned when she was very, very young. Before she had even started school or met other children and adults. She wished she had learned these words when she was a little older. Maybe not at all. When Margot did something her mother didn't like, her mother taught her the word spiteful. Margot broke or lost things because she was spiteful. When Margot was talkative or playful, her mother taught her the word retarded. Margot was loud and running around because she was retarded. While her mother watched her shows, she insisted Margot sat quietly. Sometimes it'd be the same soap opera episode a few times in a day. Other times, her mother would focus her energies on a movie. There was a movie about immigrant women trying to make a new life in a new country. Her mother liked it because it reminded her of her own family's story. In the movie, one woman's husband would yell and hit her. She found out she was pregnant and had the baby. For months, Margot sat quietly on the couch and watched this movie with her mother, over and over and over and over. There was a moment in the movie where the woman bathed her baby. In one scene, she held the baby under the water. In the next scene, the focus was on the still surface of the water. In the scene after that, the woman would scream and wail over the tub. Margot didn't understand. And over the course of several days, became more and more terrified of that scene. She dreaded the movie reaching that moment every single day. Her mother would sit and watch it, patiently, unmoved. Margot wanted to ask her mother what was happening in that scene, but she was afraid. She didn't want to learn another word, much earlier than she should have learned that word. Margot answered the door, sliding it open to let Beck in. Margot's mother glanced up from the television to see who it was. Once Beck was in view, she sprung up from her seat. Oh, Beck, how nice to see you again.
Oh,
Yeah, nice to see you again, Mrs. Silva. Come in. Is there anything you need? Beck nervously looked to Margot. From slightly behind her mother, Margot tilted her head to her bedroom. Oh, no, I'm fine right now. Just gonna hang out with Margot for a bit. Okay. Beck hurriedly shuffled into Margot's room and closed the door behind them. She plopped down on Margot's bed, putting her bag beside
Your
it.
mom actually greeted me this time.
Weird, right? She's been like that lately.
Huh. Is everything, okay?
Well, I'm a little bit suspicious she's gonna kill me for life insurance money, but... Margot paused.
Maybe?
Margot busily collected her favorite drawings to show her. Margot eventually sat next to Beck, several binders and sketchbooks in her lap. Beck eagerly picked up the first binder and carefully flipped through.
Awesome.
When are these from? I think this is a middle school binder. I went through a big fan art phase. You like them?
Yeah.
Wow, I haven't thought about some of these cartoons in a long time. After a moment, Margot's mother shouted for them to join her. Beck and Margot sat in the living room on the couch with Margot's mother on the recliner. Yanni really enjoyed having you girls over the other day.
Sure.
Happy to hear. It was quiet. Well, the food should be done soon. Margot's father was much more of a chef than me. Do you remember when he tried to make mole enchiladas? Margot couldn't help smiling. It was way too sweet. The sauce had way too much chocolate in it.
Huh.
Did he use a chocolate bar or something? I think it was the first thing he cooked that I had to throw away. Her mother laughed. Don't worry, I used a tomatillo sauce today. After a while, the meal was ready. The television played in the background as they ate. How is it, Margot? Compared to your father's? It's good. You know, your grandmother never cooked for me growing up. You're lucky you have parents that will cook for you.
Okay.
Her attention turned to Beck. Beck, have I mentioned that you look familiar?
No.
You haven't? You look just like a little friend Margot had in kindergarten. How weird. After dinner, they returned to Margot's room. The sun had set. Margot hadn't turned on the lights yet. If anything, she enjoyed the dark and the fresh air from her open window. She could hear the dull sound of the television still playing in the living room. Beck sprawled across Margot's bed. Margot sat next to her, leaning against the wall. Beck breathed a sigh of relief. At least dinner was uneventful. Yeah.
Hey,
I need to register for classes soon. Want to do that together sometime?
Yeah.
Of course! Sorry I've been so busy. That's okay. What do? Are you working too? Is that okay to ask? It's fine. I've been helping my mom with research for work. She thought it'd be a good way for me to see if I'd like being a lawyer. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I really appreciate her doing that. Can I hear you sing now?
sure.
What should I sing? Doesn't have to be anything too extravagant. Margot took a breath and began. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. Beck watched Margot as she sang for a moment. Margot stopped and looked at her. Was that okay? Feels awkward to sing without music.
Great.
That was so good! I'm probably going to ask you to sing all the time now. Margot smiled. Fortunately, it didn't seem like they were making too much noise. Margot sat alone in her room, drawing in her sketchbook. Her phone buzzed. Do you have time to look at college stuff together this week? I have Tuesday off. Yeah, let's do that. Meet at the cafe? Sure. Want to bring Beck too? Yeah, I was about to ask if I could. There was a knock at the door. Can I come in?
Yeah.
Her mother entered. She was holding 2 books. Margot froze. So, I looked in your yearbooks. I think I was right. Beck is your little friend from kindergarten, isn't that right? I remember taking you on play dates to see each other. And then that family moved shortly after. From the way the mother talked about it, it sounded like they didn't like the friends their child was making. That young and kissing? Touching each other's blood? It really worried them. And now your little friend is... confused. Her mother shook her head. What if they have to move again? That poor mother. Oh, and I found this Bible. Is your little friend taking you to church? You know I don't like those people. Especially after they told me they would drive you to church with Nikki. Not ask, but told. We don't have the money to give to them every week. I'll hold on to this. Margot stood up. I'm not going to church. I need that back. Why? It's covered in writing. You can barely read it. I thought it was cool. It was at the thrift store. Okay, so it's not her father's. Okay. Oh, I'm sure there's another one you could buy. Her mother left the room. Margot felt helpless. Panic swelled in her chest. She'd snuck things out of her mother's room before, but something felt different. Show me a memory. Do you want to be the queen in the Holy Ghost Festival this year? She looked up at her father. I was asked by folks at the hall if you would be interested in being in the festa. But you'd need to pay for the dress. I don't have that kind of money. She looked down at the table. She was trying to save up her money to eventually move out, but this was something she had wanted for years, and her father would be leaving soon. After lunch, Margot stared at her computer screen. She tried to type, but it was difficult to string 2 sentences together for the newsletter. Instead, she kept trying to make a plan. She had to get Clara's grimoire back. She couldn't believe she lost track of it in the first place. When had her mother been in her room? Was anything else missing? How could she not even be responsible enough to take care of one book? Her thoughts went round and round. All she was a burden. Oh, baby. Margot knew her mother would have a late work shift today. This was probably her best opportunity to look. Let's check in the shed. Margot grabbed her house keys and went outside. She was starting to get sick of the shed. At this point, she'd searched through it so many times the spiders had given up on repairing their webs around the entrance. The empty metal cans that used to contain spare change were now stacked in the corner. Looks like her mother did take the change to the bank after all. She glanced around. Other than the cans, the shed looked untouched from the last time she saw it. Even the same dusty fingerprints. She shook her head and turned to go back inside. Even though she knew her mother wasn't home, Margot knocked on the door.
Mom?
Silence. Slowly, she turned the doorknob. Sure enough, no one was in the room. Margot allowed herself to exhale. She scanned the dresser top, then carefully checked each drawer. Nothing. She opened the closet door. It looked largely the same as when she looked through it for photographs with Clara. Except for one thing. The ashes weren't there anymore. Margot closed the door. Where else was left? Margot glanced at the bed and kneeled down next to it. She peered under the edge of the frame. Nothing. It had to be somewhere. She could go to the pawn shop and ask Danny? Was there anywhere else in the house? Margot looked around her room with increased fervor. Her mother had been unusually nice lately. Maybe she felt bad about taking it and put it back? She threw open every drawer, finding nothing. Then she slid open the closet door. It slammed against its frame and bounced back, halfway closed. No grimoire. Could it be in the trash? She rushed to the kitchen. With one hand, she covered her nose with her shirt. The other frantically dug around, trying to ignore the ants skittering against bits of old food. Nothing. She washed her hands, trying to think of anything at all. Maybe it was in the trash outside. Margot grabbed her bag again and went back out. Her hand was already itching from fresh bug bites. Outside, she cracked open the trash bin lid. It was empty. She gritted her teeth. That left Danny then. Sorry, kiddo. That's confidential information. What do you mean? I'm fine with buying it back. Well, if Inez didn't want to sell it to you in the first place, that's her business. It was mine. It wasn't hers to sell. Doesn't work that way. Her house, her rules. This was a waste of time. She doubted the book was here anyway. Margot turned to leave. Guess I hit a nerve. It took all her strength not to slam the door on her way out. Margot stared at the ground. Clara needed that book. She used to be bound to it, and it had all her notes in it. What would happen to her if Margot couldn't find it again? With the way Clara talked about her mentor, what would he do? All Margot could do was go back home. She dragged her feet along, glancing in each shop window as she looked. Maybe a part of her hoped the book would simply appear. Clara? Clara stood next to the register of the New Age store, chatting with the owner. How did they know each other? Clara used to be more transparent about her goings-ons. Since the ghost disappeared, she was never too sure what Clara was doing. Margot went in. Although she rationalized to herself it was so she could tell Clara in person that her book was missing. She really wanted to know what she was doing here.
Hello.
Margot winced.
Hey,
Hey, hope I'm not interrupting. I saw you and I wanted to tell you about something. What is it? Oh, she talking.
the,
Margot glanced at Teresa, who smiled at her. Clara followed Margot's gaze. We can talk in front of her. Oh, are you sure?
Yes.
Teresa laughed. Clara's an old friend of mine. I see. That's weird for many reasons. Margot looked between them. How did they know each other?
well, sorry.
I'm so sorry, Clara. I tried to find your book, but... Clara shook her head. It's fine. Margot blinked. It's... fine? Yes. Are you sure? Clara sighed. I don't need it anymore. Oh, okay. What could have changed? Only last week Clara asked about her book. You know, I was just thinking about you. I was wondering how it went with your cousin. It went okay. Since you know Clara, let's become better acquainted. Come over sometime for a game. Margot glanced at Clara. She nodded.
Sure.
We can do that. Looking forward to it. I'll see you two later then. Bewildered, Margot decided it was time to head back home. After work, Margot went to meet up with Jade and Beck at the cafe. Jade and Beck waved her over to a table, their laptops already open. Margot sat down and took out her own laptop. Are you ready to find a roommate?
Sure.
As ready as I'll ever be. Jade nodded. Did you already sign up for classes, or do you still need to do that, too?
Yeah.
I did it the second I could register. That's what you gotta do. You don't want to get waitlisted on classes you need. You gotta get on registering. It's a race. It's a race to the finish. Same. That part was so easy. Beck rested her head on her hand. Nope. I don't know how you two have everything done already. Jade gasped. You haven't signed up for class? See? They're all gonna be on wait lists. Beck groaned. The wait lists are already full. I had to rethink my schedule 4 times already. Why didn't you sign up as soon as you could? Beck tapped on the edge of her keyboard. I'm nervous about college. Margot nodded. I understand. Me too. What do you have to be nervous about?
Oh,
I don't know how I'll compare at college level. Jade laughed. What's funny? You of all people saying that. Teachers use your homework and tests as examples all the time. They do that with everyone.
No.
They really don't. Jade sighed. We were all going to the same school. We could have rented a house together.
Well...
Maybe we should try to transfer to Margot's school so we can do that next year? I like how you think. Hey, did you ask Nikki wanted to join? I did. In fact, I've asked her to hang out a few times. Every single time something comes up and she asks to hang out with Lee. Maybe she likes hanging out with him more than us. Jade frowned. Every weekend he has some kind of emergency and she has to be there for him. It was the same when you dated him. There was like a year where we never saw you. Margot looked down at her computer, shame creeping over her. Beck coughed.
Hey!
Do your universities also have a weird dating site for roommates?
Yeah.
Sure does. I had to fill in a bio, photos, my habits? Me too. Same. Beck furrowed her eyebrows at the screen. I really should just rent an apartment. I don't want to deal with the logistics. My university doesn't let freshmen live off campus, but maybe I could get a single room? I'm determined to be brave. I will find a roommate. What's making it hard? I want a room with someone I can be friends with, and can tolerate me practicing in the room. You're pretty good, so it's more like serenading than practicing. See? It'd be so easy if we were going to the same college. Not everyone sees it that way. Margot. You used to be into horoscopes. Think we could find roommates using that?
No.
Nah, I don't think they're reliable. Well, what would it say about us as roommates? Well, since you're a Libra, we could be roommates. Libra and Aquarius are supposed to get along great.
Ooh, what about me?
Well, you're a Scorpio, right?
Yeah?
So we would argue a lot because, Scorpios get very possessive.
Beck blushed.
I'm not possessive.
I think.
I think.
You did just suggest we should go to Margot's university.
Well.
I'm just a passionate person. Margot laughed. See, there's no way to know how well you'll mesh together with someone until you actually spend time together. And yet, we have to pick. Jade looked around the cafe, glancing over the various posters. She did seem particularly distracted today. Hey, would you guys want to do the open mic night with me? Margot, you should sing! Oh, that's right, you should! You have a really nice voice. I have a little stage fright. It's not a big crowd, it's pretty casual. Margot slumped further down in her seat. Oh, no, she's shrinking. Maybe next time? Maybe next time. What about you? Beck tapped on the table. I want to try to learn guitar. Which means you don't know guitar?
No.
Not at all. I can lend you some books. Really? I'd love that. Yeah, I'll bring them next time. Jade turned back to Margot. Hey, what about that girl from 4th of July, Clara? I think she mentioned playing something. Would she be interested? I'm not sure. I'll text her. She remembered when they played the piano together. I wasn't sure if they could have a day like that again. July 15th! Oh, we are ripping through July. Right. Yeah, I suppose that makes more sense for the story to roll through the end of summer, huh? Tonight, Margot is free, so she could dedicate some more time to finding Clara's book. Clara said it was fine, but something was off. Her phone buzzed in her bag. She leaned over to peek at it. A message from Lee. Margot rolled her eyes and set her phone to silent for the remainder of the workday. She'd heard of people praying to St. Anthony or using dowsing rods to find lost items. Would something like that work? Maybe there was something in one of her father's books. Her father's books. She remembered when she first saw Clara's grimoire, it reminded her of her father's books in the shed. In middle school, she would occasionally look through one, occupying herself with a chapter on palm reading. Yeah, see? Ooh, I'm still a little worried that the mentor is, like, still the father. That he is just this one ever-looming presence in all of this. Maybe there was a chapter on dowsing? She sighed. She always had to steel herself before she could look through her father's things. She thumbed through the book. Fortunately, it was easy to find, with no surprise clippings or drawings falling out today. Of course, a book about palmistry and gambling charms would be the most normal thing she could find in the shed. Why did her mother take the grimoire? Why was it so important to her to keep anything religious out of the house? The way she talked, Margot would assume her grandparents were religious, and her mother was trying to avoid that. But, from what little she could remember about them, they weren't. Beyond that, there was precious little that Margot knew about her mother's life. When Margot was younger, she would try to talk to her about mom things. She was completely honest with herself. They were conversations she saw on her mother's favorite television shows. Homework, periods, her future career, boys. None of it cracked her veneer. Nothing warranted any sort of reaction or response. The past couple of weeks had been strange. The most she had ever seen her mother talk or engage with her. It wasn't always positive, but it was something. It felt good. Nice to have her respond in kind when she talked. It made Margot feel like she existed to her mother. There, a chapter on dowsing. As the first step, she could make a chart of possible locations for the book and see where the pendulum pointed. She had some old jewelry that was just the right shape. The book recommended using an amulet from one of the previous chapters. Oh! Is this by any chance the amulet that her father wanted to make that he had uranium for whatever reason? It was straightforward enough. She thumbed to the end of the chapter. That had been surprisingly helpful. It'd be nice to bring the book back to her room, but that risked her mother taking this one away as well. She could look at it one more before going inside. Sure. She couldn't help being curious about what else was in the book. She skimmed some more, seeing if anything caught her immediate interest. Several ways to make women confess their secrets. A chapter on ghosts. She slowed down, reading a bit more thoroughly. It was mainly information on how to get rid of malevolent spirits in one's house. Apparently, not storing or disposing of remains properly allowed any attached malevolent spirits to manifest. The ashes. Margot gripped the pendant in her hands, attempting to feel the energy. All she felt was annoyed. The thing that was the best shape for the task happened to be a glass pendant Lee had bought for her once. Re-gifted, more likely. She'd push the thought away and focus. In a way, it was similar to a meditation exercise. Let go of any other thoughts and only focus on this one thing. Clara's book. Where was her mother keeping it? Where could her mother have taken it? On a piece of paper and pen, she drew a half circle divided into sections. In pencil, she wrote in some starting possibilities to narrow it down. Home, pawn shop, landfill, other. After a moment of getting her feelings to be neutral towards the pendant, she let it dangle over the paper. It was hard to tell, but other? Already off to a bad start. She placed it down, wrote her previous options off to the side, and erased them from the sections. Maybe I can do parts of town? Neighborhood, shopping center, downtown, outside of town. She sighed, hoping it was anything but outside of town.
Okay.
She dangled it from her hand again, watching its erratic movements slow down into a continuous swing. Consistently swinging towards the shopping center. Again, she wrote and erased the options. There weren't a lot of stores in the shopping center. The pawn shop, the New Age store, the cafe, another round of dangling. Somehow, the pendant felt more uncoordinated than before. Was it because she was getting annoyed with it? The other times it was so clear-cut. It seemed to bounce on its cord as though it was elastic. Margot relaxed her grip. She had to let her mind clear, stay neutral, believe that it'll point to the right place. Any answer fine. Other was perfectly fine. After a moment, the pendant relaxed, falling into a more steady swing, still seemingly swaying between every option. Then, it relaxed into a rhythm. It swayed back and forth. That's weird. The New Age store? Why would it be there? She could meet up with Clara tomorrow and ask. She opened her phone and dismissed the unread message reminders from Lee. Had he been messaging her all day? That could definitely wait. Can I talk to you at the library tomorrow? Margot stared at her phone, waiting for a response. It was pretty late. Maybe it was unrealistic to expect Clara to respond immediately. Her phone lit up and buzzed with a new text. I missed the way it felt to hold you. Margot furrowed her eyebrows in disgust. The unread message reminders were back. She had several unread texts from him, with that only being the most recent one. Hey, just thinking about you. Sometimes Nikki talks about stuff that we used to talk about. You're more funny, though, lol. Smarter, too, lol. We should hang out again. She snapped her phone shut. It was past midnight. Of course he'd text that sort of thing at this hour. She could check if Clara responded in the morning. Everybody's doing suspicious things. Man. I guess I'll continue the rotation. His buddy recommended this city. He recommended the diner as well. A good place for a fresh start and a late breakfast. He pierced the eggs with his fork, watching the yolk run out from the pricks. He strolled it around the linguica on his plate. Oh, delicious. Wondering if he could make some sort of composition. Maybe he wasn't cut out for family. Wait, did I just miss a... Okay, no, I didn't. Maybe he wasn't meant to be around other people at all. After all, even his mother had abandoned him when he was young. His attention turned to the photographs on the wall by his booth. In one of them was a teenager holding a large crown, wearing an ornate white dress. The photograph had a name written on it, Inez. He examined her face, trying to understand her expression. It'd be a good one to paint. He casually leaned back to stretch, swiping the photograph off the wall as his arms came back down to his lap. So our dad sounds like way older too. Because like for Helen to be a daughter from his first family, to also have a daughter that's 18, like our daddy's old. He's like, It's like, that means Helen would have to be like, assuming she also had her daughter at like, a legal age. Assuming since they were married, Helen was 18, at least. So Helen would have to be at least 36 at this point. Right? I don't know. That seems weird. I'm assuming that our mother was real young when she married this guy. We don't know his name, do we? He's just a guy. I don't know. Margot sat alone at the library trying to organize her thoughts. Clara agreed to meet with her soon, but she wanted some time for herself. Clara had told her not to worry about the grimoire anymore. But it was at Teresa's house. Her acquaintance that also knew her mentor. The mentor she was trying to meet again, who supposedly had a rare grimoire that Clara had copied down for herself. Margot had seen her as a cat, seen her create seemingly magical things with relative ease, and seen people act as though they couldn't see and hear her. Maybe there was something more to this mentor. With the rumors about satanic cults, was Clara in a cult? What else could describe what little she had mentioned? In the search bar, she typed, Arizona cults! As Margot skimmed the search results, she noticed a pattern. There were several articles about missing girls written in the 80s. Locals have reported sightings of teen girls in the area desert. Authorities are investigating if they may be missing girls from the neighboring county. Bodies found in the desert are believed to be members of a satanic nomadic cult. All bodies have been young female victims, but their identities are still unknown. Residents are concerned about suspected child brides. Police say they've been unable to confirm reports of teen girls in matching clothes seen in the desert. These sightings have been outside multiple cities, leading authorities to believe it may be a hoax. The page was a digitalization of an article printed in the 80s. Police report a third, unidentified body has been found in a burnt-out car. Due to the ritualistic treatment of the bodies, the cases are thought to be linked to a reported satanic cult thought to be in the area. Margot checked an article from a nearby town's local newspaper. Following a wellness check, a local family was found dead in their home. DNA testing has linked a recently found unidentified body as a relative. There was another article from 18 years ago. At first glance, it sounded a bit unrelated, but Margot decided to check. The body of a man connected to the alleged nomadic cult found in the Colorado River. That sounded familiar. These were all articles written about the satanic panic that happened 20 years ago. She wrote down the newspaper names. It didn't look like everything was digitized yet, but maybe there was more information on microfiche. Margot started making a list of microfiche to pull from the shelves. After a bit of searching, Margot had a few archives to check. Margot moved to a microfiche reader, boxes and newspapers in her arms. Was anyone ever identified? She couldn't find anything else about the girls. But there might be a lead about the man. Missing academic, known for being a leader on occult research, has been found drowned in the Colorado River. Known for his publications on practices that were revealed to him, it has been speculated that he started a cult after he went missing. Those close to him say he started going by Quixotic shortly before his disappearance. Or Quixote. Yes, like Don Quixote. Margot wondered if this was his real name or a nickname he gave himself. Margot carefully collected the microfiche and old newspapers to be put on the return cart. She neatly stacked the articles she printed out. When Margot returned to her table, Clara was there. You asked me to meet you here?
Yeah.
I tried another way to find your book. I told you don't need to worry about it.
Well,
when I was looking for it, I noticed my dad's ashes were missing too. So I wondered if my mom got rid of both of them for a related reason. It really seems to point to the ghost. Like how it was influencing my sister. What if it's influencing my mom? What if both of the missing things are in the same place? Clara patiently listened. Let's tell Clara what we learned. She wasn't sure how Clara would receive what she learned, but she wanted to be transparent. I used a pendulum to find your book. It said it was at Teresa's house. Did you already know that?
What?
How do you know it was reliable? What do you mean? Did you put anything of yourself on the pendulum? These things always require a sacrifice from your body. No. Then it's not reliable. Regardless, I told you it doesn't matter. Okay. Given Clara's skepticism, she wasn't sure about the next part. I also tried looking up your mentor. I think he... Clara stood up from the table. What exactly do you think? Was his name Quixote? Clara's eyes widened. He's dead. Clara looked down on Margot. You really wasted your time. She turned to leave. As Margot watched Clara walk out, she couldn't help but be convinced that she was right. Something was strange about Teresa. The book must be at her house. But she couldn't tell how much Clara may actually know. Margot pulled out her phone. It would be better to bring over any useful books to keep at Beck's house. She couldn't afford to have anything else disappear. We got a lot of mystery pieces just floating around now. Lot o' mystery pieces. Alright, we're back to the memory of a girl. Whether or not she cried a river and drowned the whole world remains to be seen. What's happening? Shush. Where's the baby? The baby drowned. What's drowned mean? It's dead now. Great, I missed what they were saying. Now I need to rewind it again. Ugh. What movie is that, though? I know the movie she's talking about. I can picture the scene. Hey, sweetie! I didn't see you leave work. Where are you? Come home soon. We hardly spend any time together anymore. Let's have some more family time before you go off to college. Will you be home for dinner?
Hey.
Your phone is blowing up. Margot sighed, switching it to silence.
Yeah.
Sorry. My mom keeps texting. Anyway, thanks for letting me come over with the books.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Lila, are you still okay with me keeping them here?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Margot and Beck sat on the bedroom floor, Margot's bag between them. Margot pulled out a small stack of books. Did something happen? You were kind of vague over your text. My mom went through my things. She did something with Clara's book.
Well...
Oh, shit. What did Clara say? She was surprisingly calm. That's strange. Has there been any other stuff?
Well...
Almost daily, I keep having these intrusive thoughts. I don't know if they're dreams, daydreams, memories, or what. It's not always stuff that happened to me. Sometimes it feels like someone else's memory. I see. She folded her arms and looked down at the floor. Her brows were furrowed. Okay, it is just straight up Joy Luck Club. I was like, is that Joy Luck Club? Or am I just like so Asian that I think every movie I can't really remember from my childhood is Joy Luck Club? Yes, okay. That was in fact Joy Luck Club, where the woman drowns her baby in a tub. Yes. Yes. Okay. Wow, this is truly weird. Am I related to whoever wrote this game? Excuse me, Dev, why do you have my life story in your video game? Because, wow, yeah, my mom also watched Joy Luck Club over and over again, but that's because, like, my mother had a lot of, internalized, like, racism. She hated that we were Japanese, like, I think more than anything in her life. So mostly she pretended to be Mexican in public. That was weird. That was always weird. And yeah, God, she read every Amy Tan book like a million times. And it's like, oh, wrong Asian, but okay, Mom. And yeah, we watched Joy Luck Club over and over and over and over again, and it was like her personality for a long time. And when, like, she would watch soap operas, like, so religiously. What the hell? This is, like, weird. This is, like, weird. It put you in her memories, right? And your mom has been acting bizarre. Exactly. You know, I got into fist fights with my dad. He didn't half blind me or die suddenly, but, you know, that happened. Margot leaned back against the wall, staring down at the books. And yeah, we didn't live in a destitute trailer. Instead, my mom was an animal hoarder, so we had instead like a dozen dogs and like 4 horses. Scattered other creatures about the town. Like, sometimes I reflect back and like I feel so bad about like some of the smaller animals. Because it's like, upon reflection, that was animal abuse. Jesus Christ. Like, we had a rabbit that just had to spend its whole life in this, like, itty-bitty hutch, except for, like, so occasionally when, like, me and my brother would pull it out. Even then, not nearly the amount of, like, exercise and space like a rabbit requires. We had ducks, and those all just lived in an itty-bitty pen with a kiddie pool. Oh. God damn. Anyway, I don't do that shit no more. No contact, baby! I used one of the books to douse for Clara's stuff. Beck picked up a book and flipped through it.
So these are your dad's?
Yeah.
What is with this guy?
Yeah, he was a real weirdo. Margot picked up the magic book. She loosely flipped through it. The book binding seemed to be broken in one particular spot, making the pages flop open. It was the chapter she'd skimmed before about properly getting rid of remains. Considering the missing ashes, maybe there was something to this. Margot leaned forward, digging around in her bag. What's up? I need to check something. She pulled out her notebook and the pendant. Did you want to look through the other books while I do this?
Sure.
Beck grabbed another, slowly flipping through it. Margot wrote down the locations that felt the most obvious to her. Her home, Teresa's, or somewhere else. She warmed the pendant in her hands. Clara mentioned it needed a sacrifice from her, didn't she? Something from her body. She ran a hand through her hair, collecting loose strands that she tied around the pendant. With that done, she hung it over the paper. Maybe it was her imagination, but this time it seemed to quickly settle into a rhythm. The pendant reliably swayed towards Teresa's, same as the book. Why? Why are the book and ashes there? I mean, the ghost wants it there. Was it like Beck thought? The ghost seemed to manipulate Helen. What if it's controlling her mother now? But how did Teresa factor into that? Was she also being controlled? Why would the ghost need these 2 items? Did Clara really not know these things were hidden under the same roof as her?
Huh.
Was your dad really into good luck charms? Why? Because there's a ton of stuff about making charms. Margot leaned over to look at the book Beck had open. In the margins were small drawings and notes about in-progress work. She hadn't seen any charms in her father's old things. My mom mentioned he wanted to make something, but I didn't find any. Weird. Hey, what was that thing you were doing?
Oh,
I was dowsing. Did you ever meet the woman who runs that New Age store? No? Why? Clara's staying with her, and I think her book and my dad's ashes are there.
What?
So Clara stole back her book? Why? I don't think so. I talked to her yesterday and she didn't seem to know anything. You told her it's there?
yeah.
Of course I did. Did she believe you? I'm not sure. Whoever that lady is, her and Clara are working together and need your dad's ashes. Beck held open the book Margot skimmed earlier. You were reading this part, right? It says here that getting rid of the remains gets rid of the ghost. But now they have the ashes? Clara wants the ghost around. Then why has she been helping me? We don't know if she's actually been helpful. She was nowhere to be found when your sister tried to drag us away. But at the same time, if we do take Clara with us, there's Vex nowhere to be seen. Ah! Margot went into the library and headed towards the piano practice room. Through the door window, Margot could see Jade practicing on the piano. Margot walked in. Hey, glad you could make it! Margot sat down.
Sorry.
It's fine. I practiced with Clara earlier. Either way, it's a weekday. You had work, right?
Yeah.
That's true. What song did you pick? Since you showed up late, it'll have to be a surprise now. I knew I'd be punished somehow. Jade absentmindedly played a section of a song Margot recognized from the radio. It had always impressed Margot how easily Jade could play. As Jade played, she looked up at Margot. I thought about what you said at the cafe. About what? Nikki. I invited her to open mic. Is she coming? Yeah!
Great.
Yeah, it'll be good to see her there. For a moment, her fingers went still over the keys. Can I ask you a serious question? Margot internally winced.
Sure.
Yeah, of course. I know you haven't brought it up, but are you doing okay? Is your mom okay? Does your family need anything? Jade turned back to the piano. It must have been obvious that Margot was uncomfortable. If you want, I can also never bring it up again. I'm sure I'm not the first person to ask about it. But I wanted to know, I'm here for you. I've only ever lost my grandma, but I remember for Nikki. I guess we were too young to know what to do. Jade's playing slowed down. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. They sat quietly for a moment. I don't need anything. Margot wasn't sure how to express her appreciation. Jade was always so supportive, but Margot felt like she could hardly muster a thank you. She put her hand on Jade's shoulder.
Thanks.
I'm just glad you're my friend. Jade leaned against her. Aww. Me too. They're babies and I love them. Babies? And I love them. Did we do man last? I think we did man last, so we're back to of a girl. No, we did have a girl last, because I made the story of a girl joke. Damn it. I've ruined my cycle. Oh, wait, I can go back. Haha! Mom, can I ask something? What? Margot knew her mother had seen her notebooks. This conversation was bound to come up eventually. I've been not feeling great lately. I think I'm depressed. No. You want me to spend all of my money on medication? Nope. That's definitely not happening. No, I just wanted to ask. What? And we lose the house? Your father's medical expenses are enough. Ask to take it easy on me. You're always asking for new ways to spend our money. Please, just listen. I don't want... And now you're yelling at me. Look at how you treated us. Do you really think your life is that bad? You have a roof over your head. I didn't even get that when I was your age. I had to live on the street. I had foster parents who wouldn't feed me. Do you really think that's reasonable? That I can't be unhappy because I'm not homeless? What am I supposed to do then? Give up. Give up? Give me a turn. Give me a body. I'll make better use of it than you ever did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Saturday evening. Hoping Mike Knight had arrived. Beck and Margot sat at a table in the back, waiting for the rest of the group to arrive. Do you think you'll perform at one of these?
Well,
I don't know, honestly. I think it'll be more likely that my drawings are on the wall for sale.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet they'd sell instantly. Margot smiled. That's sweet. Ah, sweet, supportive friends. How about you?
weren't you talking about learning guitar?
In time, I'll make you proud.
Jade and Clara arrived. Once they sat down, Jade fished out her backpack and pulled out a few books. She passed them to Beck. As promised, here's some beginner guitar books I have.
Great.
Oh, I love coming to these things. Clara, are you ready? Clara took a deep
Right.
breath. I think so.
Huh?
Ready?
Yes.
I'm performing. Clara decided to join. Have you heard her play? So talented. A little while later, Nikki arrived, with Lee in tow. He glanced over at Margot, causing her to reflexively slump down in her seat. No, not the guy who was like fucking drunk texting us. Man! Beck turned to Margot, seeing her reaction. Nikki and Lee sat down. Hey!
Hey.
Hey, Jade. Margot noticed him glance at Beck, a strange expression on his face. He had texted Margot about them fighting, but neither of them seemed to acknowledge it in person. He quickly turned away to look at Nikki. Hey, babe, want anything? Can you get a coffee for me? They kissed and he went to order. It still felt unusual to see him act that way. What's everyone been up to? Feels like it's been a minute. Last weekend, Lee and I went to Six Flags. Lee never went on a day trip with Margot. Normally, I don't really like roller coasters, but it was pretty fun. That's cool. Was it crowded? Not too bad. Margot listened to everyone chat for a bit. She felt herself zoning out. Have you talked to her about, Out of the corner of her eye, Margot checked that Clara was busy talking to Jade. She leaned closer to
No.
Beck. There hasn't been a good moment yet. Isn't it important to find a moment? Find out how she's benefiting from the ghost? I don't know if it's that. After a while, the performances started. First up was Jade. On stage, she smiled and looked over the small audience. This is an original song. Hope you enjoy it. Initially, it was quite upbeat. Jade was always pretty energetic with her playing, but the lyrics were lonely. Next was Clara's turn. Jade stayed on the stage to help Clara with setting up the keyboard. Ugh, I'm so nervous. You're gonna do great. On the stage, Jade smiled and looked over the small audience. Hope you enjoy this cover. She sat back down, leaving Clara to it. Clara sat behind the keyboard and began to play. Margot realized she'd never heard Clara sing before. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? The crowd applauded. Jade helped her bring back the keyboard. Everyone at the table high-fived Jade with a few awkward attempts to get Clara to high-five as
Great.
well. That was so good! You think so? Jeez, now I really need to learn how to play guitar. When Jade sat down, Margot leaned over to her. That was really, really good. People here will be lucky to have you as a music teacher. This town is lucky that you want to stay at all. Jade smiled. That means a lot. There was a break in performances. I need a smoke break. Margot, want to come with me?
Sure.
They went outside. Nikki took a drag. She pulled it away slightly, tilting her hand as she examined the burning end. What's your problem? Nikki didn't look up at Margot.
Huh?
What do you mean? You keep staring at Lee. You've been quiet all night. You haven't been texting me, but instead Jade is doing the texting for you? What the hell?
What?
I haven't done anything. Yeah, that's the problem. I've tried to be understanding. But you've been super weird all summer. And you have these weird new friends that have to be around you at all times. What's going on?
Hey,
Nikki, come on. You remember it's hard for me to live at home. So? My mom's shitty too. My dad died too. You don't see me being so weird. Now she was looking at Margot with an expression that was hard to meet. That was years ago. This is new for me. It seems like all you want to do is hang out with your new friends and obsess over what your ex does. How is that a normal way to handle your dad dying? Aren't you working and going to college and stuff too? Why don't you focus on that? This is why I don't text you.
seriously?
And you're wondering why I don't text you more? Going to the bathroom. Whatever. Later in the evening, the group moved to the diner. Nikki and Lee had left. Jade cut her pancakes into sections. After this, I'll change the subject, but I miss talking to the old Nikki. I don't expect to see Lee everywhere this summer. I shouldn't have invited them.
Nah.
It's not your fault. I guess. Clara, do you think you'll do the next open mic?
Yes.
I should start learning a new song for it. Ooh, yeah! We'll need to brainstorm something. Margot looked down at her phone in her lap. Maybe you should get therapy. I did after the stuff with my dad. It helped a lot. Nikki, stop being a bitch. Beck sat in the garden, a guitar in her lap. She had Jade's book placed on the table next to her. Margot worked on a sketch next to her.
This is so hard.
She looked at her hands.
And it hurts. No one tells you how much the strings hurt.
People do tell you how much the strings hurt. Margot looked over from her
Your playing
drawing.
sounds fine to me. You're learning, right?
I guess. Just frustrated.
Margot nodded.
Hmm.
Maybe I should ask Jade for lessons. You could. She's going to school to be a music teacher after all. Margot looked back down at her drawing. I wonder when Clara and Jade became friends. They got along pretty well at the festival. I guess they stayed in contact. Beck flipped through her book. I don't know, I think it's nice that they're friends. What song would you want me to learn?
Well,
Oh, Margot thought about it. Really thought about it. She realized, feel like I've never heard a single song in my life. Beck laughed. Sometimes I really understand the difficulty of name a woman. 'Cause man, I do the same thing. Hey, what song should I learn? I don't know. I've never heard of music before. I don't know a single song. I can't think of any either. She strummed a bit. How about something by Nirvana? What's your favorite song? Either Sappy or Man Who Sold the World.
Yeah.
Okay, good choices. There's gotta be sheet music for Man Who Sold the World. That was originally Bowie, right? Margot nodded. I think Jade could also piece it together for you if you can't find anything. Oh, that's a good point. Beck put down her guitar and massaged her fingertips. I think it's time for a break. She leaned over. What are you drawing? Margot quickly held the sketchbook against her chest. You'll see when it's done. Even sitting with Beck, Margot kept thinking. She kept thinking about what Nikki said to her. And about the text she got from Lee. You know, I was thinking about what you told me. About the memories you've been seeing. Do you feel like you see these when you're half asleep? Like, right before you fall asleep? Yeah, it's like that. The stuff with my sister was more like normal dreams, but these new ones feel like they happen before I fall asleep. It sounds a lot like when I would see things about you. Not quite dreams, not quite memories. Right before I would fall asleep and my mind's wandering, I would sometimes see you. Like a scene out of a movie. What was it like for you? For me, it's been pretty upsetting. Beck rubbed her shoulder. how do I put it? It was pretty upsetting stuff too, but I looked forward to seeing you. I felt like maybe one day I could come and save you. Oh, so she would have seen some of the times Lee was shitty to her. Okay. I guess that makes a little more sense with yelling at Lee. Do I sound creepy or cheesy? Not at all, you know? I mean, I know with the stuff I'm seeing that it's impossible not to be emotionally invested. When did it start for you? You've kind of mentioned it before. Beck looked up. When I was 6? 7? It was right after my family moved. That's a long time.
Sorry.
You don't have anything to be sorry about. It's because of my blood. We were kids. Besides, I've kind of liked feeling so connected to you, even when we've been apart. Beck turned away and picked back up her guitar. Even though they were currently hanging out, Margot still liked a sense of loneliness. Maybe she wasn't particularly close to anyone. Was that what she wanted? Right. Is there... Okay, we are out of a woman memories. Okay. Sorry, it was like gray or slightly different gray, so it's like looking at it from an angle, trying to see if there really was a color difference. Margot sat in the living room, chatting on the phone with Nikki. It was a warm day, and her father walked around shirtless. It was her first week in high school. Margot leaned away from the phone. Your belly button looks weird. Mind your business. Since when is it poked out like that? Margot? What's going on? Oh, I told my dad his belly button looks weird. You weren't supposed to hear that. Weird how? It's sticking out? That's how my dad's belly button was too. Tell your dad he needs to go to the doctor. Oh. He got tested. He had it. A few years ago, the hospital nearby was in the news for financial troubles and reusing needles. He'd been there for a couple of appointments. Oh, hepatitis. Margot's mother refused to get tested. Margot wasn't offered a test. They cost money after all. Margot's mother managed to be up first. She sat in the living room, watching television. Up until now, Margot had been successfully avoiding her in the morning. They hadn't spoken since her mother took the grimoire. Margot quietly walked through the living room to the front door, hoping her mother was too focused on her show to notice her care. Sweetie! Margot froze, her hand on the door. I've been bragging to everyone at work about you. That my daughter is going to a real college. Ugh. Not some community college, but a real one. And, no thanks to you, Ma, but okay.
Thanks.
Her mother already turned back to the television. Margot left. Margot sat with Erica at lunch. What do you think of working on the newsletter? I'm still getting used to it, but it's fun. It'd be a bit intimidating to ask the residents about themselves. Erica chuckled. Don't worry, I've been pointing you to the friendlier folks to start. Erica turned to her food for a moment, then stopped. She tapped her palm to her head. Oh, I keep forgetting to bring the photos. Of your granddaughter? Yes, I got them printed out and sitting by the door for a few days now. Margot smiled. How is she? Very happy and healthy. Feeding has been a breeze, apparently. Margot didn't know anything about babies, but she listened intently. It was nice seeing how animated Erica got when she talked about her family. When Margot walked home from work, her phone buzzed. Come over. Teresa must want Margot to come over for the board games now. Margot wondered if she would have an opportunity to look for the ashes. Margot walked to the shopping center to meet Teresa in her shop. In the store, Teresa locked up and led Margot to the back room through a beaded curtain. The back connected to an apartment. Inside, Teresa offered her a seat at a small dining table. Teresa picked up a bookshelf, inspecting a collection of board games. They looked old, in frayed boxes with faded graphics. Margot hadn't heard of most of them from the titles she could read. She awkwardly shifted around in her seat. Sure, she'd talked to Teresa before, but she didn't know how to make small talk with her. She glanced around the living room. Where was Clara? What was taking her so long? She'll be out in a minute. Teresa's tone was reassuring, having noticed Margot's glances. Why did a minute feel like forever? Especially with the loudly ticking standing clock in her living room. She did have things on her mind that she could bring up with Teresa. Did she have her father's ashes? How did she get them? Did she have Clara's book? Why did she take it? Does she know that the mentor is dead? About the test that he gave Clara? I imagine you have something you want to ask me. Teresa was still in front of her bookshelf. Nope, just waiting for Clara. Ha ha ha. Maybe her answer was too quick. Teresa chuckled. You're not very good at lying. I'm not sure what you mean. Teresa finally turned to her. You're wondering about Clara's book and your dad's ashes. Margot felt her body grow hot. She didn't expect it to go like this. Teresa smiled lightly. I do have them, both of them. Margot's mouth felt too dry to speak. She couldn't hear the living room clock ticking anymore. It's not fair for all these things to be on your shoulders. You and Clara both. I can take care of it.
How?
I'll dispose of the ashes, properly. How much did she know? That was only one thing. What about Clara? What about their souls? What about the demon? She already completed what our mentor asked of her. But Margot caught herself before she finished her sentence. Teresa considered her for a moment. In the silence, she gave her a sympathetic smile. Yes, I know about that too. Did Clara tell you? It was written on your face what the quartz was for. So, I have it under control. You only need to keep your head down and focus on work and school. How? What are you going to... Teresa interrupted her. I've been in your position before. Really? Teresa's voice was quiet. We're both smart people who've been backed into a corner before. I'm sure you've read about our mentor. She sat down at the table, placing down a wooden box. I do hope we can eventually trust each other. In another room, Margot heard some light footsteps. The strange stillness finally dissipated. Clara peeked into the living room.
Hey.
Are you ready? Clara furrowed her eyebrows, glancing between Margot and Teresa. Her gaze lingered on Teresa. Right. The board games. Right. Clara sat down. Do you need help setting up the board? Teresa considered the boxes for a moment. Then the doorbell rang. Excuse me. She went to the door. Clara and Margot sat silently. They would need to go to another room to discuss anything anyway. Teresa came back. Beck was in tow.
Beck?
Why was she here? They never talked about Margot coming into Teresa's house.
Margot.
As far as Margot knew, Beck never went into her store out of principle. Beck turned to her, looking equally surprised about where she was. Clara didn't seem to know, scowling at her.
Yeah?
Clara. Great. Everyone knows each other. Teresa sat back down. Beck sat down. I didn't know you knew Teresa. She came to the store to look for something for you. Beck looked away. After talking a bit, I realized she's also involved in our little situation. You never mentioned that, Beck. Beck rubbed her arm. Well, now we all know. Let's begin.
Why?
Clara sighed. What's the point of this? Teresa took apart the box, revealing it was 2 pieces of board with storage for marbles. She assembled it into a cross shape, placing the marbles at the ends of the arms. Board games have many purposes. To while away the time. Competition. Divination. Let's start with a little competition. What game is that? Looks like aggravation. Oh, wow. Maralhina? A little souvenir I picked up while traveling. The main differences are the larger board and an extra piece. If you roll a 1 or a 6 on the corners, you can move to the center spot and move directly to your arm of the board from there. We play in teams. The first team to have both players finish wins. Who do you want to play with? Oh, man. I guess let's team up with Beck. It seems to be, though I don't know. Maybe if we extend a little friendship to Clara. But Clara doesn't seem so happy to see us. Sure. Let's reach out to Clara. Because what is Beck hiding? What was Beck looking for? Oh, let's side with Beck. It feels like those are kind of the teams we have naturally split into.
Yeah.
We'll win for sure. Then I'll team up with Clara. This should be interesting. Everyone rolled to see who would start. Teresa rolled a 6, cementing herself as the starting player. Let's see. She rolled again. Another 6. Teresa moved her piece up one side of the board. Next was Clara, then Margot, then Beck. Margot watched everyone for a few turns, trying to decide on her own strategy. It was clear that Teresa was aiming to control the board. She kept all of her pieces out and distributed around the middle, capturing everyone else as they came near her. Clara's strategy was to protect her pieces. She was more defensive and avoiding the middle of the board. Beck was aiming for speed. She focused on one piece at a time, trying to break through the middle in order to use the shortcut. Let's also play carefully and avoid Teresa. Teresa really played like luck would always be on her side. It would probably be for the best to avoid her on the board as much as possible. Teresa already had 5 of her marbles back at home. She had a second one in the middle, ready to return home soon. Margot was on the corner. In theory, she could take the center from Teresa. Margot rolled her dice. 1. Exactly what she needed to land on Teresa's piece and take the center. But she could also get a new piece in rotation. Margot moved a new piece into play. What's up? Never mind. We're playing the long game, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, exactly. In a couple of turns, Teresa removed her new piece. Teresa smiled. The board looks a bit empty. Guess I'm having a hard time getting the hang of this game. Beck sighed. Only rolled a 1 or 6 maybe 3 times this whole game. This feels impossible.
Yeah.
Teresa shrugged. We're all using identical dice. I'll admit, this one requires a fair amount of luck. Teresa finished first. With her now rolling for Clara, it didn't take long for them to win. We need to train for next time. Figure out the ultimate strategy.
Sorry.
I really thought I knew the game. Clara grinned to herself. I didn't expect that to be so easy. Interesting choice to have no strategy at all, Beck. Teresa started putting the marbles back into their storage box while Beck and Clara bickered. I'm curious what you thought of the game.
Well,
It's pretty reliant on chance, I think. Yes. It's similar to another game I have in my collection. The Royal Game of Ur, one of the oldest known games. That one was sometimes used for divination, perhaps as a response to it being a game of chance.
whoa.
Oh, wow. How? It's 2-player with square spaces, Some of the spaces have predictions tied to them. Huh. We can play that next time.
Yeah.
Sure. I'd love to try out such an old game. Beside Margot, Beck yawned. It's getting late. Margot, you have work, right? Let's head out. Before you leave, I have my own game.
What is it?
Well, more of a story for us to discuss. That's not a game. I think they're pretty fun. Go ahead, Clara. Okay, pay attention, Beck. Beck rolled her eyes.
There is a baron and a baroness who live in a castle on an island. The baron leaves for the day, reminding his wife that she will be punished with death if she visits her lover. The baron's trip lasts much longer than expected, so the baroness decides to leave the castle. She visits her lover for a few hours, then returns to the castle. The bridge to enter the castle is blocked by a guard, who says he must kill her by the baron's orders if she comes closer. The baroness returns to her lover and asks for help. He says he's not responsible for what happens to her, and will not help. The baroness leaves and finds a ferryman to help her sneak into the castle. The ferryman asks for payment. She pleads that her life is at risk and she has no money with her, but he refuses. She goes to a friend's house and asks for money, explaining the situation. The friend tells her that she should not have disobeyed her husband and will not help her. Finally, out of desperation, she tries to cross the bridge anyway. The guard kills her. Who is most responsible for her death?
Oof. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Margot thought about it. Obviously, everyone played some sort of part. There was a way to rationalize that everyone could be the most responsible. Finally, Beck chimed in first. I think it's the lover. She left to visit him, right? He should take more responsibility and actually care about what happens to her. Clara nodded slightly. But the guard is the one who actually killed her. So, wouldn't that make him the most responsible? But he was ordered to. He probably would have been killed too if he didn't follow orders. Well, I don't think the lover has anything to do with this. He didn't force her to visit. It was hard to decide who was the most responsible. The Baron was the one who set the law, but it didn't specify his reasons. Out of jealousy, because a higher authority commanded him to? There was the reasoning of the friend, that the Baroness was at fault, that she should have listened to the Baron, and it was her decision to leave the castle regardless. Oh, man. I mean, I guess the Baron? It was his law that the guard was following. I think it's the Baron. Maybe he had his reasons. I thought about that. If it was jealousy or because of orders from a king. In the story, we don't know about a king. So, if it was only his decision, there should have been a better way to handle this conflict with the Baroness than punishing her with death. He did warn her, but his punishment was still significantly outweighs the crime of leaving the castle. People break the law knowingly all the time, but they don't deserve to be killed. Margot turned to Teresa, who seemed lost in thought. What do you think? The Baroness is responsible for her own actions. You can blame anybody, really. Show me a memory! Yep, we're down to just of a girl. Ugh. How harrowing is it about to be? Margot was a little girl. Her father sat at the computer. Oh, this will be when he was trying to make her look at something. There was an image on the screen. Hey, Margot. Come look at this. This isn't the sort of thing you like to draw, right? No. I don't want to see that. It's the style. Just look. See, I want to help you draw. No. You don't care. You injured my eye. Just look. Ugh. Margot forced herself awake. She felt indescribable anger. Monday morning. Margot got up early to get ready for work. The previous evening gave her some things to think about. What did Teresa mean yesterday when she said she would handle everything? Was it really so simple? She wanted to check what Beck thought. When did they meet? Beck had said before that she didn't know her. Last night, Teresa said that she does have everything. She said it was so she could help me. Do you trust her? I don't know. She knows Clara, so maybe it's possible she can help. Did she mention how? No, just that we should leave it up to her. I think it's kind of fishy. I could ask her more about it. I think that's my only option now. She still needed to wash up. She went to the bathroom. Blood. There was blood on the seat. Margot didn't know what to think. She wasn't on her period. She knocked on her mother's door. What? There's blood on the toilet seat. Are you bleeding? Margot heard movement. Her mother quickly stepped out of the room, pushed past her, and went into the bathroom. After a minute, she rushed past again, back into her room. She kept the door cracked for a moment. It's clean now. But, are you bleeding? I cleaned it with bleach. Then, she shut the door. Margot looked down at the ground, possibly checking for more blood. She remembered when her mother told her that her father was in the hospital. Her mother said that morning he stepped on the scale and saw that he was bleeding onto it. After taking him to the hospital, she scrubbed the bathroom with bleach. She scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed. It was a strange thing for Margot to reckon with. Sitting alone in her dorm room in another city, she didn't feel an urge to return home. Maybe she was relieved she didn't have to be there to experience everything in person. How does a person come to terms with being sad and relieved? That's not a normal response to a parent's death, is it? She got dressed, grabbed her bag, and left for work. Oof. All right, memory of a girl. Margot sat with the social worker at the diner. She had eventually went to the school counselor to tell them what had been happening. How are your grades? They're fine. You're a straight-A student, right? Yeah. You know, Margot. Earlier today, I saw a toddler with cigarette burns on their arm. The dog in the yard nearly mauled me on the way in. You're nowhere near underweight. You only have a light bruise, and you're doing well in school. I don't know if there's much I can do for you. It's normal for teenagers and parents to not see eye to eye. Christmas is coming up, so this will probably be our last session. Try to be more understanding of your parents, okay? The new year rolled around. Every so often, her mother would scream at her. Her mother was afraid of the social worker coming back with the police, or worse yet, a bill. Maybe even taking the trailer. After a few months, another school counselor called her out of class. Did the social worker need anything else? What are you talking about? Never mind. Well, anyway. Margot's grades qualified her for a gifted summer camp. Then, she heard about the private school and applied. See? Everything wasn't so bad. The social worker even told you that. It could have been worse. In fact, I'd go so far as to say this was normal. All your dreams came true, Margot. You even got a second chance. Not everyone gets to live twice. You get to leave the trailer behind and go to a private university. Your peers will be the fail sons of Ivy League graduate parents. I didn't get those chances. I worked just as hard, if not harder. I was on the stage. I was in the museums. Can't I have this one win? Why can't I have that second chance? Uh-oh. Oh boy. Margot sat with Erica at lunch. How's your granddaughter? Erica smiled, pulling an envelope out of her purse. Great! And even better, I finally remembered to bring my photos. Have you ever seen a newborn baby before?
No.
They kind of look like Yoda. Care to see?
Yeah.
Erica removed the stack of photos from the envelope and started flipping through them. She leaned over, holding out one for Margot to look at. It was a photograph of a very small, wrinkly red baby held to a woman's chest. Judging from their similar appearances, the woman must have been Erica's daughter. Margot's immediate reaction was, well, she realized she'd never really looked at a baby before. But in an inexplicable way, the buggy eyes and little clutching hands of the newborn baby made her uniquely cute. She looks just like me, doesn't she? Your daughter? Of course. No, my granddaughter. Takes right after me. Margot studied the picture again. She wasn't quite sure what to say. Do newborn babies look like anyone?
Yeah.
Definitely. Same nose. Erica tilted her head. No, I think it's more like her dad's. Erica flipped through the stack again, then held out a photograph of her daughter with a man. See? She definitely has her father's nose. He didn't have a particularly distinct nose. While typing up a newsletter article that afternoon, Margot thought about Erica's family. It struck Margot that she never had the experience of getting together as a family for something like that. For a holiday, a birth, a funeral. It would be nice, when she became Erica's daughter's age, to have gatherings like that. To keep having gatherings like that when she was Erica's age. But how she would get there, she wasn't sure. How does someone build a family? Margot quickened her pace. Maybe it was a change in conversation, maybe it was the change in scenery, but she had a realization on her walk home. She needed to be more proactive. If she wanted a future, if she wanted to keep people around her safe, she had to act first. She remembered her mother mentioned her father making amulets, charms, something like that involving uranium. Maybe Clara could help her find something. She pulled out her phone, clumsily typing while she speedwalked. In the living room, her mother was talking to someone. Probably Danny. Gross. Nice catching up. Goodbye. She must have caught the tail end of a phone call with Danny. Margot shrugged to herself, then turned towards her bedroom door. That was your little friend's mother. I wanted to make sure you weren't causing her any trouble. Beck's mother? Was she on the phone with Beck's mother? Did she look her up online like she did with Helen? Margot shook her head. She wasn't going to take the bait. She could ask Beck about it later. Margot went into her room. Once her mother was asleep, Margot went out to meet Clara by the shed. Margot undid the lock and they went in. Since cleaning it out with her mother, the shed was much emptier. Clara looked at a large canvas duffel bag. Why is there a military bag? I think my dad was in the military for a while. Clara looked at the name printed across it. And who's Vic Jones? Margot turned and looked at it. Huh. Clara reached for the box of bullets, but drew away. Margot, look at this.
What is it?
This has magnets in it. We shouldn't touch it. Margot gave her a look and opened the box. Huh? It's bullets. Clara gave Margot a strange look. Is it not affecting you? What do you mean? Well, since you can touch them, look at them. I suspect they're all a little different. Margot pulled out a few to compare. They were different. Each one was a slightly different metal cast in the shape of a bullet with a unique symbol scratched into the side. Margot held them up for Clara to look at.
What do you mean by magnets?
Well, ideally, I'd test them more thoroughly, but some of these are flesh magnets.
Excusez-moi?
flesh magnets.
Alchemists experimented with making magnets from materials besides metals.
How does that work?
Tenuously.
Clara looked closer. I know some of these symbols, but they're weird. Upside down and backwards. Wait. Do you know that if you invert a symbol, it inverts the power and meaning?
Yeah?
I've heard that.
Right.
I think I know what's going on. What is it? You took his books to Beck's house, correct? Yeah. While we're here, let's copy down in your sketchbook what each rune looks like. We need to check his books again for more specifics, but I think your father was trying to make new runes and putting them on flesh magnets. Your father. Clara looked up at Margot. Has the ghost told you what it wants? It mentioned that it wants to have my body.
Well...
I think these are made to draw out the energy from a soul. Margot dropped it on the
What?
floor. Are you serious?
Hey,
Hold on, before you panic. Maybe you're immune because you're blood related to him. How do you know? From what I've read, flesh magnets typically have a physiological effect. We'd know from a sudden change in your behavior. Okay. If it's because of blood, are you possibly immune as well?
maybe.
Maybe, but I don't want to find out the hard way. Margot looked around the shed. It might make sense now, but the timeline doesn't add up. He didn't know he was dying until a few years ago. He had most of this stuff before I was born. Some of it's from the 70s, before he even met my mom. Why? Clara nodded.
Right.
You have a point. They both looked around at the boxes, hoping the answer was in view. It felt like time was running out. We should try to summon the ghost tomorrow.
Yes.
I can come by. I'll text Beck, too. On Monday, when I was over for board games, Teresa said she had a plan for helping me. She talked to you about that?
No.
Oh,
Do you think I should talk to her about this? If you believe you can trust her. Does that mean Clara doesn't necessarily trust her? Thursday after work. After work, Margot went to Teresa's store. Finding the flesh magnets worried her. Teresa said Margot could rely on her. Margot sighed. That really was something Margot deeply wanted. Someone who could trust. Who would believe her. Who could fix everything. She lingered outside of the store, away from the view of the windows. I don't know. Real sauce. Real sus. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know that I trust Quixote, and therefore necessarily those who are of his mentorship. I mean, I a little bit assume that it is all one man. I do think my daddy was Quixote. Yeah, let's go home. Let's go home. I don't know that I can trust Teresa. She still had her reservations. Maybe she needed to get to know Teresa more first before completely relying on her. She still had no idea what Teresa's plans seemed to be. Beck sat on the floor with her as Clara walked around the bedroom. The knife sat in the middle of the floor. Man, this was always the most awkward part of having, like, a controlling parent, though, was the really awkward way they'd, like, contact your friends' parents. So, these were on the magnets? Clara again brought the incense. Clara busied herself with prepping the room as she did last time. It was still nauseating. It was a smell and a feeling she hadn't experienced before meeting Clara. Did you get that from Teresa?
Yes.
What does the incense do? Has it been working? It has been helping. You see, it makes your mind more permeable.
Huh?
Permeable? Subject to the influence of other minds. In a mind control sort of way, or
No.
in more of a visiting sort of way? But it's a mutual sort of permeability. I think that gave us an edge last time. Beck let out a full-throated sigh, earning an eye roll from Clara.
How many times do we have to do this?
Considering the ghost has gotten to other people, it'll take time.
Okay, now can you explain who Teresa is and how exactly she's supposed to help us?
Clara scowled.
I thought you and Teresa were on such friendly terms.
She's someone I know with more experience in this sort of thing than I have.
She must be a big deal for you to admit she's better at this than you.
The incense stick in Clara's fist broke in half, the smaller piece soundlessly falling to the carpet. Why isn't she here, then? Yes, why don't we ask Margot's mother if she can invite over an adult woman to spend some alone time with us in her bedroom?
What?
Great idea as always, Beck. At her weird house, then. The ghost needs to be kept away from the ashes. They're at her house. You have an answer for everything, huh? You're right. I should have ignored you instead of being reasonable. The arguing was getting to Margot. She became aware of how fast she was breathing, how rapidly her heart was beating from the stress. The air felt even heavier from the incense permeating every corner. She started gasping for air.
Hey,
Come on, you two. Are we gonna fight every time? This is already really stressful. Was it because of the permeability thing Clara mentioned? There was a knock at the door. Margot whipped her head around to look, the room spinning in her vision. Sweetie, how are you and your friends doing? She entered before Margot could respond. Margot's mother turned to look at Clara. Clara froze. Oh, Margot. I've told you I didn't want any incense in the house. It's a fire hazard. Her mother walked towards Clara. She took the remaining half of the incense stick out of Clara's hand. Her mother held out her other palm and jammed the end of the stick on it until the smoke went out. The light bulb in Margot's room flashed and went out. Spooky. Oh no. Margot sat in an uncomfortable torn leather seat. The fabric was still hot to the touch from the day's weather. Come swim. Oh God. Her mother's voice was somewhere outside. No, you're going to yell at me. If my jeans get wet, you'll be mad about it ruining the car. The response came out of her mouth without a thought. Come on, come swim. Come out and join us. Do you promise you're not going to get mad? Come on. Margot sighed. She clicked open the seatbelt, burning her fingertips on the metal buckle. If she stood on the shoreline, maybe that'd be enough. She could strike the balance of not being yelled at for standing in the car and not being yelled at for getting her jeans wet. As she stepped out of the car, it dawned on her how dark it was outside. Starless, moonless, no ambient lights in the distance. After a few steps, she turned around to look behind her. There were silhouettes in the front seat. Come on, hurry up! Margot wanted to double-check the car first. She walked back, peering in through the driver's side window. There, Beck and Clara were seated in the front seats, slumped over, eyes closed, motionless. Oh boy. I guess let's take Beck. Taking Beck with us worked out last time. Margot went up to the window beside Beck and knocked on the glass.
Beck? Hello? Do you want to go to the beach together?
Beck sat up and shook her head.
Let's go to the beach.
Niki Minjaj. Which beach? The West Coast. Beck nodded, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out of the car. I need my shoes off, right? Beck unlaced her boots and yanked off her socks. Are you and your little friend hiding something? Her voice was so far away. For being on the beach, the air was oddly still. There was no freshness, no saltiness, no sounds of waves lapping. There was nothing.
Huh?
Where's the water? It's so dark I can't see anything.
Well,
I heard her voice over this way. They continued walking towards her mother. Margot's foot bumped into something. The ground shifted under her weight. Above her, a moon slowly came into view. Her foot touched a bag. It had a name printed on the side. Vic Jones. Margot picked it up. Whose bag is that? Vic Jones? I think my dad was in the military for a bit, but he never told me anything specific about that. But that's not his name. She slung the bag on her back. As she walked, a smattering of stars grew and increased in the sky. The beach came into view. I guess, we did get a name. We did get a name from Helen in her very first message, but I can't remember what it was. Here, let's put in another save. How far back in the history can we go? Yoink! Dang, not that far. Excuse me, I need the full script. Oh, we're getting places. Alright, we've covered all of miscellaneous. Huh. Alright. Water foamed on the sand. Mom, where are you? Margot imagined being able to sit and watch the waves. But she had to find her mother first. She looked carefully across the shoreline. It was rocky and uneven, with small tide pools in the dips. Margot glanced in the tide pool closest to her. There was something strange about it. Was it a type of starfish, or...
Hey.
What's that? Beck pointed to something in the distance. Margot squinted. There was some sort of lump protruding from the sand. They got closer. At first, she thought it was a rock. They kept walking closer. It wasn't a rock. As Margot got closer, she realized it was an arm. Margot stared at it, fixed on the limb. Ever so slightly, the fingers moved. Do you remember when... The sound, or the voice seemed to be coming from the arm. You gave me chicken pox. You were a baby. It was the second time I got chicken pox. I could have died. You would have liked that, wouldn't you? That's not how chicken pox works. I was a baby. Where would I have gotten chicken pox? You probably had shingles, and I caught chicken pox from that. My doctor said I had chicken pox twice, and it could have killed me. You tried to kill me. You misunderstood her. That shingles is from the same virus. She said it was very rare and could have killed me. Not how it works. No, you know what?
what?
Here, we'll hit it. Third time's a charm. Alright, can't convince her otherwise. There was no point to this conversation. It was shingles. Even if her mother didn't understand that, she should be able to understand a baby can't go out and catch a disease intending to harm her. There was no point arguing with an adult woman about the intentions of a baby.
Okay.
So you admit it. Margot bent down and put the arm in the bag. Her voice was muffled, still talking through the thick canvas. Still screaming about Margot intentionally making her sick. Margot tried to think about other things. If she thought about it too much, she would vomit. She kept walking, the bag slung over her shoulder again, feeling the limb thump and pound against her
Do
back.
you want me to hold that?
Margot snapped back to reality. She was so preoccupied with her mother's words.
It's heavy, right?
No, it's not your baggage.
No.
It's pretty heavy. Beck frowned slightly. Well, I offered. Let me know if you change your mind. They weren't close enough for Margot to feel comfortable giving Beck the bag. See, but that's not... such devastation was not my intention. See, it's like...
No.
It's like the Mass Effect problem, where you're like, okay, this is the option I want, but then, like, it makes it clear that, like, the interpretation you had of what the option was wrong. So sure, let's give Beck the bag after all. since keeping the bag was not what I intended. I wanted to hold it in more of a, I don't want you to, like, fucking suffer this, and not in a, I don't trust you enough way. Beck shrugged. I offered. Margot wasn't entirely sure about her relationship with Beck. She wasn't sure how close they were, if they necessarily trusted each other yet. Okay. But if it gets too heavy, hand it back to me, okay? Beck nodded and took the bag from Margot's shoulder. Beck winced a bit. Was it punching you nonstop, too? Yeah. They continued on. In the distance, her mother's voice echoed. Margot tried to pick one source, following it to the next limb. Just like when your father got hepatitis C. Oh, it was hepatitis. We would have been fine if you hadn't said anything. But you didn't care what we were going through. You just ran off to your fancy private school because you were so ashamed of people like us. Because I never went to all those fancy schools like you. The leg kicked in the sand, slowly slithering further away from Margot. Huh? Hepatitis C? Is that what he died from? Margot hesitated. She could talk about it more later. The leg was scooting further and further away from her. She chased after it. Oh, God! What have you said to your little friends about us? You never tell them about when we took you to amusement parks. Instead, it's only ever about how I'm not perfect. I always made sure you had pads. My mother never did that for me. Oh, yeah, look, this game continues to be about my mother. It was getting closer to the water. You keep trying to spend all of our money. Margot whipped around. Further away, another arm seemed to be clawing its way towards the ocean. Well, we're gonna have to ask for help. Beck, grab the leg. I'll go after the arm. Beck was already scrambling for it. Margot turned and ran to the arm. She heard her mother's voice again. You knew we couldn't afford insurance. You knew we couldn't afford whatever drugs it was that you wanted. We couldn't afford your little books and games. I never got to see the islands. The islands? All that money could have gone to a trip. I have the address on the letter and everything. The letter? She saw it in her mother's closet. Margot grabbed the arm, pulling it towards her. You know, it's not my fault you'll never go.
How?
How is it my fault you'll never go? You're the adult. Take responsibility. The hand tangled in her hair. See, yeah, no, fucking same. We always had to hear about how, you know, her sister went to Japan, but my mother'd never been to Japan. This was everybody else's fault. Everybody else went to Japan, like, to spite her. Boo, 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 boo. I can only imagine her bitterness that, like, I've been multiple times now. Like, bitch, go! Go, bitch, go! She's doing some fucking, like, pilgrimage across Spain, and that's the first time she's left the country, so it's like, alright. So you had the means. Do it. Do it. It's no one's fault but yours. It yanked hard. With what money? Margot yelped in pain. She tried to pull it away, but it wouldn't let go of her hair. Let go! You pulled my hair all the time! Because you'd pull mine! It was the only way to make you let go! Margot sunk her nails into the hand. You little bitch!
Beck! Help me!
All Margot could think to do was beg for help. Let go, you dumb, stupid bitch!
Shut up!
From behind her, Beck had run up and grabbed the arm. She sunk her own nails into it, drawing more blood. It screamed louder. You bitch! But it let go. Beck hurriedly shoved it into the bag.
Thanks.
We need to close this. Margot was finally able to turn and look. The limbs were trying to pry their way out. Together, they grabbed the drawstring at the top of the bag and yanked it closed. Margot held the fabric together as Beck tightly knotted the string.
Right.
All right. Hope you don't want to open that again. Margot was breathing hard. The leg is in there too. It was a pain in the ass to catch.
Thanks.
You're a lifesaver. Beck grinned. Margot looked around. It was quiet, but... She looked down. The water seemed higher, thick and foaming, dense around her ankles. Margot's heart started to race. If she was pulled under... Beck looked around wildly, her eyes wide. Beck was shaking.
What?
That... How is he?
No.
That's not true. I'm not. What's going on? The water rose higher. Beck screamed. Let go of me! No! Don't try to again! No! Beck collapsed into the water, thrashing at something unseen. Without thinking, Margot grabbed onto her. She couldn't let Beck get dragged away. Margot tried to pull on her arm, but instead, her own body was yanked down into the dark water. I lost everything because of you. No one will ever love you. The chatter was deafening. Like her parents, sitting in the living room, talking and talking, always about what a miserable person Margot is. Maybe that's part of why she was relieved her father was gone. Now her mother didn't have someone to talk to about how horrible Margot is. Her mother didn't have someone who could pick the lock on Margot's door. Margot gasped, finally surfacing. She opened her eyes. She had to stop from screaming. Her mother's head floated in front of her. All of the limbs loose from the bag encircled her. Let me do this. Don't take him away from me again. We deserved more time together. But you took away the time we had. Her long, stringy hair seemed to melt into the sea foam around them. The hair stretched out towards Margot. I wanted to see the California beach with him one last time. I wanted us to retire there. But you took all our money. As a baby, you'd scream and cry, trying to take our home, too. Margot frantically looked around. What was she supposed to do? Where was the ghost? The hair tangled tighter around her. It was becoming difficult to stay afloat. Margot spat out the water, threatening to fill her mouth. Was Beck okay? If Margot wasn't trapped, she could find Beck and help her. But now, Margot had to figure out where to cut. Did she have time to close her eyes and focus again? Or did she need to focus on her mother, threatening to pull her down? Close your eyes. Yeah, I think we gotta focus on getting it done. The hair was restricting her movement, dragging her in. There's nothing to gain from revenge. That's just the attention that, is thrived upon. But she had to find the ghost. She couldn't do this to her mother. Margot closed her eyes. Please don't do this. She had to center herself. With her eyes squeezed shut, everything around her looked red. She was tensing too much, or... She opened her eyes. It was the water. The foam. That was the ghost's body. Margot pulled out her knife. Stop! Please! Margot reached out and grabbed the head, holding her mother close to her chest. Don't touch me! She hacked at the thick foam surrounding them. Where she cut, left a fleshy slice in the water. Blood seeped out, diluting into the water around them. What if Margot let go? What if she let her mother have her wish? No. Her mother's arms grabbed onto her again, pulling her down. She had to act fast. She grabbed at the foam, thick and heavy. She had to consume it before she was pulled under. Stop! Stop it now! She had to. She couldn't risk drowning. Again. It was red all around her. Margot was afraid of the blood. Her mother's head gurgled and screamed in the water. Margot held tight. There was a bright flash. The light bulb was back on. God, I forgot we were just in the room with everybody. The light was still on from last night. Margot looked down at her body, checking again for blood. Just sweat. Was it a good sign or a bad sign for it to leave less of a mark on her? She looked over to the floor. Beck was asleep. Last night, Margot saw. She'd been pulled underwater. Margot leapt over to the sleeping girl and grabbed her shoulders. Hey! Hey! Beck gurgled and coughed, water spilling from her mouth. Oh no! Margot pulled her up to sitting, starting to slap her on her back. She opened her eyes, coughing and spitting up more water. Ugh. Are you okay? She cleared her throat more. Yeah, I am. Margot first wanted to check herself over more thoroughly in the bathroom mirror. In the living room, her mother sat in front of the television. Margot walked past, hoping she wouldn't acknowledge her. Pack your bag! Margot turned to look at her. Her mother hadn't moved. Pack your bag. I'll drive you to work.
Okay.
But after work, you're not allowed back in this house. Ever again. I hate you. Didn't you say, love you the other day? No one will ever love you. You've taken everything away from me. Away from your half-sister. Everyone you've ever met. I want your little friend out of here, too. Alright. Good morning. Hey. Extra big bag today. Are you doing something fun this weekend? Margot stared at her. Yeah. Margot placed the bag on the ground next to her desk.
Sorry.
She could keep her mind blank for 3 more minutes. She could get to the bathroom. I'm a little nauseous this morning, In the bathroom, she could cry as much as she needed and no one would notice. I need to go to the bathroom. Of course, you don't need to ask me. Margot dashed out of the office. Margot locked herself in a single-stall bathroom at the far end of the hallway. Margot hadn't told anyone that she was kicked out yet. She simply hurried Beck out the door and sprinted to work before her mother got up from the couch. Beck must be worried something happened with the ghost. And Margot didn't have a chance to ask her what happened in the dream, but... Did Beck almost drown? Could she have died because of Margot? Margot leaned against the wall. She just had a backpack now. It was crammed full with anything she could fit. Clothing, her sketchbooks. Margot slid to the ground. She pulled out her phone. She needed someone, some kind of lifeline. It was difficult to read the text on the tiny screen. When did she start crying? Was it enough to start dripping from her chin? I mean, we know Beck's got a guest room that we've been pretty welcome to. The phone rang.
Hey.
Hey, Beck. Are you okay? As soon as work ended, Beck came to pick her up. She maintained it was fine. Her mother didn't say much when they arrived, but Margot did rush past her. Once all of Margot's things were put away, they went outside. All afternoon, Margot had been silent. She felt like she was sleepwalking. To Beck's car, to her room, back outside. Beck insisted on an evening walk. Margot complied, despite wanting nothing more than to hide away. How are you feeling?
Huh?
We've only talked about logistics today. How are you feeling about everything? Yesterday, today? Oh. I don't know. I think I've pushed it to the back of my mind. Really? Yeah. We can talk about it whenever you want to. Okay. They started on a second lap of Margot's neighborhood. Did she want to talk more? Margot wondered how many laps they would do if she didn't say anything. She wondered how long her mother had been under the ghost's influence. How much of it was her father's words or her mother's words. It feels weird. Sometimes it was kind of nice when she would actually talk to me. I did kind of hope after he passed away maybe we'd get along better. It's fine. Margot's phone buzzed. Maybe it was... Concert in San Diego tomorrow. We could pick you up if you want. Karina said she doesn't mind the drive. You can sleep on the couch too, so you don't have to go home at 2 a.m. Of course it wasn't her mother, but... Any news from your mom? Margot winced. Sorry, I shouldn't assume. Want to go to a concert tomorrow?
Well...
If you're up for it, but... Are you sure you wouldn't rather stay in? Relax a little? No, I want to go. I need something else to think about. A couple of friends from school will be there. You could meet them.
Okay.
If you're sure. You're free to change your mind tomorrow. I won't. They walked in silence for a while. They returned to Beck's home. At some point in the evening, Beck went downstairs to grab something. While Beck was busy, Margot went to the bathroom across the hall to wash up. She needed to shower. How sweaty did she get last night? Her hair thickly clumped together as though she'd been swimming in the ocean. She could hear Beck's mother talking. It was muffled, but Margot could catch parts of the conversation. Oh, man. I'm so, nervous for this poor girl. I've seen situations like this in court before. Those kids. I don't know. They always grow up to be troubled in some way. I mean, I was worried about her even when you two were little. But now... Earlier this week, I received the strangest call from her mom. I have no idea how she got my number. Even if Margot can legally stay where she wants, I'm still worried her mom might do something. Margot looked at the ground. She realized she couldn't hear them anymore. The sound of their voices seemed to turn to static. She never caught what Beck said, if anything. She sat down on the edge of the tub, feeling the room spin around her. Margot thought about her mother's words, as she often did. No one will ever love you. She thought about her old art, that she might never be able to get back. Souvenirs from school and old friends. Maybe her mother would change her mind. Maybe her mother would have a big change of heart, tell Margot she was sorry, and welcome her back. Or maybe she would silently permit Margot to come back. No, that wouldn't happen. Even Beck's mother thought there was something inherently wrong with her. Maybe there was. Maybe there was. Just one more month. Ugh. Margot laid on the bed, fiddling with her phone. Opening and closing it, rereading the message. Be cautious staying with her. Thinking about what Beck's mother said last night. Was there some truth to what her own mother said? That Beck's parents were worried about Margot was a bad influence? Maybe Beck's mother was only being superficially nice after all. She didn't want Margot to stay there and wanted Beck to see why.
Hey.
How are you feeling? You think you're still up for the show? It's a bit of a drive there and back. Beck had been extra careful with Margot today. Yeah. I should be fine. I really want you to meet my friends. Okay. Did you text them we're coming? Yep. Beck sifted through her closet, finding an outfit. She pulled out an old shirt from the band. Isn't it kind of dorky to wear a shirt for the band you're seeing?
Huh.
Is it? That's what I heard, at least. Beck carefully considered the shirt. I see. You should wear it then. Why's that? It's gonna be too tight anyway. Your idea of too tight is still pretty baggy. Besides, between the two of us, you're dorkier.
What?
You are. You're always gardening. Pretty dorky. Beck shook her head. Pretty defensive for someone who isn't a little dork. So, what very cool band shirts do you have instead? I have one I made. I couldn't afford the merch table at the time, so I went home and drew on a shirt I have. Margot leaned over and pulled the shirt out of her backpack. Beck inspected her handiwork, nodding approvingly. Very punk. Fine. You win. Guess I am dorkier. Margot watched out the window, idly braiding her hair. Beck had a burger in one hand while driving with the other. She'd managed to convince Margot to let her borrow the hand-drawn shirt. Well, Margot wore the band shirt. It can't be safe for you to drive while holding a burger. Yeah, maybe I should have picked something easier. She handed it to Margot to put back in the bag on her lap. Further down the road, there was a small lit structure that spanned across the road. Ugh, I hate Border Patrol checkpoints. Excuse me, do you have any fruit in the vehicle? Yeah, me too. One time they stopped my parents and asked, "Does that little girl speak English?" Wow, intimidating children. Really doing some important work out there. Sure are. Hey, Beck.
Yeah?
When you're driving at night, do you imagine stuff on the road? Like what? When I was a kid, sometimes they talked about chupacabras on the local news. So I tried to spot chupacabras. Didn't they find out they were mangy coyotes? Well, do you imagine mangy coyotes on the road? Nah, that'd be too distracting. More or less than a burger is. Think it's too risky to find out. Margot kept looking out the window, imagining every shadow was some new cryptid. They reached their destination, an old hangar now converted into a small concert venue just outside the city. After a short wait in line, Beck and Margot filed in. Inside the venue, it was already starting to fill up. A few disheveled couches were pushed against the walls. They shuffled into a spot near the front. On the stage, the opening band performed sound checks. Margot pulled out her phone to text Karina. Are they already here? Nah, I think they just arrived. Karina mentioned they just got in the line outside. Margot squeezed Beck's hand. Thank you for the ticket. I can help with gas if you consider it a housewarming gift. Seriously, don't worry about it. Margot smiled. Are you sure? Yes. Now, do you want something to drink? Probably just water. Okay, be right back. She immediately disappeared into the gathering crowd. While Beck was away, Margot looked around in the crowd. She saw some familiar faces. Karina! Alejandra! Margot waved to them. She managed to catch their attention. Margot! It's so good to see you. Alejandra rushed over, wrapping Margot in a tight hug. Once she pulled back, she glanced down at Margot's shirt. Why are you wearing a shirt for the band? It's my friend's. She insisted. Is she the friend you mentioned coming with you? Where is she? I want to meet her. Yeah, she's, Margot looked around. She spotted Beck and waved her back over.
Oh.
Are these your friends? She passed a water bottle to Margot. Yep, this is Alejandra and Karina. Nice to meet you. Why'd you make Margot wear the band shirt? Beck blushed. I thought the shirt she made looks cool. Yeah, of course. Everything she makes looks cool. How did you meet? What school are you going to? They happily chatted until the lights dimmed for the opener. Karina dug around in her pockets, pulling out a few baggies of foam earplugs. Thanks, Mom. Keep talking like that, and I'll make you reapply sunscreen. Drink some water, too. Jeez. Oh, hey! Alejandra was already pulled into another conversation. A couple more girls from their school arrived, but Margot didn't know them well. They'd been a grade ahead of her. Will you two be okay if we catch up later? You're staying over, right? Yeah, that's still okay. Of course. Karina clapped her hands together in a small prayer gesture. She walked slowly towards Alejandra. We'll definitely have time tonight after the concert. With that, Karina and Alejandra disappeared. Margot looked over at Beck. She was happy to be there with her. There was a small intermission before the headliner started. Hey, you two! Alejandra and Karina found their way back to Beck and Margot.
Hey!
What'd you think of the opener? I thought they were pretty good. I thought so too. Gonna see if they have any CDs after the show. I still think we should get a CD player. You pick up a new one everywhere we go. Maybe. How's the new apartment? I think it needs more stuff. Alejandra just wants to dumpster dive. Not dumpster dive. I want to buy vintage from independent sellers. It's always thrift stores where everything is broken in the creepiest buildings. They're fine. The lights dimmed again, ending the conversation. With a nod from Karina and a wave from Alejandra, they disappeared into the crowd again. They likely wanted to be closer to the front. Beck pointed after them. Did you want to get closer to the front too? Margot shook her head. Nah, always makes me kind of anxious. All the pushing. You want to go further back? We could. Beck took Margot's hand and led her to a back corner of the venue. They went to one of the couches, situated underneath a metal maintenance staircase. It was a bit of a cramped space, so the couch was vacant. Margot sat at an angle on the cracked leather armrest of the couch and leaned back, trying to figure out a good view of the stage. Beck sat down next to her. The lights flashed. A steady drumbeat started. The band stepped onto stage, standing in silhouette. Beck leaned close, speaking against her ear. Can you see okay? Margot nodded. She leaned against the wall, focusing on the first song. It had been a while since Margot last went to a concert. Maybe it was last summer, but she spent a few days at Karina's house before their school year started again. After yesterday, it was nice to now be surrounded by friends. To be in an entirely different city and state for the night. The lights and music washed over her. Maybe the next month could keep looking like this. The encore wrapped up and the lights turned back on. Ready to go? I definitely need fresh air. It got so warm in there. Go ahead and wait for me outside. I need a second. Sure. See you in a bit. Now by herself, Margot went over to check out the merchandise tables. She looked at the prices. Concert merchandise was always a bit more expensive than she expected. She wanted to get a shirt for Beck. It was the least she could do to thank Beck for driving, the concert tickets, drinks. But, considering what Beck's mother said about her, how long would she be allowed to stay? It would be smarter to save every penny just in case. She didn't have anywhere to stay. Hotels weren't cheap. And then she had to make sure she had enough for buses and taxis to get to campus. Margot was next in line. The woman working the merchandise table smiled at her. You know what? Let's get her a shirt. Margot breathed in. It would be fine. She still had her job, and she could come in a bit early if she absolutely needed to earn more. It would be fine. Margot breathed in. It would be fine. She still had her job. She could come in a bit early. She had other friends she could stay with just in case. Can I get this shirt, please? It would be fine. Yeah, I mean, we just established that these two friends have their own, new apartments. So, push, shove, you can come stay with them. After the concert, everyone met up at Alejandra and Karina's apartment. See? It was a one-bedroom apartment in an older complex. With the posters and knickknacks scattered about the living room, it reminded Margot of their dorm rooms back in school. Everyone formed a circle in the living room around the coffee table. Karina, did you end up getting the CD? I bought it for her. Karina smiled. I love, off-model Gurr over here. It was the last one. They had to dig around in the box under the table to find it. That's pretty lucky. Did you get anything? Nah, not this time. She could show it to Beck later. Have you two heard from anyone else lately? A little bit. I think everyone's already gone their separate ways. Guess a lot of people are working over the summer like you are, Margot. I think a couple of other people are working in research labs. Really? Already? Alejandra shrugged. Connections, I guess. Felt like it took a lot of luck for me to get this job. You're going to school here, right? Yeah, it's been really quiet near the university. It was easier to find an apartment now before the school year starts. I still need to actually get an apartment. Sooner the better. Alejandra looked between everyone, suddenly becoming quite eager. So, you guys feel like staying up a little longer?
Yeah.
Of course, I missed you guys. She was a bit tired, but wanted to push it aside. Well, I got a housewarming gift from my sister. Alejandra's grin grew and she sprinted to the kitchen. Is it a bong? Here we go. The fridge opened and closed in the other room. Alejandra came back, plopping a beer can on the table. Oh, a single beer. Party hard, kids. Are we sharing? Alejandra turned red. There's more. Does everyone want one? Everyone around the table nodded. Alejandra scurried back to the kitchen, returning with several more cans held against her chest. Karina helped her place the rest on the table. Margot went to pop the tab, then stopped to turn to Beck. Is this all right, or... Beck already had the can to her lips. Huh? Seemed to be fine. Is beer fine, Margot, or do you want box wine? Does this one also taste like meat? Comes in a box. Of course it tastes like meat. Alejandra huffed, placing her drink down on the table. I thought this one was pretty good. Nice. Can I have some meat wine? There's no meat in it. She quickly fetched a red plastic cup filled halfway with dark wine. Beck picked it up and swirled it. Margot could already smell the vinegary aroma coming off the wine. There are bits. That's the chunks of meat. Margot held out her hand and Beck passed the cup to her. She took a swig. Oh, yeah. That's savory. Alejandra plopped back down on the couch. Oh, fuck you guys. Karina cackled. Thank you for the drinks and letting us stay over. Beck chuckled. The wine is perfectly fine. Karina went to fetch water for everyone. At some point, everyone ended up a bit more slumped and silly. Karina curled up in Alejandra's lap and both of them snug in a thrifted paisley chair. Alejandro sighed wistfully. I could really go for some buns. Buns? There's a bakery across the street with good cinnamon rolls. Those beautiful buns. How did the road trip go? The car kept breaking down, but it helped us realize some things. No one else I want to be with in a broken down car. Bedtime! Margot stared down the couch. It was long enough for one person to lay across, but that was about it. Alejandra had placed a thick folded up blanket and pillow at one end. Sorry we don't have something bigger to offer. It's okay. It's cozy. Karina laughed. See you guys in the morning then? With that, Alejandra and Karina went to the bedroom and closed the door. Margot stared at the couch. Somehow, it was smaller than her bed, and certainly much smaller than Beck's bed. Beck also seemed to be examining it. I guess we pile on? Before we pile on, I actually did get something. Margot unzipped her bag and held up the new t-shirt. Next time, you can be dorky together. What? I was looking at this one. Do you like it? I love it. Thank you so much. Margot grinned and tucked the shirt neatly back in her bag. Beck had eventually convinced Margot to let her sleep on the floor with the comforter. It was a bit hard to fall asleep. She felt a mix of energized by the concert but deeply anxious after the events of the week. Margot turned to glance at Beck. She was on her back, hands folded over her stomach, staring up at the ceiling.
Hey.
Can't sleep either? Beck's shoulders lifted a bit in a shrug. What are you thinking about? Beck glanced towards her. She smiled faintly, but the look in her eyes didn't change. Worrying over nothing is all. Well, Twitch says we got an ad break, so I guess we got an ad break. I still don't quite know what's going on, but I know we haven't taken care of that ghosty yet. Back we go. July 26th, Sunday morning. Margot woke up. She heard some muffled talking in another room. In Arizona for? With a yawn, she sat up to stretch her arms and look around. No one in the living room. I really should have brought. Margot stood up, now stretching her back. Her neck was pretty stiff because of the couch. Margot wondered if Beck fared any better on the floor. Margot knocked on the bedroom door. Margot, come in! In the bedroom, Karina and Alejandra sat on the bed. Beck leaned back in an office chair at their desk, a paper plate in her hand. Beck had the new shirt on. On the desk was a box of cinnamon rolls and more paper plates. We wanted to let you sleep in. Beck said you had a rough week at work. Margot smiled.
Thanks.
I appreciate that. Karina scooted over, making space for Margot on the bed. She sat down next to her. Beck brought my buns. You gotta try these buns. Margot
Okay.
laughed. Okay, I'm grabbing one. Karina leaned over, looking out the now open door. Did you not fold out the futon? Alejandra gasped, covering her mouth. We forgot to mention it was a futon. I'm such a bad host. I should have folded it out. Sorry, I thought it was pretty obvious.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no! After breakfast and more chatting, Beck and Margot were back on the road. Beck lightly bobbed her head to the radio. Ugh, I can't believe I forgot the cucumbers. From your garden? Yep, can you remind me to take care of them when we get back? If I don't pick them soon, they'll go bad. Sure, we could get some dip for them on the way home. Ooh, I can make some dips. Do you like hummus?
Yeah.
I'd love homemade hummus. Beck grinned to herself. Margot checked her texts. Thanks for coming! Hope you slept okay on the unfuton. Hee hee. Beck is cool. Karina says hi. Just wanted to tell you. We were worried when you were pretty quiet at the end of the school year. But I'm glad you're acting like your old self again. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Margot smiled to herself. It was nice to see her friends. It was nice that they cared about her. My friends thought you were cool. Karina says hi.
Yay!
I'm glad. I liked hanging out with them. Do you think we'll hang out with your old friends at some point?
Nope.
Nope. Why is that? I was a very different person when I lived with my dad. I haven't talked to anyone since moving back here anyway.
Oh.
Oh. Do you ever still talk to your dad? I haven't. And I never will.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's okay. I guess it's just something we have in common. Ah, earpiece. I should put you in instead of forgetting. I know you don't like to talk about this stuff, but can I ask what happened? That's fair to ask.
Well,
Beck's expression hardened. He spoke slowly, each word strangely precise. We had a physical fight. It was bad enough that I was afraid to stay. I see. Margot felt a bit selfish for asking. I mean, you know, girl, it's not like you can't relate. Beck had seen so much of her own situation in gory detail. Maybe she hoped Beck had a similar story, that she would feel comfortable enough to share. That they could commiserate over?
Sorry.
nah.
No more apologizing. Margot just needed to understand that not everyone wanted to be an open book. If she hadn't been forced into the situation, she probably wouldn't share everything with Beck either. You can ask me anything, honestly.
I
might not be able to answer, but I want you to ask.
Okay.
Margot fought with herself to not take it personally. In the garden, Beck got to work plucking any ripe vegetables she could find. Margot sat with her cross-legged with a bucket in her lap. Beck leaned back, placing a handful of cucumbers in the bucket. This week, I'm going to seriously focus on renting an apartment. Any way I can help? Just remind me to actually do it. A bunch of tomatoes went into the bucket. What if I was able to transfer to your university? Already enjoying living together that much?
well,
Yeah. I know you don't want to live with a stranger either. And you could tutor me.
Oh.
Ah, that's what this is really about. Beck laughed. You got me. Margot looked down into the bucket. How long would she be allowed to live here? Was there some truth to what her mother said? That it was her fault that Beck's family moved? Ugh. I have another serious question. I'm sorry. It's fine, really. The other night, I heard you and your mom talking. She couldn't bear looking up from her lap. She doesn't want me here, does she? I understand. I can figure something out. Beck's gardening gloves plopped down on the ground next to Margot. Beck moved to the bucket and took Margot's hands. Look at me. Margot peeked up at her face. Did you hear the whole conversation, or only catch some of it? Part of it.
well,
I think she's just looking out for me. I really don't think it's personal. Did you hear what I said to her? Margot shook her head. Ooh, me smacking the microphone so that you can't hear me. I reminded her that she's dealt with way worse people for her job. And if I'm going to be a lawyer too, it'll be the same deal for me. Your mom's not like a mafia boss on trial or something. Margot smiled weakly. Either way, you're my friend. I'm not going to regret helping a friend in a tough situation. Margot felt herself smiling a bit more. See? That's why you need to ask me about these things. Were you worried about that all weekend? A little bit. Margot, she doesn't dislike you. It's really that she's worried about me, okay?
Okay.
Do you feel a bit better? Margot nodded. I do. Thank you. Evening. Beck convinced Margot to sit by the pool with her. She paddled through the water for a moment before coming to rest her arms on the edge of the pool next to Margot. Margot reluctantly sat with her calves in the water. She did not want to go further than that. So, that dream, huh? How do we know when it's over? Margot watched the ripples in the water, like the calm surface of the ocean. She pulled her legs out of the water, and where's Clara? Clara wasn't there when we woke up.
Well,
There's still the flesh magnets at my mom's house. Teresa said she's handling things, but Beck shook her head.
hey,
You never mentioned that you talked to her about helping me. How did that go? Beck seemed to jolt a bit at the question. It was strange. Another thing Beck neglected to tell Margot about.
right.
I still think stores like that are goofy, but I checked for books. She already knew it was for you. I guess you're the only paranormal case in town. Guess so. Clara said we need to stop the ghost before September. Maybe stopping the ghost looks like neutralizing the flesh magnets? I should ask Clara about that. Margot glanced at Beck. She seemed to be clenching her jaw in a deep frown. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I want to be the one who helps you. It's a team effort. Margot sat at Beck's desk, packing her bag for work the next day. Beck was already in bed, reading an old comic book that Margot brought. I can drive you to work. Margot looked over, smiled at Beck. It's fine, it's not that far of a walk. 2 miles each way every day? Nope, I'll drive you. Margot scrunched her nose. You're planning to drive me every day? That's way too much to ask. That's 20 miles a week in summer. We're driving. Fine. Margot smiled a bit to herself. Was that really okay with Beck? That would be really nice. Beck flipped the page. There were a couple of times in high school I tried to look you up. On MySpace, stuff like that. I never could find anything. I really started to doubt that you ever existed. I'm just private. I never understood those websites. Fair enough. At the time, it was such a scary thought, though. Monday morning. Margot and Beck sat in the car. The cargo train seemed to be particularly slow today. Are you absolutely sure you're okay with giving me a ride?
Yeah.
Of course. Every day? Twice a day? Yes, don't sweat it. I'm serious. I can visit my grandma more. And it's more time with you. Are you sure you're not going to get tired of chauffeuring me around? Of course not. I'd follow you around work if I could. And see, that's a little weird. I don't know. Maybe I should keep comments like that to myself. Margot laughed. Margot sat at her work computer, typing. That morning, she called the wife of one of the veterans for an interview about him for the newsletter. She visited him before. He was unable to sit up or speak, but introducing herself seemed like the courteous thing to do. Considering they couldn't have a conversation, Margot wasn't sure what to expect from the interview with his wife. After talking about his service in World War II, his career, and their children, Margot asked how they met and got married. They'd only been dating for a month before they got engaged, she explained. They were both teenagers. One weekend for a date, they went to the local diner. It was eerily silent. Everyone, patrons and staff, attentively listened to the radio. They quickly placed their order and started paying attention as well. There had been an attack on Hawaii. They solemnly looked at each other. "You know what I have to do," he said to her. She nodded, understanding. He had just turned 18 the week before, but first, right there in the diner, he stood up from his seat and kneeled next to her. "When I come back, will you marry me?" "Margot, can I talk to you for a moment?" Margot looked up from the computer. Erica closed the door and sat down next to her. "How are you doing?" "Pretty good. I'm about halfway done with this article." Great. But, how are you in general?" "Last week you seemed a bit..." Margot's hand started to shake in her lap. Did I do something wrong? If there's extra work I need to catch up on..." "Oh, no, it's nothing like that. Maybe it's not my business. I noticed you seemed out of sorts on Friday. I only noticed since I see you every day. So if there's anything you wanted to talk..." "Everything is fine." Margot grasped for an excuse. "My period. I was a bit more sensitive last week. Sorry about that." "Okay. Sorry for prying." Margot was by herself for lunch. Erica likely thought she should give her space after their conversation that morning. Margot toyed with her phone, flipping it open and closed. It did shake her a bit, knowing that Erica noticed how she was feeling. She didn't doubt it came from a place of sympathy, but how many instances of being visibly upset would it take for Margot to seem too unreliable for her job? She just needed to hold it together. Stay positive. It was nice getting a ride from Beck in the morning. She did look forward to seeing her after work. Her phone buzzed, clattering out of her hand. Oh, jeez. She picked it up and opened the new message. "Another board game today." Huh, that was abrupt. Teresa had mentioned wanting to play another game. The Royal Game of Ur, if Margot remembered correctly. She said about texting Beck. Was she also invited? Or would she need to pick her up after? That was a shame. Margot was looking forward to going home together after work. Margot sat down at the table with Teresa. Teresa laid out the new game. "So, this is the Royal Game of Ur." "Yes. It does look pretty similar, but there's just two sides." "Is it just us today, then?" "Yes." Teresa leaned back and gave Margot a small smile. "Today will be a simple rematch between the two of us."
Sure.
"Since I'm handling the ghost situation, it may help to get to know each other better." "That's fair." Teresa leaned forward, folding her hands on the table. "Before we start, I'd like to start with a moral dilemma of my own." Margot smiled.
Okay.
Teresa nodded. "There's a young woman. She has a brief but passionate relationship with a man. After a short time, he's called away with important business matters. In that time, unbeknownst to him, the woman is pregnant and gives birth to their child. When he returns, he learns that she killed the baby. Do you believe this is right?" She felt short of breath.
What?
"Do you believe this is right?" Her mind seemed to short circuit. As she tried to step through the scenario, a pounding headache grew and grew. She was alone for a year? It was hard to talk with how dry her mouth was. Had she been breathing from her mouth? "So you believe if a woman is left alone for a year, she has the right to kill their shared child?" "No, I didn't say that. Maybe she had postpartum depression if she was alone for so long." Her forehead prickled with a cold sweat. "If she's depressed, that makes it right." "I mean, It at least explains what could have happened. I see. Teresa smiled slightly. Let's discuss it more after. Margot weakly nodded, the feeling of pins and needles slowly dissipating. Teresa eyed her for a moment before gesturing to the board. The rules for this game have only been translated since the 80s. Margot breathed deeply, clearing her head. That's pretty recent. It's quite simple. You must roll tetrahedron dice to see how many spaces to move. The spaces with rosettes are safe, and you can roll again. Otherwise, if you land on the other player's piece, it's removed from the board. You must reach the end of the board and roll exactly in order to exit. Okay, that is pretty simple. To fit the original spirit, I've added some predictions to the rosette spaces. You mentioned it was sometimes used for divination. Yes. Let's start. Teresa rolled. 2 die pointed up. She put her first piece on the board. Margot scooped up the dice and rolled. All white crowns, 4 spaces. She placed her first piece on a rosette. Okay, I get a prediction and roll a second time, right? Yes. Let's see what it says. She checked a small notebook on the table. You live your life, unable to cross the ditch. As in, unable to move on. Not a lot of ditches around, Teresa chuckled. I wouldn't take it too literally. It's your decision to believe it at all. Teresa looked at Margot expectantly. Maybe it sounds relevant to something in your life. Margot gave a polite smile. It's interesting. Let's see if we get any more predictions. Let's. Margot rolled again, moving her piece 2 spaces. Teresa rolled. Another 2. She sighed, seemingly exasperated. Very well. She moved her piece to the rosette on her side of the board.
Yeah?
You get a prediction now, right? Teresa laughed. Wouldn't be anything all that interesting. That's disappointing. Margot was curious what it would be. She frowned a bit, her bottom lip in a pout. Oh, clicking, clicking, clicking. Her hand twitched, still hovering above her piece. Don't make that face. She looked away. You're making a face.
Sorry.
Teresa breathed in and opened the notebook. Now, Margot could see that Teresa's face was slightly red. Was she worried the prediction would be embarrassing? It says, you will stand in exalted places. That sounds pretty good. Teresa smiled slightly. Yes. After a few more turns, Margot had a second piece on the board, now landing on the center rosette. Ooh, this is pretty advantageous, right? And now it's kind of a danger zone for you. You catch on quickly. It was the same with Marlahina. Yes. Teresa picked up her notebook and flipped to a new page. You will have a reunion soon. Margot tilted her head. That was the most straightforward one yet. With her mother? With the ghost? She wondered what it could mean. Sounds ominous. Sounds like it worries you.
Well,
if the prediction means anything, I don't know if it means my mom or the ghost. Maybe Clara mentioned it to you, that my mom kicked me out? I see. So, you find either one equally concerning. I don't know what my mom would say. I know it'll hurt in a way I can't predict. Margot lowered her gaze to the table, feeling her thoughts turn to worried static. From the corner of her eye, she could see Teresa lift her hand, but place it back on the table. Maybe it was to give Margot a reassuring pat. Or maybe it's not always about her. Maybe she was simply going to adjust something on the table? Margot shook her head. All right, time for my second roll. After a few turns, by a close margin, Margot won. Margot set about helping Teresa put away the board game. That was pretty fun. There's more strategy than I expected. Glad you enjoyed it. By the way, I wanted to tell you. Clara and I found flesh magnets at my mom's house. Teresa paused to look at her. Is that so? What should we do? I can speak with your mom.
yeah?
I'm currently waiting for something to cure in order to dispose of the ashes. After that, I'll offer to buy the magnets from your mother and demagnetize them. Okay. So everything is fine? Yes. Now then, let's revisit the moral dilemma. Let's change the situation slightly. If it had been the father, left alone for long days with the child. That eerie silence fell on the room. Is it right for the man to kill the child? A high-pitched buzz pervaded Margot's thoughts. It came on so suddenly. Stop it! Her vision seemed to be darkening. Did she stand up too fast? Why are you asking this? A simple variation on the dilemma. It's a weird thing to ask. Margot breathed deeply, leaning against the table. Can you get a glass of water for me? I feel nauseous. Margot took a few sips of water and rested her head on the table. Did she eat something weird at lunch? Did she not have enough water? Was she eating dinner too late? Once she felt better, she'd call Beck to pick her up. Uh-oh. It's not dream time, is it? Here with the ashes. No matter how many times I end up here. I still don't understand what this is. Is it lucid dreaming? Is it memories? Is the ghost already back? It is the between. All times and places are within grasp, with the exception of 2. Oop. Keep going like way too far down to click. So, I can see almost anything. No. If I so desire, I may show you almost anything. Show me a memory of the islands. When your brother left for the mainland, he asked me to look after you and your mother. Even though the 3 of us have been friends since childhood, it still felt like an honor. I confided in him, something I have been considering since we were young. He gave me his blessing, as did your mother. I should have told you. This place, these islands, they attract evil, I think. Some say there's a cave here that leads directly to hell, that we stand on the remnants of a kingdom damned. Would we have had a chance if we had followed your brother to the mainland? Last night was strange. Why did Teresa's stories affect her so strongly? Because the story was fucked up? Just a thought. It was likely dehydration. The weekend was so busy, and they did drink a bit. Margot shook her head. You know, those single beer hangovers, those'll get ya. She locked her work computer in preparation for lunch. Before heading out of the office, she gave her phone a quick check. Let's get dinner on Friday. I'll make sure I have my wallet, lol. I miss you so much. Margot frowned at her phone. Just block him. Don't even give him a response. Ignoring him hadn't been working. With a few taps, she blocked his number. Nikki needed to know, right? She really should have told her sooner. Maybe that would have spared them from their last argument. I need you to know Lee's been texting me. Keeps saying weird stuff and trying to hang out. Okay. I've already talked to him about it. He said you keep agreeing to hang out. I really haven't. I get you had your first time with him, but you need to stop. Her phone clattered to the ground. What? What did Nikki mean? She hurriedly scooped it off the floor. Wait, what do you mean? Absolutely not. Margot stared at her phone. No way the conversation was gonna end on that note. But Nikki didn't respond. Her stomach started to ache. Who said that? Why would they say that? Why would Nikki believe it? Lee had mentioned rumors about her before. She knew about some of the things people said about her before she left, but they'd been together for a while this time. Maybe the on-again, off-again phase was finally over. Things were going well. They would talk in the evenings on the phone. He would walk with her after school. He'd check in, see how things were progressing with her father. Margot sat down next to him at the park. She was excited to spend that Saturday with him. "How's it going?" Before answering her, he looked down at her lap and poked at her thigh. It was a bit too hard. She wondered if it'd leave a small bruise. "Your thighs are bigger than mine." "Aren't girls supposed to be smaller than guys?" "I don't know." He stood up. "What do you want to do for lunch?" Margot continued to stare at her thighs. The way they seemed to only become bigger when she was sitting. "I don't think I'm actually that hungry." "Huh, probably better for you anyway." Fucking men. As Margot packed her bag, her phone buzzed. She took a deep breath. What would Nikki say? "I found stuff about the magnets in his books." Margot sighed out in relief. It was Beck, and it sounded like good news. "Nice work." "Clara has to come too, so bring your mom's car." "Dang, I was so close to having a good excuse." "Okay, see you soon." They sat in a circle on Beck's bedroom floor as she flipped open a few different books.
Okay.
"I had some time today, so I wanted to see if I could find anything about the runes." Beck pointed at a page with a chart of different symbols and their purpose. "Here, in this chapter, it says the more common a rune is, the less powerful it is, like it's been used up. So, if you want to do something new or very powerful, you need to make a new rune. The easiest way to do that is to change an existing one to mean its inverse."
Yes.
"We know that." Beck paused to bite her lip before continuing. Well, it seems like the best way to undo them is to make our own opposite runes, then carve that on the bullets, right?
Maybe.
I suppose that would solve part of it. But I think the runes are instructions for the magnet, not what makes it a flesh magnet. It wouldn't solve the issue of the actual magnetization. Could it be similar to a normal magnet? With a normal one, there's a few ways to demagnetize it. We talked about it in my physics class. With a stronger magnet, or with heat, or blunt force.
Yes.
Those are good points, Margot. Mine was good too! I have an idea. Let's try a combination of methods. With the knife, it should be possible to carve a new rune onto each bullet. Once that's done, I have something we can use to heat it. Then, once the metal is soft, use the knife again to cut it in half to release any souls trapped in it. That's pretty involved. But it should guarantee it's completely destroyed. And that no one is harmed, right? As much as possible. Clara turned to Margot. For this to work, we need to get something from my house. You'll need to stay over. Beck frowned. We can go tomorrow when you're done with work. Yeah, we can go to Teresa's. No, I mean, where I grew up. Where Clara grew up. From what little she knew. Margot wondered what it looked like, or even where it was. Do you need a ride? No, we can go through a dream, similar to how we found the photos. Can't you go alone then? It's safer if we stick together for something like this. I can go. What do you need to get? I have something that can create a special type of flame. You'll see.
Okay.
Well, if we have a plan and the stuff to do it, then we just need the magnets. How are we gonna get those? Can we also do that with dream stuff? Clara twisted the hem of her skirt in her hands. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's up, Clara? We got a confession to make? About what happened with the ashes in the book? I think that's far too risky. We know the ghost has gotten to Margot's mother, and each time we've seen the ghost, it has been a close call. Teresa's been saying she'll talk to her and get them. Do we trust her? Man, I don't know. Do I trust Teresa? I don't know. Well, let's go with I'm not sure. I think maybe for now our best option is to wait and see if she comes through. I can talk to her again about it. We can give it a week or so? Clara nodded. I agree. Unfortunately, that is our best chance. Alright, I'll draw up the opposite runes we need. Why are you showing me this? Alright, back to the islands. Sybil quietly worked in the back room of the shop, by candlelight. He sanded and painted the small wooden details of the music box. His thoughts were on a recent sunny day. Urbano's hand clapped on his shoulder. You're a good man. I can't think of anyone better for my little sister. Sybil wiped away the drying grainy sweat from his brow. They had been practicing sword fighting. We won't be here for it, though. Urbano maintained his smile, but something changed behind his eyes. I don't know if I'll come back from this one. She'll only have Mother when I'm gone. She needs you. Don't talk that way. I'm being realistic, please. You have my blessing. Marry her and make her happy. As he worked, the words replayed. He wanted to make her happy. Did she have any interest in him? Would she reject him? Could he make her happy? As a new Christian, he was fully aware of his outsider status on these islands. But did Margarita care about such things? Tomorrow, he would simply give her a gift. No more, no less. He and Margarita were too young, and he desperately wanted his dear friend present for such an occasion. He could wait a year or two. It's beautiful, Sybil, thank you. She jumped up to give him a tight hug. She was normally so demure and modest in public. He lightly hugged her around the shoulders. I'm glad you like it. I had some new crafting wood and pigments I wanted to sample. She let go and smiled up at him. I love it. Of course he wanted to make her happy. I don't know where this is tying in. I'm a little worried about it, though. Margot lay awake, waiting for the second alarm on her phone to go off. She stared at the ceiling, listening to everyone else in the house get ready. Nikki still hadn't responded. Tonight, she had to go to Clara's childhood home. She needed to remember to bring her knife. It was potentially dangerous, but all of that felt so routine now. There were those rumors about her, before she moved, and new ones that grew while she was away. That she was kicked out of school, a lesbian, pregnant. She thought they didn't really have a central source. Just people trying to explain away her disappearance or why she wasn't dating anyone. She'd heard the same thing about nearly every girl at her school. It was terrible, but it was common. But what Nikki said was something new to her. Did Nikki just assume as much? Did he tell her that? Did his friends make it up? Was it somehow her fault? Did she accidentally touch him and he misconstrued it? She shook her head. That didn't make sense. He told her he loved her and said he wanted to make things work. Margot was acutely aware that she was young and this was all probably stupid, but... Why don't you ever want to make out? Margot blushed. I never have before. He leaned closer to her. I can show you how. Margot smiled nervously. Okay. She pressed her lips to his, nervous but excited. Lightly, she ran her tongue. Ugh! He pulled away, a look of disgust on his face. What did I... Seeing the shock on her face, he started to laugh. It had been only a fraction of a second. What did she already do wrong? That was disgusting. Forget about it. Her alarm went off again.
Hey,
You up? I was thinking I'd stick around this morning to visit Grandma. Can we have lunch together?
Yeah.
Margot sighed to herself. She hoped at the very least that he wasn't treating Nikki this way. During lunch, Margot spotted Beck in the lobby. She looked up and waved Margot over. How's your grandma? About the same. She repeats herself a lot, but she's happy to see me. Her favorite story seems to be about how one of her military buddies who married a redhead. Then, all their kids had red hair. Apparently, her friend was very superstitious and thought that meant they'd all be witches. I guess she's been thinking about family a lot. Yeah? Does your mom have siblings? She does. They're older. Not sure if they're visited recently, though. They're still in California. Let's go with you have a big family. I think it's about average. Wouldn't say my family is tight-knit, though. I don't know a whole lot about my aunts. And it's been a few years since I last saw my cousins. Do you wish you were closer? I'm not too sure. I haven't thought much about him, to be honest. Maybe it'd be cool to have a big, close family. I was thinking about that the other day. My boss showed me some pictures of her family. I guess I'd like to know more of my family, but... Beck nodded. I understand. What did I, not read that? There's always, having a family of your own one day. Margot laughed a little. It's so abstract. It's so far off. I don't even know if I'd want to. What if I'm like my parents? Ugh, no way. Either way, that's what therapy is for.
What?
Do you think I need therapy?
Well,
everyone needs therapy. Have you ever been to a therapist? Yeah, for being a moody kid, then for transitioning. It was fine. How do you even start going to a therapist? Or any kind of doctor, I guess. Oh, you don't know? I've only gone to one at my private school when I was really sick. I guess it would be about the same. Can I go for anything? Yeah, why? Just wondering. Well, I can help you figure it out. Margot nodded. Beck rested her chin on her hand. I'll miss you tonight. Are you gonna have to stay at Clara's? Pretty sure. Beck sighed. Just be careful, I guess. Text me if you need anything. And before you start, and once you're done, Margot smiled. I'll be fine. Alright. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, this will be our first, dream experience that we don't really take Beck with us. I know we took Clara with us before, but then we time looped out of that. So ultimately our timeline we're on, we took Beck. It was just off Teresa's living room. With how small it was, Margot wasn't sure how they'd both comfortably fit. You have your knife, correct?
Yeah.
Felt weird having it at work, but yes. Good, good. She lit the now familiar incense. I need you to promise something before we start. Sure. I need you to follow exactly what I say, okay? It's extremely important that you don't go anywhere or do anything without me. Margot nodded. Are you nervous about seeing your old home?
Yes.
Of course I'm a bit nervous. It's risky to have these dreams now. No, I mean, about seeing your childhood home. From how you've previously talked about it. Clara looked away. Yes, I am. It's nothing to worry about right now. Okay. Lie down. Alright, let's go see Clara's cult house. Woo! Margot looked around. It was so dark. In front of them stood a large, dilapidated house. Sharp brush and trees overgrown around it.
Huh?
Where is this? Margot's town didn't have homes like this. But here one stood, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. We're still in Arizona. I don't know if there's an official town name. Clara walked towards the porch. Margot carefully walked behind her, trying to avoid all the same obstacles. Do we need a flashlight?
No.
I know the way without one. Clara walked up the stairs of the porch. She firmly elbowed the door and it swung open. Margot followed behind her. Be careful where you step. The floors were caving in when I lived here. Margot nodded, closely studying the ground. As her eyes adjusted, she looked around. An old piano with chunks of ceiling collapsed onto it. Old magazines and debris dusted the floor. Closed doors to which rooms Margot could only guess. Stairs. Remember the floor. Clara slowly walked up the stairs with Margot trailing behind. With each creaking step, Margot feared it would crack under her feet. At the landing, there were a couple more closed doors. She followed Clara through one into a bedroom. It was small and sparse, not too dissimilar from Clara's current room. Clara crouched down and pulled a small box from under the still-made bed. Is this your old bedroom? Yes. Margot glanced to the side. The room had an attached bathroom, the door still open. Inside, there was an old metal frame around the toilet, like what some of the residents had in their rooms. Why is there a toilet seat frame? Did you live with your grandparents, too? No. She did mention that she could barely walk. That was for me. Margot looked at Clara. My mother forced me to take medication. My mentor told me if I stopped taking it, I would feel better. But my mother, she would force it down my throat anyway. I had trouble getting out of bed by myself. I couldn't eat anything. I'm sorry. She's gone now, right? You never have to go through something like that again. Yes. Clara clutched the small box in her hand. I found it. Now, we should have everything to destroy the magnets. Okay. Once we bring this to Bex, we can talk to Teresa about getting them. Margot nodded. Is there anything else you wanted to look at while we're here? I do want to see something in the basement. They went outside, where Clara walked around to the basement hatch. She threw open the doors. Stay here. She climbed down. Margot peered down after her. There was something at the bottom of the stairs. What is that? The closer she looked, there was some sort of heavy chain coming from the wall, attached to something. My mother's favorite child. I wanted to make sure it was still here. Against her better judgment, Margot leaned forward to take a closer look. It was a mummified dog, still in its collar. Margot wanted to ask more questions, but she wasn't sure if she wanted the answers. Clara stood by the corpse. She stared at it for a long moment. She kicked it open. The brittle body shattered, throwing dust into the wind. She calmly turned and walked back up the stairs. Clara stepped out, standing beside her. She turned away, looking to the black sky. I once found a stray cat. The dog was attacking her. I wanted to take care of her, but my mother wouldn't let the cat inside. I tried to sneak her in, but my mother saw her in my room. She threw the cat out my window. Just had to sit there and watch. Let's go. Clara turned to leave, with Margot trailing behind her. Thursday morning. Clara clutched the box to her chest. I'd prefer that Teresa doesn't know about this. Text Beck to meet me nearby. I'll give her the box to keep at her house. Margot nodded and pulled out her phone. I could give you Beck's number. Clara scrunched up her nose. I don't want that. She went to her window and pushed back the blinds. If you could ask Teresa about the magnets, maybe keep her occupied for a bit. Slowly, as to not make any noise, she opened the window and carefully popped out the screen. As Clara climbed out, Margot wondered what was inside. Margot walked out to the kitchen. Teresa sat at the little dining table, nursing a coffee as she read a book. I have the magnets. She spoke without looking up from her book.
Oh.
Wow, really? Considering the way things have been. Can I see them? Of course. She set her coffee down and got up to fetch them from another room. While she was away, Margot came closer to the table. She glanced down at Teresa's book. Before Margot could read anything from the open pages, Teresa was back. She placed a storage box on the table and popped open the lid. In the light of the kitchen, Margot could see the different shades and finishes of the metals used to create the fake bullets. They've been nullified. Margot picked one up, the material light and soft in her hands. She rotated it in her hand. There wasn't a rune. Maybe she misremembered which ones had them. She picked up another one, a dark, heavy material, perhaps steel. Again she rotated it, nothing. How did you nullify them? I had to soak them in a specialty moon water. Moon water? Water left under the light of a full moon. For this, I used heavy water. I see. Water seemed like a strange solution. It was so different from what they came up with, and wasn't similar to the properties of a typical magnet. It wasn't a typical magnet, though. It was possible they were wrong, but the mess had already been cleaned up by Teresa. She picked up a third one. It was a turquoise sheen, so she assumed it was nickel that had been weathered at some point. It was the only one this color, and she did remember it having a rune. Again, she rotated it in her hands. Nothing. Were the missing runes proof that Teresa's method had worked? She placed it back in the storage box. Teresa closed the lid. It's still early. Stay. Have breakfast with me. Sure. Margot sat down as Teresa took the box away. Again, closer now, Margot inspected the book. She wasn't sure what language it was, but she couldn't read it. Teresa came back. I'll make eggs. Margot turned the chair to face her better as Teresa went to busy herself at the stove. What language is your book in? Teresa laughed lightly. German. Parts of our mentor's grimoire were in German, so I decided to study it. Margot looked at the book again. I should have been able to guess. It has that one letter in it? The Azette, yes. Can I ask something? Naturally. What happened to the mentor? Teresa glanced at her before turning back to crack another egg into the frying pan. There was an accident. He attempted a transference. What does that mean? To take over the body of another person. If it's not done correctly, the outcome can be quite unpredictable. In his case, well... Teresa scraped the eggs off the pan with a metal spatula. Were you there when it happened? Yes, unfortunately. She turned around and walked to the table, a plate in hand. At that point in my life, I had no other options. She placed the dish in front of Margot. So is that how Clara ended up a cat? Is Clara the mentor in the first place? I don't know. Kind of funky. During her break, Margot pulled out her phone. She hadn't heard from Clara or Beck how meeting up went. While opening up her old messages, she noticed a new one from an unfamiliar number. Finally got a new phone! Who is this? Haha, very funny. See you tomorrow. Our secret, okay? She desperately wanted to cling to something stable. To have someone that would always be there. In school, she would see couples in the hallway. It made her feel less weird, less ugly to know she was also worth dating. Even her home life felt easier, knowing she had that nightly phone call to look forward to. Someone could look at her and feel something warm. This felt like her lifeline. In his bedroom, they spent the afternoon cuddling. It was an unusually cold winter day and neither of them had money. Staying in made the most sense. Church has been really good for me, I think. Yeah, that's great. He ran his fingers through her hair. You should really come with me. I didn't really like it last time. He sighed. You know, it's like... I think it'd be a sin if we had sex and you're not a Christian. We can fool around, but not anything more serious than that. Margot felt a jolt of... Was it fear? Anxiety? What? Hey, If we date for 2 years, would you marry me? Margot swallowed. Her breathing quickened. What do you... I really love you. But Lee was like, truly just weirdo, huh? So I want to know if you'd marry me and go to church with me and stuff. You love me too, right? Yeah, of course I do. This is a lot to ask your high school girlfriend, though. The whiplash muddled her thoughts. I'm 15. I can't marry someone in 2 years. But I thought you loved me. Yeah, but there's like the law, man. But it's only been a few months. And you won't even go to church with me. Shouldn't you be happy for me? I'm trying to improve myself. Lee frowned. He sat up. He stared down at Margot. You need to fix your hair. My mom will think something happened. Her phone buzzed again, snapping her back. Margot gritted her teeth. Lee again. Like hell she was going to meet up with him tomorrow. She blocked the number. With that done, she checked the other message. Fortunately, it was Beck, not Lee's third phone number. The box is safely home. Can you let Clara know for me? I could send you her number. Nah. Do you know if I should open the box or something? I assume not without her, at least. Fair point. What was the house like? I'm gonna go with felt pretty sad. Felt really heavy, I guess. I'll tell you more tonight. Evening. Margot and Beck stood in the middle of the bedroom, staring down at the box on the desk. I want to open it so badly. I've been staring at it all day.
No.
We seriously cannot open it. Let's put it somewhere that you can't look at it. Beck balled her hands into fists. But I know it's there, ready to be opened! Margot's phone buzzed. I bet it's Clara, telling us to open it. Make sure Beck doesn't open it. It needs to stay preserved. That's pretty definitive on the subject. Dang. Oh, I need to tell Clara. Margot typed up a quick message, then put her phone away. I talked to Teresa earlier today. Yeah? She showed me the box of bullets. I'm not sure. Something was weird. I looked at a few. It was definitely what we saw in my shed, but none of them had runes anymore.
Huh.
Weird. She said she used moon water made from heavy water to nullify them? Moon water? I saw that in one of the books. Her phone buzzed again. I'll make improvements to the camera. We can use it to check your dreams and the magnets. Let's hope that works. Then we can be done with all this stuff. Just in time for school, your favorite. Margot laughed. Beck sat down at her desk chair. Margot went to plop down on her bed. So, what was her home like? Was it like a haunted house? Margot nodded. Yeah, it was pretty... I don't know, I feel weird talking about it, like I'm gossiping about her. Just felt like such a lonely place. Beck nodded. It's okay, I understand. Who are you? Well, got another memory of the islands. The islands. I am unsure what islands we're talking about yet. Round and round. Everyone danced in a large circle, women and men alternating and rotating between each other. These events could be fun, a break from the monotony of working on a field day in and day out. An opportunity to wear her one-night dress, pieced together with fabrics Urbano and Tibel brought back from their voyages to the mainland. She knew all of the faces, though. Maybe it was a different sort of monotony. She would always dance next to Francisca and exchange little glances about each man they were partnered with. It was a relief when Sibel finally came around. She felt the most comfortable with him, and he was an excellent dancer. Sometimes she would mess up her own movement, just to see in which ways he would fluidly compensate. He was coming up soon, in a few more turns. From over her shoulder, she caught his eye and smiled. Maybe, when he reached her, they could head back. Her mother had a terrible cough that morning. They could relax at her home and keep her mother company. She felt an elbow to her side. Who is that? They spun. In velvet, look! They spun again. This time, she saw him. He was an unusual sight here for sure. Considering how much he stuck out, she was surprised she hadn't seen him sooner. He was blond and pallid, as though he had never spent a day in the sun. Perhaps around her brother's age, with clothes she had only seen in the paintings that hung on the church walls. Beautiful, rich colors and textures. Margarita chuckled to herself. He must be warm wearing all of that. I think he's looking at you. She was so busy picking apart his appearance, she hadn't completely registered his face. He was looking at her. Icy blue eyes, almost white, seared into her. Oh. He gave her a smile. Was he visiting nobility? Every so often a dignitary would survey the island, but they never walked amongst the common people, let alone danced with the farmers. Just as her thoughts wandered, Sybil was at her side. Ready to leave? He asked with his usual charming smile. She couldn't help flushing when he looked at her like that. In a moment. I want to meet the new person. Sybil turned to look. The man in blue? Yeah. I think he's just another Flemish cavalier. Maybe. Just one dance with him and then we go, okay? Okay. After a few more turns of dances with her usual neighbors and friends, the strange man was next to her. The man smiled at her. I didn't realize such a beauty lives on this island. Her face turned a deep red. I don't know what to call you. Margarita. What a lovely name. In my country, you'd be called Gretchen. I could call you Gretchen if you wish. Yeah, that's fine. I wonder what family you're from. She laughed a little. Oh no, my family is just farmers. We work on the land just outside town. Just farmers. Nobility is in the heart. It is laborers who turn this land from a wasteland to a pearl in the ocean. You really feel that way? To know your beauty was hewn from work. Of course. If you have time, I'd love for you to show me your town. To learn about these islands from a local. Do you mean right now, or? If that is possible. Yeah, we can go. Margarita. I knew there was something strange about that man in town. The way he looked at you. The unusual fellow with him who seemed focused on distracting everyone around us. Trying to push you to be alone with that man. I tried to keep them both away from you. I guess I was too young and weak. Oof. Well, last day of July. It's the 31st. It's Friday. It's noon. What's going down? During lunch, Margot decided to step outside. Sometimes you got to in Arizona to like de-thaw from the AC situation. 'Cause, man. All morning, she'd been typing on her work computer. Really needed to stretch her legs. Maybe she could grab something for lunch? She headed towards the shopping center. From a few blocks away, she could see the typically empty parking lot was filled to the brim with cars. People seemed to be crowding in front of something, pushing and shoving to get a closer look. Margot bit her lip. Was there some sort of massive sale? A celebrity sighting? She glanced at her phone. There was enough time to check it out for herself. As she got closer, it was initially hard to tell which store people were swarming. Loud, forced laughter filled the air. towards the back. People were doubled over, clutching their stomachs, rubbing their cheeks, wiping away streams of tears. Every single person was relentlessly laughing. She was swept up in the bizarre crowd like a mosh pit close to a stage. It was the pawn shop, despite it being the middle of a weekday. Metal shutters were already pulled down across the windows and doors. Through the shutters, she noticed a piece of paper taped to the front door with a handwritten note. She stumbled around, trying to stand on her tiptoes to get a view. Closed due to illness. As she tried to escape the crowd, she turned to look in the direction people seemed to be pushing towards. Something familiar sat on display in the window. A little sculpture whose father said he found in a cave. On the belly of the figurine was a familiar symbol. One of the runes. Was this anew? Hands grabbed her shoulders, yanking her back. Margot stifled a scream, stumbling and falling back onto someone's chest. Someone leaned over, talking into her ear. I knew you'd show up! Margot twisted around, shaking his hands off of her. I'm not here for dinner or whatever. She elbowed past the people shoving next to her. Lunch it is, then! No! Shouldered past another person, hunched over, holding their thighs from laughter. Oh, I see. The invitation to my apartment still stands. She finally broke out of the crowd. Lee reached for her shoulder again. Margot slapped his hand away and turned around. Just get out of there. Just go back to work. I don't have time for this. Margot breathed in deeply. She turned and left, the sound of the laughing crowd drowning out any other thoughts. She needed to focus on remembering the details so she could draw the figurine and rune in her sketchbook. Weird stuff. Weird stuff. After work. Margot rushed outside and hopped in the car with Beck. Beck quizzically looked at her.
Hey.
What's up? You seem like you're in a rush.
I
think I saw it today. Saw? Flesh magnets. What flesh magnets do? Margot pointed down the street. Drive by the pawn shop.
Okay.
Parked at the edge of the lot, they looked at the situation. It was much less crowded than earlier in the day, with only 10 or so people pressed against the glass. What are they doing? Roll down your window, listen. Beck complied. They could hear it. The laughter Margot heard earlier sounded even more forced, pained, interrupted with an occasional hoarse cough. What are they looking at in the window? Margot pulled her sketchbook out of her bag. It's a figurine that belonged to my dad. That's one of the runes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's more flesh magnets. I think they may have been mixed up with the stuff my mom took to the pawn shop. Shit. There's a sign on the door that says it's closed due to illness. Is the laughter making people sick? They look pretty miserable. If that's what's happening, Clara said they draw out the energy of a soul. This is bad. That's a lot of people. Earlier today, the parking lot was filled. Let's get home. Look into this more. Beck started up the car. Did you know about these magnets when you were a kid?
No.
Not at all. My parents didn't like having people over, but friends visited a few times. Nothing like this ever happened. That figurine didn't have anything like that carved into it either. So it's new? Maybe he did that while you were in school. Oh, that would make sense. I could try calling the pawn shop tomorrow and see if anyone answers. Send an email or something to reserve the item? No way Danny is going to let you buy it. He wouldn't let me ask about Clara's book. I doubt he'd recognize me if I wore a hat, took out my piercings.
Oh,
That's a good idea! Well, that's true. Back home, Beck grabbed the yellow pages from the living room. They went up to her room where she immediately plopped it down on her desk and sat down. Beck muttered to herself as she quickly flipped through the pages. Pawn shops. It's called Desert Pawn. It's called Desert Pawn, like every third pawn shop in the Southwest. That seems to be a pretty common name. Margot looked over. What do you mean? There's 6 shops with the same name, see? Like every third pawn shop in the American Southwest. Do you remember the street address? I don't. Does he own multiple? Doesn't seem like this town is big enough for that many pawn shops. I mean, people are pretty strapped for cash. Beck nodded. If your mom dropped off a bunch of stuff, tomorrow I can call and we can drive around to each location? Yeah, checking each one is a good idea. Margot pulled out her phone. I'll call Claire to let her know what we found. She should come with us tomorrow. Beck sighed. If you insist. I do. She put the phone on speaker. They listened to the ringing on the other end. Did you see it? I was about to call myself. The crowd at the pawn shop?
Yes.
That was absolutely a flesh magnet. We can use a dream again. Take the item. But if that many people have already been affected by the magnet, wouldn't the ghost be stronger now? You've been worried about the safety of it too. Last time, Beck almost drowned.
Right.
But if we don't have any other options... Tomorrow I'm going to see if the store is open and buy it. There's a few locations, so we're going to check all of them. Are you able to come with us? Yes. Alright, that settles that. Nighttime! All those people, laughing, struggling to escape the pull of the magnet. Were their souls already taken? Would they continue on like Margot did? Or would they feel the effects in some way? What would the runes do to them? Margot tried closing her eyes, relaxing her body. Was this her fault? Would it be her fault if someone was hurt? Killed? Later that week, he avoided her at school. Wouldn't answer her calls. What happened? She asked his friends, who seemed to knowingly smirk at her. Didn't she know he had a new girlfriend? They heard Margot was a lesbian anyway, so... Every so often, he would call. Do you still love me? I need to know. I don't know. She kept holding out for an apology, an explanation, anything. Maybe it was better not to tell him about the acceptance letter. Maybe it was better to simply disappear. Margot felt cold. Margot felt stupid. No one will ever love her. Or Lee's just a asshole. Alright. Well, sounds like we've had, some good old colonial rape. Oh boy. Sorry, it looked like my water had more in there. Francisca gave Margarita a coy smile. How was the festival? They sat in the back garden of her home. Okay. She'd have been lonely since her husband passed away a year ago. She was still in her teens, afraid that her widow's status would be a black mark on her future. Margarita shyly looked at Francisca. It was... good. Francisca felt a pang of jealousy. Ridiculous. She was the one who pointed out that man. Did you leave with him? The younger girl in front of her giggled. I did. And then... Now, her cheeks and ears turned a deep red. He, kissed me. Francisca gasped. Are you going to see him again? Yes, tonight. Can you tell me more about him? Sybil said he was a Flemish cavalier. Margarita shook her head. He's not. He's a nobleman from, somewhere else? I can't quite remember where he said. Oh. Is the answer hell by any chance? Is he a Bethencourt? No. His name is Johann. He's a doctor. Franziska thought about the name. You're sure he's not Flemish? Margarita shook her head. I'll have to ask him again. She gave a wistful sigh. I'm so excited for his visit tonight. He called me Gretel. It's cute, isn't it? I thought he called her Gretchen. Franziska smiled. That is cute. I've never heard that before. Margarita looked intently at Franziska, twisting her hands in her lap. Could you be there to chaperone us? My mother is going to be away and I'm a little worried. I want to see what you think of him. Of course. Her smile felt tight. Why had she felt compelled to point him out last night? Selfishly, she wondered if this would spell the end of Margarita's frequent visits. Oh boy. They drove to the first pawn shop location on the list. I tried calling every number, but no one picked up. They did have a big ad. According to that, they should be open during the weekend. It included an email address, so I sent a message too.
Thanks.
Thanks for doing all of this, Beck.
Yeah.
Of course. Oh, before I forget, I brought my digital camera. It's in my bag. I'll take it out. I can print out the photos and have those for our notes. That's really good thinking. It's no problem, really. At each location, there were a few people outside. It was the same situation she saw yesterday. People pressed against the shutters, desperate to get as close as they could to the familiar item in the window. Laughing, wheezing, struggling. For each one, Margot took a photo of the item, the opening times, and the closure notice. Each item had a familiar rune from her sketchbook. All of the stores seemed to have a different reason posted on their door for their closure. Sickness, summer vacation, staff shortage, new seasonal schedule. How surreal it felt. Seeing those little ornaments she recognized from the living room and kitchen causing so much pain. The three of them sat around a back table. Margot's eyes glazed over as she stared at the TV in the corner playing the news. How many people were going to be hurt by this? It doesn't look like those shops will be open again anytime soon, and time is of the essence. We will need to use a dream.
Well,
Is there anything we can do to, I don't know, protect ourselves? Margot has her... She looked around, but the cafe was otherwise empty. Knife, but I think we need more than that. Yes, we'll need to research this. Clara huffed. I knew Teresa was useless. She probably did something wrong. I wonder what she showed you then. If it really was the demagnetized bullets or what. This proves we can't trust what she says. I think we messed up. We missed those items. Even if we get them, how can we know if our method will work? Her hands balled into fists in her lap. Did the runes just move to another set of items? Her nails dug into the skin of her palms. Is there no way to destroy them? There has to be a way. He was just some guy after all. I'm beginning to think our dad was not, in fact, just some guy. I mean, he was in the very least hopping from body to body. A group of construction workers died from a gas leak on their work site. Margot leaned forward, trying to read the subtitles. Margot? What is it? Look! Oh my god. Margot lay across the couch, unwilling to move. Beck sat at the end, Margot's head in her lap. She slowly stroked through her hair.
Hey.
It's not your fault. We don't even know if it's related. It's a cute living room. Little dining area. I assume this is a little, like, kitchen. You know, I'm not so into an open floor plan, but I kind of like this. the timing is too convenient. Even if it's related, it's his fault. We're trying to save them. They were too slow. Even tonight, we should be doing something. Is this going to happen every single day? Beck lightly massaged her scalp, a couple of fingers tracing in a figure-8 pattern. Clara's looking into it. If we push too hard and start making mistakes, that's dangerous too. Margot shut her eyes. Want to watch a movie? She kept her eyes closed.
Sure.
Whatever you want. Oh, I can show you my collection of tapes. First, would you rather see an unfinished blockbuster or a slasher B movie? Slasher. Beck carefully wiggled out from under Margot. She listened to the sound of Beck rummaging through a closet, dragging out a box, grabbing something from upstairs. After a moment... And large comforter? I assume it's just supposed to be a large comforter? Ray Beck was... You know what? Don't matter. Sometimes you just a word. I've seen this one a million times. Margot finally decided to look. A large cardboard box sat next to the television. Is that your collection? Yep.
Yep.
One of the perks for moving around. I try to find niche video stores whenever I move to a new city. My favorite one is near my university. Maybe we could visit it.
Yeah?
They have a back room of just anything and everything. I can't decide if the owner has really eclectic tastes or is a serial killer. How many slasher movies did you end up collecting? Quite a few. Is this part of why your parents thought you were a troubled kid? Now that you mention it, probably didn't help my case. Beck started the movie. It opened with a scene of a family barbecuing with Christmas decorations strewn around their yard. Does this take place in Australia? No, it doesn't really specify. I think it's somewhere in the Midwest. Missouri, maybe? So why are they... In the background, while the adults talked, the youngest child of the family noticed a snowman forming. It's Christmas in July. Not a regular snowman. A fully detailed man in a ragged trench coat. An actor covered in white body paint, seemingly. They wanted to do a public domain snowman character seeking revenge, so they landed on Jack Frost. Why does Jack Frost want revenge? Well, on the forums, people think it's about corporate greed and environmentalism. Of course, on the forums. What about in the movie? He enjoys making people freeze to death in the winter. So, I think he's confused because people are celebrating a winter holiday in the summer? So it has to be local to Missouri, right? Because if it were Australia like I thought, it's always summer during Christmas. So, is he killing people in Australia every year? Why did we get tiny? What just happened? Okay, so that had to have been me that did that somehow, right? I can make it full screen, I guess. Okay, there we go. We're back. Weird. Okay, yep. Yeah, they don't really address hemisphere differences. I agree. Pretty big oversight. The snowman approached a drunk relative in the corner of the yard, freezing them solid. He then broke the arm off the body using the sharp edge as a knife. Oh, creative. Weirdly, the movie was making her feel better. If you were a movie monster, what would your method be?
Oh.
Maybe something related to cooking, like fermenting someone while they're still alive, or dehydrating someone while they're still alive. Maybe my character arc is finding what my favorite is. It could be based on the victim's sins. Ooh, that is perfect. What about you? I really should paint with different bodily fluids. Like the humors? Yeah, it could be themed around that. It's always bothered me that black bile doesn't correlate with anything, you know? So, I'll need to explore that through my art. What would you paint? Just like animal portraits? Ugh, that would be so weird. With the really human eyes that you like. Ew, no! Beck's whole body shook from giggling. Margot stood in an ornate courtyard. It reminded her of a hacienda-style home, but much larger and constructed from stone. It was overgrown with a water fountain in the middle. The plants and flowers appeared curated, but didn't seem to come from any specific environment. To some degree, it reminded her of the recent strange dreams. The memories of the island, yeah. What was this place? Whose house was this? Margot wandered the garden, trying to find a way into the home. We could go east twice and get eaten by a grue. Despite so many pathways, most of them seemed to be obstructed in one way. This particular one was overgrown with vines to the point she couldn't see the surface of the wall they grew on. Turning to the west, Margot immediately saw her obstacle. A large padlock sealed the wooden door closed. She approached a door under an arch on the south side of the garden. She shook at the wrought iron handle on the door. It opened. On the other side of the door was a flight of stairs. Margot ascended, unsure what she would find. At the top was a lavish sunroom. It felt like a different style compared to the exterior. The drawn, heavy curtains gave it a dreary feel despite the sunbeams attempting to enter the space. Battered cushions and rugs made from sumptuous fabrics covered the stone floor. At some point, in the long-forgotten past, this home must have been beautiful. You're here! Margot whipped around, turning to face Beck. She stood by the entrance, an easy smile on her face. Beck! What is this place? We're safe from the ghost here, or any other prying eyes. She strode over to the cushions. We can speak freely. Oh, that's great. How did you find it? It's always been here. She patted a spot next to her. Sit. How do you know the ghost can't reach us here? Close your eyes, look. Margot obliged. With her eyes closed, she focused on her breathing. She slowly turned her head side to side. In dreams, where she had to cut out a part of a soul, she could see them. Here, there was nothing. Did you see anything? No. Margot came to sit beside her. Beck gazed out the window before them. Do you think every being is capable of love? Sorry, I'm just looking around to see where that question just came from. Yes? I think so, as far as they're capable of complex emotion, right? You do not think it's driven by receiving a resource. Is it love, if it's transactional? A dog in a warm lap, waiting for her food. I guess I don't know a lot about dogs. But they don't sit in someone's lap just because you feed them. It's after building trust, safety, playtime, all of those things, right? Why do you think they need that? I guess everything is hardwired to look for a community to take care of them. So it is out of necessity. Margot shrugged. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just because you need something doesn't mean you can't genuinely enjoy it. Beck silently nodded to herself. Do you need my help? Yes? Of course I do. I can't do all of this alone. I need you. Beck turned back to Margot. Do you enjoy my help? Huh? I'm not sure what that means. Beck continued to smile to herself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tonight, you have to stay at Clara's again, right? Margot nodded. She laid her overnight items to pack. Yeah, if it's all three of us, then we'll probably attract the ghost. How are you going to check that the ghost doesn't come anyway? Same way I usually check for the ghost I guessed. Like when I look for where to cut.
Right.
I hope you can get the sculpture. Clara said something about making a new camera to check for ghost stuff, right? And then we get a look in her box? Margot smiled. Yeah, then I think we can finally look. Sure, let's ask about last night. Speaking of, in my dream last night, you said you found a safe location. Can we use that somehow? Did I? Margot bit her lip. Given Beck's history of being vague, she wasn't sure how to proceed. Do you remember? I don't. Margot studied her expression. I'm serious, do you remember that?
No.
I don't, I really don't. Beck looked down. Look, I get why you're skeptical. I've been having a lot of gaps in my memory. But, as best as I can remember, wasn't the ghost or anything, if it wasn't you. I did check. Beck's expression relaxed. Maybe it was a normal dream. You never want to reach the point where, well, I guess it breached the weird points enough where it was probably just a regular dream. Water refilled. Margot turned her focus back to folding up her pajamas, placing them in her bag. Be careful, okay? I'll pick you up first thing in the morning. I want to know, what's going on with the Lee and Nikki situation? Especially since, Lee kind of ambushed us. And, they're at the flesh magnet, which, I don't like that. Is the ghost currently in with Lee? Text me if you need me to come earlier. Margot smiled. I can walk to work from Clara's, you know? What if I just want to see you then? Margot chuckled a bit. Okay. They intended to be inside the store. Instead, Clara and Margot now stood outside on the sidewalk in front of the pawn shop. It looked like it did the first time Margot visited. The middle of the day, the sign on the door flipped to open. Various knickknacks arranged in the window display. Margot half expected to glance in and see Danny at the counter. However, among the usual items in the window stood the sculpture. What went wrong? I focused on being inside the pawn shop. What do we do now?
Well,
The shutters aren't down. We can try the door. Margot stepped forward. I can do it. She reached for the handle. As her fingers touched the handle, searing hot pain traveled up her arm, paralyzing her body. She crumpled to the ground. Margot couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She couldn't open her eyes. Red. Everything was red. Margot? Ghost. The ghost! Clara shook her. Focus on waking up. We need to wake up. Her fingers, her eyes, her head. She needed to move something, no matter how small. She needed to move. Oh, he's a scary one. Jesus. Margot woke up, short of breath, clutching her chest. She had to calm down. She had to focus on breathing slowly through her nose. Beside her, Clara gasped awake. Her eyes were wide with panic.
no.
This is much worse than I thought. I'm going to call. Beck needs to know. Talking strained her throat.
Beck? Margot?
You don't sound so good. Everything okay? Come over. The ghost. It's growing.
Oh my god.
The three of them met outside, gathering around Beck's car to talk. There were still a few people lingering outside the pawn shop. Whatever it was that happened in the dream, Margot still felt so weak. Beck helped her to sit in the car seat while they talked. I saw the ghost last night. It was the whole building. Everything was bright red. It must be surrounding where the sculptures are. Beck covered her mouth. So has it already absorbed people or something? It does seem that way. Margot's stomach turned. She glanced at the people still crowding the pawn shop window. Do you think it's responsible for the gas leak in the news? Clara averted her gaze.
Yes.
It's likely, yes. Beck groaned. Should we just smash the shop window at this point? Clara, aren't you able to be invisible to people or something? There's still shutters in the way. I'm almost done with the camera. I have to wait for the full moon this week, but otherwise, I can have it finished tonight. Then, we can take some photos and have a better understanding of the situation and where the ghost is. Is there not a back door or a window? In the dream, I think the ghost blocked the door. I still feel kinda weak from touching it. With the camera, we can see if that's the case here. Can the ghost do stuff like that in real life? Well, it is almost the 7th lunar month. It's possible. Back to work! During lunch, Margot sat with Erica. Yay! Our nice grandma! Well, not our nice... Okay, the actual grandma, not the nice old lady. Some heat wave, huh? It's been over 110 for a few days now. Margot nodded. It's been pretty bad outside. Good thing we're inside all day. Say, have you heard about the art installation?
What?
There's a set of sculptures people have been visiting across town. Rumor is that they're part of an art exhibit. No one has ever seen anything like them here before. A cold sweat started to percolate on Margot's back. Where, are these sculptures? There's a chain of stores that have them in the display. They've been closed for a few days, I think, to set up the rest of the display. After work, I'm going with another coworker to... Don't! Erica jumped in her seat. She stared at Margot. It's... She grasped for an excuse to give for her sudden outburst. I know the artist. He doesn't want people to look at it until it's ready. Can you also ask other people not to go? Oh! Erica laughed to herself, seemingly satisfied by Margot's story. Margot slumped in her seat, feeling relieved. Right. You mentioned you're going to school for art. I should have known you'd know the artists in town. He thought the shutters over the windows would cover it enough, but... Now he's in asking people not to visit and look. I can respect that. Do you know when the exhibit will open? Not for a while. Well, I guess I just need to be patient. Yeah. At Margot's desk, she thought over the various things she'd heard in the news. The gas leak over the weekend, killing those construction workers. Earlier in the summer, the reports over grave robberies and satanic panic. The articles Margot found about the cult Clara and Teresa were once in. She gritted her teeth. Where did it all begin? How were things related? No, that's what I'm trying to piece together too, Margot. The voice lilted in her memory. All times and places are within grasp. Whoever that voice belonged to. Would they be able to reach past the ghost? Was she desperate enough to ask? Right. Yes? I do want your help. You said you could go to any time or place, right? People are dying because of this object locked in a store. There was no response. Would she regardless regret asking such a thing? Alright, one more memory of the islands. Well, okay, I say one more. I don't actually know how many more there are. Crying. She stared at the baby in her lap. She felt nothing. Her body and mind were numb. Last year, her mother had died in her sleep. Last month, the letter arrived informing her of her brother's death in some distant battle. Because of her pregnancy and the new baby, she hadn't been able to work on the farm and earn any money. Over the course of her pregnancy, she had tried to repeatedly visit the doctor's villa. Each time she left a small gift. No one was ever home. There was never a reply. Her daughter had only cried since the day she was born. A pregnancy Margarita hid. A birth Margarita managed alone. It had been 6 months, but she still didn't know what her baby's smile looked like. Francisca and Sybil would visit and insist on helping, but all she could ever do was turn them away. They weren't Johann. The only thing she wanted to see was Johann, to know there was still a chance at a family, that he wanted and loved them. If not that, then to at least tell her to her face that he didn't want them. It seemed so simple in her mind. On the island, there was a place where 2 lakes met. It was once a kingdom where a shepherd and a princess fell in love. When they were separated, their tears formed the lakes. They could never be together, but the lagoons could remain as evidence of the love they once shared. Now, she longed for the shepherd to be reunited with their love. August 4th. We're going through time. We got until the end of the month. The phone call woke Margot up. Margot groggily rolled over and answered. Hello? The camera is almost complete. The last ingredient will be ready Thursday morning. Margot sleepily nodded.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, you keep thinking of other solutions. Yeah. Thanks for helping, Clara. Clara hung up. Margot slowly spread butter over her toast. Clara asked me to keep trying to come up with ideas. The camera's almost done, so there's some progress. Do you have any ideas? I feel really stuck.
Well,
That voice had been on Margot's mind. She had the faintest memory of asking for their help, but with no response. Deep down, she knew it wasn't the ghost, but how could she explain it to Beck? Sure, let's mention it. Margot did want to mention what had been on her mind. For now, she could start with broaching the subject. Do you think we should be cautious or exhaust every option? Didn't I suggest breaking in? My next idea was going to be a Molotov cocktail or something. Oh, I know, me too. I was like, burn down the shopping center? I was like, wait, no, that is such a brutal jump. I don't know why am I even thinking that?
yeah.
Weirdly enough, I don't have a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook. Beck put her hand to her chin.
Huh.
You know, I actually am surprised by that. How long do we wait before we do anything more risky? Beck shook her head.
Well,
How long can we afford to wait? Maybe that news story was a sad coincidence, but how many accidents like that need to happen before it confirms things for us? Margot bit her lip. What if the voice was another new ghost? What if it was someone like Helen? How could she know what she was inviting in? Aren't you afraid of being charged with arson or something? Beck pushed around the food on her plate. We saw the weird laughing crowds. It's not our imagination. While Beck was showering, Margot decided to check for new messages on her laptop. Oh, we have not looked at that in a long time, have we? Uh-oh. Maybe there would finally be something new from Helen? Margot sighed deeply. It was the same as the last time she checked. Still blocked. She checked her inbox again. There was a message request from someone she hadn't added as a friend. I heard you cried. Margot blinked at her screen. She let curiosity get the best of her and clicked the message. When we broke up, I didn't know you would cry. What the fuck is this guy's problem? How long were you sad? Are you still sad about it? Is that why you left town? Did you love me? Margot blocked him. Margot paced back and forth. Was there any way for her to talk to the owner of that familiar voice? She hoped, now that she had confessed she needed their help, that she could talk to them again. Would they have any interest in helping her? You were able to find your way back.
Hey.
Since we're here again, do you remember the last time we were here? Of course. Do you remember yesterday when I asked about it? Naturally. At the time, you said you couldn't remember anything. Do you have any idea why? I do not. Well, very helpful. Maybe this time you'll remember. Perhaps. Beck smiled and tilted her head. There's something here for you. What is it? What do you desire? I mean, right now it's the sculptures. I need a way to get them, but the ghost... Margot sighed. About a week ago, I had this dream. There was someone in it who said they could go anywhere. If they can go anywhere, maybe they could help? Or show us how? Have you considered their price? What request is without compensation? Margot's breath hitched. She hadn't considered that. What if there was an unintended consequence to asking for help? What if it causes another issue?
Well,
I don't think we have much of a choice. Beck nodded to herself. You are lucky today. It was already paid. Uh-oh. What does that mean? What was it paid with, and by whomst? Who paid what? Margot stared at the small sculpture in her hands. She rotated it over and over in disbelief. As she moved it, there was the faint sound of something inside. She imagined it sounded like fine sand, but how did it end up under her pillow? Last night, it did sound a bit like Beck found it for her. Oh, honey, that's not Beck. That is distinctly not Beck. I don't know whomst. I don't know whatst.
Beck?
Are you up? After a moment of some groaning and shuffling, Beck opened the door. Good morning.
What?
Is that what I think it is? Yeah. How did you get it? I wanted to ask you the same thing. You said you had something for me in my dream. Was it this? Beck glanced between Margot's face and the little sculpture in her hands. She shook her head. I still don't know. Well, what matters is that we have it. I'll call Clara. The three of them congregated in the bathroom. Margot carefully placed the metal box on the tile floor of the bathroom. She was curious to see what they had brought back from Clara's childhood home. It's a little dark in here. Beck flipped the switch, but the light didn't turn on. Is the light bulb burnt out? Beck tried the switch again with no luck. It worked earlier. Let me go check my room. She stepped out. Clara turned to Margot, an eyebrow arched up. It's fine either way. Beck came back. Think the electricity is out. My mom said nothing else has been working.
Oh.
I guess it's a brownout because of the heat wave. Ugh, this did always suck. Yeah, that's what she said too. Beck plopped back down on the floor. So, first we make a fire with this? Should we maybe do that outside? Beck briefly dug around in a drawer and pulled out a lighter. She clicked it a few times, confirming it still worked. Then, she placed it on the floor next to the box. You want to do the honors?
Yeah?
Absolutely! Beck placed her hands on either side of the tin lid and carefully popped it off. Immediately, a sulfurous smell filled the room. Beck gagged, leaning away. What is that? Now I know why you wanted me to keep it in my room. Clara rolled her eyes. Margot coughed, covering her nose with her shirt. Inside the tin was a set of shriveled, fleshy lumps. Each one had a remarkably well-preserved gelatinous membrane surrounding it. Beck copied Margot's technique, now covering her own nose with yesterday's shirt from the hamper. They're lash eggs. Are they always this awful? These are probably 20 years old, right? They're not exactly pleasant fresh, either. Beck made another retching sound. Okay, the sooner we do this, the sooner we can air this room out. Across the floor, they organized the necessary items. One of the lash eggs in the middle of the metal lid. The sculpture, the lighter, the knife, Beck's notebook. Okay, first. She sat down. Margot held the sculpture upside down in one hand and the knife in the other. Carefully, she carved the reversal rune into it that Beck had designed. As she scratched, the sand inside lightly rattled. Is there something in it? Yeah, I noticed it this morning, too. Once she finished, she compared it to the notebook and set it back down. Next, Margot took the lighter in her hand. Then, she clicked it, igniting a small flame. Once she brought it within proximity of the lash egg, it rapidly ignited. A modestly sized black flame grew from it. Good. Briefly, Margot wondered what kind of chemical could possibly turn a flame black. Beck hurriedly swapped out the lighter from Margot's hand with the sculpture. Margot carefully placed it on the lid and used the handle of the knife to nudge it into the flame. Like paper, the fire immediately caught and spread across it. Margot flipped the knife around and plunged the blade into the center of the figurine. It crumbled away as though the entire sculpture was made from fine sand. The flame petered out. Is it done? Clara nodded. I believe so. Keep the ashes in the tin, then I can take a photo tomorrow to check them. Beck watched as Margot carefully tapped the ashes into the tin, then replaced the lid.
Huh?
What is that? Huh? On your hand. Once Margot was done with the tin, Beck took her hand and turned it side to side. Did you burn yourself? What? At the top edge of her palm was a small symbol within a circle. I don't know what that is. Does it hurt? Is it from the knife handle? Margot touched the spot gently. The handle was near the flame. Part of it could have gotten hot enough to burn her. But the spot didn't feel particularly different from the rest of her palm. It doesn't hurt at all. Beck frowned. We should still wash and bandage it, just in case. She stood up. Okay. Before I drop you two off, let's check what the pawn shop looks like. Yes. Margot nodded. Good idea. A police car was parked outside of the pawn shop. Guess we shouldn't park. I can walk from Margot's work. Can you see what they're doing, Margot? As Beck drove by, Margot craned to get a better view of the situation. An officer stood outside with Danny, taking notes as Danny gestured at something. Aside from the two men, there didn't seem to be anyone else near the store. Danny and the store look fine. During lunch, Margot checked her texts. The open mic got canceled! I think they're having some staff issues. That sucks. I was looking forward to hearing Beck play guitar. Margot grimaced to herself. The cafe was close to the pawn shop. Something may have happened. Still, we should get together soon. Maybe next week? I could invite everyone over for karaoke. That would be really fun. Let's do it. Yay! I'll talk about my mom about which day. That would be nice. She thought about asking, but given past conversations, she assumed Jade would make sure Lee did not darken her door. On the topic of the cafe, Margot realized she hadn't warned her friends to stay away from the pawn shops. She was so wrapped up in figuring out how to get the sculptures, it slipped her mind to warn them. She couldn't afford more slip-ups like that. Speaking of the cafe, make sure to stay away from Desert Pawn. Oh, yeah. I heard people were getting sick. Do you know what's up with that? Don't know. Maybe a gas leak or something. Thanks for the head up. Always thought they were sketchy, not surprised. Margot was relieved. Jade was the cautious type anyway. Margot feared Nikki would be a different story. She was already the type to immediately do anything she was warned not to. Not to mention, things were certainly contentious between them. Well, may as well still warn her. Hey, just wanted to warn you to stay away from Desert Pond. There's something weird going on, and people are getting sick. Please be careful. No response. Regardless, Margot had to try. Can't say we didn't try our best. I was the nice one. I simply value the high road, okay? Alright. I do fear that this is going to end with her drowning this baby. All foreshadowing points to drowning the baby. Marry me, please, Margarita. Sybil stood in her home, holding her baby. He lightly bounced her in his arms, managing to charm small coos from her. He had brought some toys that he had carved. I can't. She stood awkwardly, a few feet away, staring at the floor. I'm waiting for someone. His heart clenched. He hated hearing it. You don't have to love me. He didn't want to say it. It doesn't need to be romantic. As much as he wanted things to be different, he had to do the right thing. You don't even need to marry me. Forget it. Just let me help you with her. He gently stroked the soft hair on the baby's head. Does she have a name yet? No. Her voice was a monotone he had never heard before. He looked at the clock. He had to leave to open the shop soon. Looking down at the little girl in his arms, he wished he could bring her to the shop with him. The way Margarita was acting, it scared him. August 6th. Man, I don't know. See, look, I'm just clicking at random places. Margot stared at the television in the lobby, eyes unfocused. Camera footage played over and over. With the low volume and small subtitles, Margot only passively caught some of the commentary. In the grainy night vision footage, there was the familiar entrance to the pawn shop in the nearby shopping center. One moment, it was untouched, with the sculpture still present. In the next frame, the only difference was the missing sculpture. One moment it was there, the next moment, it was gone. It circled the spot where it was, replaying it over and over. Security footage shows no signs of tampering. Margot exhaled deeply. Even though it was already destroyed, she had a nagging fear they would somehow tie it back to her. The next iteration would show Beck. Or perhaps it would show Margot herself sleepwalking straight into the store. Heatstroke deaths already this year. Now Margot focused her attention. Throughout a full week at temperatures exceeding 110 degrees, there have been 13 reported indoor heat-related deaths. More deaths. Every summer, even this year, there were deaths due to the extreme temperatures. But this seemed like more than usual in a much shorter span of time. Was it because she was too slow? Many residents do not have air conditioning and rely on cooling centers throughout the county. Brownout earlier in the week resulting in multiple hospitalizations and deaths. Margot scraped her nails along the bandage on her palm. The air conditioning often broke down in her mother's trailer. What if the brownout caused it to break down completely? What if... Was that reason enough to cave in and call her? After work, Beck picked up Clara and Margot. With the newly completed moonwatering camera, they drove past each of the pawn shop locations to take photos. Once they arrived at Beck's house, Clara disappeared into the bathroom to process them. She's been in there a while. Clara's developing the photos in the moonwater. It's already been half an hour. Margot nodded.
Yeah.
I want to know if it worked too. They both continued to wait in anxious quiet, staring down at the floor. It felt as though they were waiting on the results of a surgery. After another long moment, Clara returned to the room. There is evidence of the ghost surrounding the remaining sculptures, but we did successfully destroy the one Margot had. What about the photo of Margot? It's the same. She more pointedly looked at Margot. Let's go for a walk. Beck furrowed her eyebrows. This secret conversation stuff again? Clara sighed, clearly centering herself. I simply want to talk to Margot. But you just said yourself, the ghost is physically out there. We dealt a major blow to it. A walk is plenty safe. We won't go near the remaining sculptures.
Okay.
The walk was a bit further than Margot expected. Once they reached the park, Clara sat down on the bench. Where did you get the sculpture? I might have asked a demon in my brain for it. I had a dream where I was talking to Beck about it, that we needed help to get it. When I woke up, it was just there, under my pillow. Are you sure? I guess? If she was able to get it, I imagine she would brag all about how she did it. Why isn't she? I don't think she remembers. Then, what do you think it is? Clara shook her head. I really don't know. Teresa kept saying she was helping somehow. Or maybe the ghost made us forget the dream? It did something like that with Helen. Well, I hope we can replicate this success and get the rest. I found something interesting on the new photo of you. Margot grimaced.
What is it?
Nothing bad, simply more information. We've talked about the soul as energy, a currency for control over reality. We see that with the ghost now. It's used the flesh magnets to harvest souls, and now it's able to breach our reality. Margot nodded along, still unsure what Clara could have found. The human soul has 3 types of energy. Whatever happens, promise me you'll take the last piece. To complete my soul?
Yes.
Promise me. Oh, wait. Yes?
Okay.
I promise. I'm glad you listen. Oh, boy. Who am I gonna have to stab and cannibalize a tiny bit? Well, I guess we'll take another ad break. See what happens after this. See, and here I was all worried that there wouldn't be, like, a real stream, like, amount of this game left. Here we are. 5:30. Not even done yet. Hell yes. Let's roll. Okay, see you in 3. Beck sat along the edge of the fountain. From a distance, her visage seemed distorted. This isn't Beck. There's no way this is actually Beck. Like a lenticular image. Beck admired something in her hand as she spoke. A human soul could be said to consist of 3 types of energy. Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. Loosely, you could think of them as logic, emotion, and desire. Sounds kind of like Plato. He chuckled. What do you think of this garden? It's interesting. It feels like I found an abandoned villa. Margot stepped closer. She could see what was in the other girl's hand. A passion flower, much like the one she drew for Beck. Those grow here? Only once you arrived. She didn't look closely at the garden the first time she saw this place. Were the plants different since then? Did you get the sculpture? Yes. She continued to twirl the flower in her hand. How did you do it? It is the between. All times and places are within grasp, with the exception of 2. Where did you hear something like that? Beck looked up at Margot and smiled. Will we be able to get the rest of the sculptures? Yes. But, should it be so easy for you? Do you think it'll be more complicated? Beck did not respond, but continued to give Margot a small, contented smile. Margot looked down at the ground. What did Beck mean? The ground mostly seemed to be mossy soil with uneven patches of grass and clover. Delicate wildflowers. Wildfires? Holy shit! Wildflowers. Ground up clumps of hair. Flaps of skin. Bits of bone and teeth. Would you kiss me? She set down the flower. Beck's words shocked Margot out of her thoughts. Weren't they just friends? Why would she ask that? I mean, we were kissing when we were babies, so sure. There was something undoubtedly strange about this place, but Of course Margot would kiss her. Margot laughed nervously. Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised. I didn't know. Beck tilted her head. I've always wanted you. Margot's face was warm. Sit. Okay, now we've made it weird. We have officially made it weird. Margot complied, sitting neck down next to Beck on the stone rim of the fountain. Margot turned to her, trying to figure out her expression. She didn't expect a conversation like this, here and now. So, what does that mean for us? Beck placed her hand on Margot's cheek, stroking her sharp nails against her skin, pulling Margot close to her, leaving her question unanswered. Margot's breath hitched as she closed her eyes, anticipating what would come next. Their lips met. Beck's were cold, electric. Like the shock of ice against her skin, knocking the wind from her lungs. A sudden weakness spread over her. Her body fell limp into Beck's arms. Her lips moved slowly, firmly against Margot's until she finally pulled away slightly to whisper in her ear. How long I have waited. Margarita. Uh-oh! Uh-oh. Red flags! Red flags! From her spot on the bar stool, Margot watched Beck put together her breakfast in the kitchen. Beck hadn't said anything about last night. When Margot had previously asked, Beck insisted she didn't remember these dreams. Margot touched her fingertips to her lips. Was she happy that she finally kissed Beck? She had to admit, it didn't go at all how she imagined. Why wasn't Beck acknowledging it at all? Wouldn't it be important to her? Well, I mean, both. Calling us Margarita and weird stuff about waiting her for and wanting her forever. The flags were red and they were flying. Beck had called her Margarita. She'd only heard that name once before, in those distant memories of a time and place that seemed to belong to someone else. But she had never mentioned it to Beck. Those memories seemed too personal. They weren't hers to share. That was someone else. It couldn't have been Beck. Margot believed her when she said she didn't remember these dreams. There were points when her mother and Helen looked monstrous. Moments when Beck and Clara responded to someone Margot couldn't see or hear. Was it possible someone else was posing as Beck to get closer to her?
Hey!
You want eggs too? Margot jumped in her seat, coming back to her thoughts.
No.
Did you have enough to eat? Yeah. She thought of the garden soil. The layer of decaying human matter, sprouting clover and blades of grass. So I'm going to assume that the islands were somewhere in the Virgin Islands. I'm assuming the Dutch Virgin Islands. Granted, kind of the lesser known of the Virgin Islands, but I'm like, where would we have this kind of same kind of Spanish-y mix? Maybe we're Caribbean. Also, the Dutch are there as the colonizers. I'm going with Dutch Virgin Islands for the islands. Would also explain wanting no religion in your house. To get the remaining magnets, she needed to bear whatever this new situation was. Maybe tonight she could ask about this dream. Margot earnestly hoped Beck would bring it up herself. Except that wasn't Beck. You know, a bunch of our coworkers checked out the sculpture before it disappeared. The fork clattered out of Margot's hand. I tried to convince them to wait, but they ended up going anyway. They saw the sculpture? One of the nurses here. She said nothing seemed too weird about it, but everyone couldn't help finding it really funny when they saw it. Strange how it disappeared, right? They got close enough that it made her laugh. Margot stared past Erica. When did you last hear from her? Or any of the other people who went? Erica, in the periphery of her vision, furrowed her eyebrows. This morning at a team meeting. Is something the matter? Were they safe now? Would they be okay since the sculpture was destroyed? Nothing, Did you ask people to promise not to see any of the other sculptures? Margot hopped in the car with Beck, still in a daze. Her coworkers went to the pawn shop. They were exposed to it. Margot picked at the edge of her bandage. They could still be in danger. They might visit another pawn shop regardless of Margot's warning. She still hadn't heard from Nikki either.
Hey.
How was work?
Huh?
That bad? She pulled out of the parking lot. Margot looked down at her lap. There's something I'm scared about. My boss told me some of our other coworkers went to the pawn shop. Which pawn shop? I think the one with the sculpture we already destroyed. Beck exhaled. It's okay then, right? Anyone affected by it should be fine now?
Well,
But what if one of them decides to visit another one? What if they're only safe once we've destroyed everything? Did you have a chance to warn your boss about it somehow? Yeah, made up a reason for her to stay away from all of them. Beck frowned slightly. That's all we can do, you know? That and repeat our success from Wednesday. Yeah? Let's cook something together tonight. That'd be fun, right? Beck scrambled about the kitchen, setting the necessary ingredients on the counter. Margot sat on the bar stool across from her. You like chili, right?
yeah.
What do I need to do? Beck grabbed a recipe book, opened it, and placed it in front of Margot. First thing you do is chop up some onions. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Margot forced a smile. This would be fun. Beck was helping her focus on something else. Maybe tonight she'd be able to get the next sculpture. She got up and stood in front of the cutting board. She picked up the onion and rotated it in her hand. I haven't really chopped vegetables before. It's fine if it takes a while. No rush. Just keep your fingers out of the way.
Okay.
How do I remove the skin? I usually cut off the ends and cut the whole thing in half. Margot nodded, knitting her eyebrows as she carefully cut the ends. It was much harder than she expected. She wasn't quite sure how to orient her hands. She thought about Beck's frustration over playing the guitar. It was annoying, knowing the motions and outcome, but being physically unable to do it easily. It felt like the knife wasn't really cutting through the onion. Margot glanced over to see what Beck was up to.
Beck?
The knife slid along the skin of the onion, bringing the blade down on the hand holding it.
What?
She looked down, seeing blood blossom from the small cut. It wasn't a large cut, but there was just enough blood to already contaminate everything. The onion, the cutting board, the knife. Beck rushed over, reaching for Margot's hand.
Hey.
Whoa, are you okay? Want me to bandage your hand? Margot jerked away. No! Don't touch me! Margot looked at the cutting board, not sure what to do. Could it be cleaned with bleach? Should she insist on throwing it in the trash and buying a new one? She needed to wash her hand and not contaminate the kitchen further. Oh, that's right. She's so worried she also has hepatitis. Margot ran to the bathroom to clean her hand. Margot? Is it that bad? Beck fished out a first aid kit and followed after her. Margot frantically scrubbed at her hand. She hadn't heard Beck come in. Should we throw away the cutting board? In the mirror's reflection, Beck looked confused. My dad had hepatitis C. I haven't been tested. So... Beck put the first aid box on the counter. Is that why you were asking about going to the doctor?
Yeah.
We can look at how to do that after dinner, okay? We'll probably need to call on Monday.
Okay.
What if I have it? Both you and Clara have touched my blood. That one time I woke up covered in blood and sweat prickled on Margot's forehead as she began washing her hands again. I should have been no careful. There's no cure.
Margot.
She reached over and turned the faucet off. One thing at a time, okay? Let's get you tested first and then see if there's anything to worry about. Margot looked down at her hands. The bandage that was already on her palm had fallen off into the sink. The cut had already stopped bleeding, but her hands were red and pruned. Oh, please, I need the next sculpture. I'll do whatever it takes. Then remember me. All right, show me a memory of the islands. You need to keep an eye on her. Early in the morning, Sybil had shown up at Francisca's front door. He was pale, scared. She asked him what happened, but he shook his head. Nothing had happened, but he had a feeling. He was right. Margarita hadn't named her daughter yet. She stopped leaving the house entirely. Previously, it was an unspoken agreement between Francisca and Sybil to check on her and bring food. Today was the first day they spoke aloud about it. Sybil looked tired. She imagined he hadn't even had time to mourn Urbano yet. In the afternoon, Francisca knocked on Margarita's door. After a long moment, it cracked open. Deciding to act like nothing was wrong, she briskly walked in and sat down by the window. "It's been a while. How are you?" Once the cheerful words left her mouth, she realized she'd already messed up. Margarita stared at her without response or emotion. Francisca decided she might as well stay straightforward. "Have you heard from Johann at all?" "No." "Maybe he returned to the mainland. He could have suddenly been called back." No response. "We could sail there and find him. I've heard of women posing as men to sneak onto ships." "I could." Margarita looked away. "If I stay here, he'll know where to find me." Right. In that case, I can help you around the house more." Margarita muttered to the ground. "I don't need help." For the rest of the day, Francisca couldn't let go of how stupid she sounded. "Let's run away together. Let's pose as a married couple. Maybe we'll find that man, but probably not." Francisca was already spending too much time at Margarita's home. Maybe the rumor had already spread to the Inquisition next time they visited the islands. Francisca held her head in her hands. How stupid. How selfish. She was impressed with Sybil's strength. He always focused on what was important. Stupid. Maybe she could try again next week and she brought over bread and milk. August 8th, Saturday morning. Margot stood in the bathroom, staring at the bandage on her hand. Now that it had gotten wet from washing her face, she peeled it off. Underneath was a shallow pink line with a thin scab. The cut on her hand was almost gone already. The round scar on her palm was more visible than that. She grimaced to herself at her own behavior. Had it even bled that much? She had such an enormous reaction over such a small nick. Margot sighed. She needed to hold it together. There was enough going on without finding things to stress out about. With everything that happened yesterday, she'd even forgotten to ask about the dream. She left the bathroom and went down to the living room for water. In the living room, Beck's mother sat on the couch with her laptop. The television was on, with the local news playing quietly. She didn't look up, but fully focused on the computer screen. Margot realized subconsciously she had walked as quietly as she could down the stairs. Several rental properties, improperly installed gas stoves. Remember to install carbon monoxide alarms in your home and test them once a month. She opened the fridge and pulled out the jug of water. "Oh, good morning, Margot!" Margot flinched. She turned to see Beck's mother smiling over at her. They hadn't talked much since Margot came to stay with her. After she overheard Beck and her mother discussing Margot's stay, she tried to remain as invisible as possible. If she was home, Margot stayed upstairs. For each meal, she ate as quickly and as little as she could. Margot didn't want to risk further ruining her mother's impression of her. "Good morning. Can I talk to you for a moment? Margot's heart started to race. Could it be about cutting her finger yesterday? Maybe she wanted her to pay rent or move out. Trying to keep it together, Margot put the water back and walked over to the couch.
Yeah.
How have you been? Fine. Is there anything you need?
No.
Beck's mother looked away for a moment, then back at Margot. Have you heard from your mom at all? She nodded to herself. I see. If there's anything you want to discuss, I'm here for both of you girls, okay? Okay. Well, I just wanted to say, can you keep an eye on my daughter? She's always been very sensitive. I hope it's not too selfish to ask. Just, can you spend time with her? Talk with her. Margot numbly nodded. Had she not been spending enough time with Beck? Had she not been talking openly enough with her? Back upstairs, Beck was finally awake. Margot sat down at her desk, placing 2 glasses of water down. Beck stretched and yawned. Aw, thank you. Yep. Any, luck with the sculptures? Margot shook her head. Beck lay on her back, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder if there's a way to trigger that, too. Like Clara kept saying about the incense and the ghost. I don't know. Lately, her go-to technique has kind of been like meditating on the goal. Really thinking and focusing on where I want to be. I think that's what people do to lucid dream, right? Yeah, you're right. It is a lot like lucid dreaming, isn't it? Margot sighed, propping her chin on her hand as she looked out the window. How's your hand feeling? A lot better. I'm sorry I panicked about it. Hey, there's nothing to apologize for. You're being cautious. Yeah. Margot paused for a moment. This would be the best time to think about that dream. One last confirmation if Beck could remember them. She sighed. I have a question. Are you absolutely sure you don't remember having any dreams together recently? I had another one a couple nights ago. Seriously? Another one? I really don't remember anything. Nothing at all.
No.
Did you see the ghost or... Nothing quite like that. What happened in it? Maybe that could jog my memory.
Well...
You asked to kiss me.
Huh?
In the dream?
Yeah.
It was definitely not a normal random stuff dream? No. So... what did you do? What else happened? Margot hesitated. More and more, it really seemed like that wasn't Beck. What would she think? I mean, let's be honest. I did, in the dream, kiss you. Beck shot up from her bed. Her eyes were wide as she put her hand on the table. Margot, are you serious? Margot shirked away. I need you to look at me. You kissed this person and you didn't know who they were? I thought it was you. Beck frowned. In a dream, you have no way of knowing it's me. Do you understand? She leaned closer, more urgency in her eyes. Margot shifted uncomfortably in her chair. I'm serious. I need you to swear to me. Do not let your guard down around anyone in a dream. Not me, not Clara, no one. Margot nodded her head in numb agreement. Beck was adamant in a way she'd never seen and could never have predicted. Indeed! What do you know, Beck? What do you know? She knows something. Margot spun around the courtyard. Beck wasn't here. Was she in one of the rooms? We didn't go north before. Margot walked towards what she assumed to be the north side of the courtyard. Somehow, as she approached, it seemed to be collapsed. Well, we'll still check them all. Ooh, the padlock is loose now. In one of the seats, Beck waited. She kept her back to Margot. Who was this person, really? Was this really Beck? Oh, we got Alright. Do we think it's Johann or do we think it's Sybil? Those are the only two who I think would be waiting so very long for Margarita. Maybe Sybil. Of course. Who am I? Okay, so no, it's not. I guess we'll try Johann then? Alright, from behind, Margot saw Beck double over from even more raucous laughter. The expression on his face if he were to hear you. Okay. Franziska? She's the one who wanted to pose as a married couple. Even from behind, it was evident that Beck bobbed her head in thought. Even after all this time, she stayed close to your side. Beck put a finger to their lips. The intermission has ended. Huh. So, I don't think it is her. We could guess Quixote, which seems likely. He was also, body hopping. I think we might honestly have to go with someone. I think you're someone I don't know. We've never met before, have we? You know me, but I don't necessarily know you. Without turning around, Beck laughed. It breaks my heart that you've forgotten me so thoroughly. Alright, they turned to the screen in front of them. The performance is about to start. On the screen, a familiar guard was projected. Even in its time, the vegetation was thorny and overgrown. It was night, and the girl was crouched in the sharp bramble. Clara. Margot hardly recognized her. Thin and frail, her face angular, her hair shaved. She wore a threadbare polyester nightgown, yellowed stains speckled across it. Blood slowly spread from the fresh scratches she received from the plants. Here we can auto for a bit. Parting the thorn, she inspected a small tortoiseshell cat. She lay there, foam forming in her mouth. Clara gasped, gently running her hand across the cat's heaving side. Her eyes were wide with wonder. A cat? Her mother had only ever had the one dog. Sometimes it would bite Clara or lunge at her if she got too close. Other than that, it mostly ignored her. Instead, it opted to either run around outside or tear through the house unadmonished. Her mother would dote on the dog, never raising her hand or voice to it. Are you thirsty? Her mentor once told her how to take care of animals. Clara ran back to the house and returned a moment later. A bowl of water in her hands, a tin of tuna tucked under her arm. Would this help? Setting down the bowl and opening the can, she watched as the cat tentatively crawled over. She slowly ate, allowing Clara to stroke her back. It's so pretty. How did a cat find its way to her yard? Clara didn't have any neighbors for miles. On another day, the shrubs shook with some unseen fight between animals. Growling, hissing, yowling. From somewhere else, perhaps the porch, Clara stumbled to the sharp bramble. Out of it, she pulled a dog by the collar and yelled, "What did you do?" She quickly kneeled down to the tortoiseshell cat. Now she lay, bleeding. No. I can fix this. Just hang on a little longer. I'll patch you up, Al. A hand roughly grabbed Clara's arm, dragging her from the bushes. I told you to stop feeding that thing. It's going to give my dog fleas. She pulled Clara away, leading to more scrapes across her exposed skin. She's hurt. Please let me help her. It wouldn't have gotten hurt again if you didn't feed it. Please, please let me keep her in my room. She continued to drag Clara back to the porch without a moment for her to regain her footing. You shouldn't even be outside. Now I have to help you back up the stairs. Next time she snuck out to see her mentor, she would try to find the cat. Another day. Please! Her mother shoved her to the floor, then grabbed the cat by the scruff. I told you! What if this thing has rabies? She flung open the window with her free hand. I've worked so hard to keep you healthy and safe. With how delicate your condition is, what if that thing scratched you? What would the ladies at church say? She tossed the cat out the window as though it were so much trash. Clara openly wailed. She was hurt. You have a pet? Why can't I have a pet? No means no. Hot tears poured down her cheeks. Her mother turned to leave the room. Clara watched her before crumpling to the ground. Her mind whirled. She'd been given one last test by her mentor. He wanted her to complete it today. Over the past few months, she had seen what he would do to the other girls that rejected his generous assignment. The last test before receiving a piece of his power. Control over reality. To become a powerful alchemist like the kings of Atlantis once were. She stared out the open window. It would be a profound risk to reject him, but she still considered not going through with it. Maybe he wouldn't come after her. She could stay in her remote little home with her mother and take care of her new cat. Despite everything, it still seemed too cruel to eliminate everyone who would remember her. She didn't want to take on a new body, not really, but... Outside, she heard the sound of animals fighting again. Scared for the cat, she used her bed to push herself back up to standing. Mother, please stop them! She heard her mother's voice from the floor below. Let nature run its course. Carefully, Clara clambered down the stairs. Once she reached the bottom, she tottered towards the front door. She'd stop them herself. In the living room, piles of old magazines and dog feces covered the floor. The smell was pungent. A thick, dusty musk hung in the air. Before Clara could reach the door, her mother yanked her away. What did I just say? Outside, the yowling grew worse. Downstairs again. Please, please call your dog inside. I don't want my cat to die. Her mother scoffed again. Animals die. The sounds of bitter pain and hissing echoed through the house. Clara tried yanking out of her mother's grasp, but she only tightened her grip. She began to drag her back up the stairs. Stop! Clara clung to the railing, her bitter nails scraping against the wooden banister, but her mother was stronger. She heaved Clara back into her room, then slammed the door closed. Clara heard her click the chain lock into place. You only listen when you're in trouble, is that it? Clara scurried to her window, looking outside. There was blood everywhere. All across the yard. Her mother's little dog caught sight of her, looking up with its tongue happily lolling from its mouth. Its snout crusted red. Clara shut her eyes tight. The chain on her door rattled. Is this all there is to life? Locked in her room, waiting for a belting? Anyone or anything she takes an interest in, violently taken away? Her mentor said a new life was possible. All she had to do was follow his instructions. Clara's hands balled into fists, clutching the thin fabric of her nightgown. The doorknob creaked. Her mother entered the room, belt in hand. How did you unlock the chain? Do I need to put a padlock on your door? Where did I go wrong as a parent? Clara whimpered. I don't want to do this. It's not your decision to make. I don't want to do this. She kept chanting to herself as she got up and tried to push past her mother. She stumbled into another bedroom, perhaps her mother's room. Her mother advanced towards her, putting her free hand on her shoulder. Don't make me chase you around. She didn't want to do this. Put the belt around your neck. The air in the room changed. The sounds from outside stilled. Any ambient sounds of birds, clock ticking, water dripping, all ceased. Her mother casually stood back up and positioned the belt around her neck. Clara watched in awe. It was working. Just like he told her as he needled the tattoo into her back. Tighten it. Her mother pulled the leather through the buckle. She pulled it tighter and tighter, with seemingly inhuman strength. The leather belt dug into her skin, then cut through it. With an audible crunch, the structures around her neck crushed under the force. The task complete, the woman crumpled to the ground, hand still gripping the end of the belt. Blood pooled beneath her. Clara stared. She couldn't move. After a moment, her mother's dog ran into the room. Seeing Clara kneeled on the ground, it hopped up to nip at her face, its mouth still bloody. She numbly wondered if the dog was trying to play, if it knew what she had done, if it could smell fresh death in the air. After a few bites at her cheek and nose, she started to feel blood trickle down her chin. Like she saw her mother do to her cat, she picked up the dog by the scruff, stepped over the body, closed the door with her free hand, and carried the dog down the stairs at arm's length. Now, her wrist was the recipient of clawing and biting. She held firm. Through the door and now outside, into the basement. She found a chain and fastened the dog's collar to a support beam. After it was secure, she went back outside and shut the door behind her. It was still light out. She didn't know what time of day, or even the time of year. The sun felt hot and oppressive on her skin as she went through the motions. The test had begun. Her only option was to finish it. Clara went to the side of the house and found the cat. She crouched down. The little cat was bloodied but still breathing. Clara gently stroked her fur. "I'm sorry." Fresh tears welled in her eyes. Why did this feel like the most difficult part? I didn't want it to be this way. I really tried to take care of you. Honest. I need to borrow your body now. Was it present day again? Now it was the dead of night. Margot stood in front of the body left in the closed room, half eaten and mummified, the belt still in place, skeletal fingers still gripping the leather. She didn't see it when she visited the house with Clara. Dutifully, she followed Clara's instructions and only went into the rooms she was instructed to enter. That day, she had no idea this was a mere few feet from her. Something glinted from the chest of the body. Margot wanted to look away, but it was familiar. The nose of a metallic horsehead poked from the chest. Margot squeezed her eyes shut. It was faintly red. It was the magnet. "Take it. My gift to you." Margot scowled. Was this their idea of a joke? But she had to. Margot walked forward. She knelt down in front of the remains and wedged her hands into the chest. She ripped it open. Still intact ribs cracked from the force. Hot bile filled the back of her throat as she pulled the sculpture out from the cavity. Her hands were sticky from a residue she didn't want to think about. Given the chance, would you have done the same? Of course not. She thought of her mother talking about life insurance. Rather, I should say, would you have done it again? Margarita, who gave her mother poison for a night with her lover. Your father told her about when you threatened to stab him. Stop it. Oh, and that is the end of the early access. All right. Damn. We heavy, boys. Heavy. Well, I guess whenever there is further, we will adventure forth. Tally-ho. Man. I doubt we can go back far enough to try more names, huh? Weep. I mean, maybe we can. I don't know. That seems like a lot of backs to push. Well, goodness gracious me. There was a lot more of this left than I thought there would be, which is kind of nice. Really nice, in fact. I'm happy there was so much more.